Okay, here goes. It's simple. Whoever follows my plan will win future elections. How? Well, if you look at the current situation, political situation in the US, it's dominated by two parties. Well, traditionally, Democrats are supposed to be the party of the working class, greater equality, and Republicans are supposed to be for economic efficiency and economic freedom. However, there's a very strong element of establishment. Okay, so both parties have a very strong establishment wing, and these establishment wings have led to a convergence of these parties, the way they behave. They're not exactly equal. They have to sort of claim that they are different, otherwise they will not have any selling point for the voters. But really, the establishment wings of both parties have started converging. Now, if they have got away from economic issues, the Democrats and the Republicans, then they need some other issues. And what have these issues been? Well, they have stressed non-economic issues such as reproductive rights, sexual orientation, race and gender identity, gun rights, etc. These are non-economic issues, and this is what the parties have been trying to get votes on. However, economic issues, the party which effectively, convincingly addresses economic issues is going to win. So here's an exit poll. This is just not something I'm making up. So let's look at what happened in the exit polls. Who actually voted how? And this is a very interesting poll which actually divides the sample of voters in three groups: those who face severe hardship due to inflation, those who face moderate hardship, and those who face no hardship. So obviously the ones who faced severe hardship are the ones who are poorer. And how did they vote? They went 73% for the Republicans, okay, for Trump. Those who face moderate hardship, 50% for Trump, 47% for Harris. No hardship, only 20% for Trump, 78% for Harris. That's the biggest margin, right? A margin of plus 58% for Harris from those who face no hardship, and they were like 22% of the respondents. Now, if you look at it, those who face severe hardship are 24% of the respondents, and that extra 48% which they gave the voters, which they gave Trump, is about 11.5% of the total votes. And the winning margin for Trump was only 1.5%. So if you look at total votes, and you take out the people who did not face severe hardship due to inflation, right? And look at just the remaining, the ones who face moderate hardship or no hardship. Trump lost those people by a whopping 10%. So you know exactly who are the people who got Trump into office. Another way in which you can look at the data is there is data from which said that there is if you divide the voting population into three parts, earning less than 50,000 a year, which is the poorest block of voters. Um, then you have the middle from 50 to 100. And then at the other end of the scale, the most affluent voters who are earning more than 100,000 a year. Among the people who are earning less than 50,000, there was a 15% swing. A 15% swing towards Trump. While those earning over 100,000, actually, Harris won the majority of those. I mean, this is just like everything turned upside down. Democrats were supposed to be working class for greater equality. Republicans were for efficiency. But here you have those at the bottom who are wanting greater equality, who are suffering due to inflation, going massively for Trump, and the affluent going for Harris. So what is this? Essentially the truth is that Trump is against the Republican establishment. And the voters who are in economic hardship are anti-establishment. It's what makes sense to them. They are smart. Okay. The establishment, whether they are Democratic or Republican, are not going to do anything for them. That is the reality. Okay, and the voters have also figured that out, these voters who were suffering economic hardship, and they voted accordingly. And they put Trump in office. The bottom line is that voters with non-economic issues are paramount. The ones who are concerned about the non-economic issues, they're not going to, most likely, they feel very passionately about it, and they're not likely to change their votes on those issues, whether it be abortion rights, gun rights, etc. However, there are about 10% of voters, let's say, who will reward the party that visibly reduces economic inequality. Okay, so you already kind of, now that we have a new government which has been voted into power by those who are in economic distress, they need to understand that it's not the non-economic issues like gun rights or stuff, or identity issues, which, of course, some voters did vote on that, but the ones who made the difference were the people who were voting on economic issues. And so think of it like a relationship between a firm and its customers. Acquiring customers is very expensive, but once a firm acquires customers, then if it delivers what the customer expects, a relationship of trust is formed, and the customers want to remain with the firm. They don't want to go out to the competitors. Same with political parties. They have a chance. The anti-establishment, non-establishment Republicans who are in power right now, they have a chance to deliver to the voters who put them in power, so that these voters come back to them again and again. However, if they don't deliver on alleviating their economic hardship, then they are going to go back to the Democrats, or maybe they'll just stop voting. They'll be just discouraged. Now, if the Democrats want these voters, they need to convince voters that they will make real progress in making their economic condition better. So right now the Republicans, the anti-establishment Republicans who are in power, they have these voters. If they deliver for them, they will create trust, and that is going to remain a long time, and as long as they keep delivering for them. If they don't deliver for them, these voters will either go to the Democrats or they will stop voting. Normally, once you have been hit by inflation, prices do not go back down. When they go back down, it's called deflation, and deflation usually happens when like economic conditions are really horrible. So you don't want to be in a situation where deflation is happening. Deflation happens when like demand has fallen so much that firms start reducing prices. So yes, deflation is not something we can expect, but can relief on food prices still be delivered to those who have suffered hardship from inflation? Yes. Yes, you can. You can give relief in the by a means of a negative sales tax. So the price which the producer will get does not have to go down. However, if you put a negative sales tax on basic food items, then the effective price of that food item to the buyers will go down. And the buyers will say, hey, this government did something wonderful. They reduced the effective price of food for us. This government delivered. This is the government I'm going to trust in the future. These are the people I'm going to trust in the future. Bring down effective prices and you are going to win elections for a long time. Okay. Now, of course, price that you like they pay is one part of the equation. The other part is the income that they have, and that is income fairness, which also we are going to get into. Just like you can decrease the effective price of food by negative sales taxes, you can increase the effective wage rate paid to the low earners by negative direct taxes, and that program is income fairness, and I will get into that soon. But let's just say that it is important to understand that to differentiate between taxes and transfers. Taxes have acquired a bad reputation. The very word taxes, bad reputation. Bad. Taxes are bad, bad, bad. But no. Income, fairness, and food affordability, you don't think of them as taxes. Think of them as transfers. So let's call them transfers. You're just going to say that, oh, we can't do this because this will increase taxes. No. This is the only way. This is the only efficient way in which you can reduce inequality. This is the only efficient way to reduce economic inequality. And these programs, food affordability and income fairness, will give us long-term viability for capitalism. If this economic inequality, which has increased so much over the past, 60, 70 decades, continues, at some point a lot of people are going to lose faith in capitalism. There's going to be internal strife, and you're going to end up with some bad solutions, like, for example, communism, which was the idea there was greater equality, but communism resulted in much greater inequality. So let's just look at a sample food affordability. This is just an introductory form, right? I mean, well, actually, what I say is that the introductory form can generally just be an introductory rate of 10%, and over the long term, it should increase to about 60%. But even if you can like give them a 10% break on the essential food items they're buying, that will definitely be noticeable. And so, when they go to a grocery store and they buy things, in the final form, when food affordability has been set at, let's say, 60%, they will have the receipt they get at the checkout would be, okay, I paid $6 for eggs, $6 for meal, $3.50 for bread, $3.50 for potatoes, $3 for butter, and $8 for chicken. Okay. So, that's like a sample thing. Let's say I bought all these things and I'm checking out. I'm looking at this. Okay, that's my bill. And then I see the total bill adds up to $30. And then I see the food affordability program has paid $18 and I only need to pay $12. So at least a part of my grocery bill, which is basic food items, may not be like alcohol. So that would have fallen from $30 to $12. And this food affordability should also actually apply to fast food restaurants, which are patronized, like the McDonald's, Wendy's, Taco Bells of the world, which are patronized by those who have lower incomes. When they buy food there, then they should also, food affordability should also reduce their bill. It may not be 60%. You can say, okay, for fast food places, we'll set it at like 40%, whatever. Now, we look at a rate of we look at sample income fairness. And the sample income fairness works, very much like a tax return works, and you have an income slab and you have an associated rate. So for the income slab, let's say, okay, just like kind of to consistency so as not to create confusion, I'm just going to make these minus 80%. So the tax you are supposed to be paying is minus 80%, and let's say this is plus 40%. So from 0 to 25,000, your tax that you pay is at a minus 80% rate, which means the government actually gives you 80% of the first $25,000 of your income. The next $25,000 of your income, the government gives you 40%. After that, it is from next 25,000 from 50,000 to 75,000. The government doesn't tax you; it neither gives you money nor takes money. And then from 75,000 to 125,000, it taxes you at the rate of 40%. Okay, now these are only sample rates, and actual rates will have to be there to balance the budget. You have to balance the budget because you don't want debt to keep increasing. You shouldn't try to finance these programs by constantly increasing debt. So in this table, if these are the rates, then somebody who earns 45,000, you apply these slabs and you see that their income rises to 73,000. Okay, so income fairness and food affordability, they sound very nice, but they have to be paid for. And the question is, where will the money come from? Let's start with food affordability and let's see how much it's going to cost. Well, the total spending on food in 2023 reached about 2.6 trillion. This is from USDA.gov. And an article by Zeballos and Sinclair. So food at home cost 1.1 trillion, and let's say the bottom half also have food away from home, like fast food chains, etc. So let's say that fast food chains and all, which you also want to subsidize, are about half the total, and so that is about half of 1.5 trillion. So food away from home was about 1.5 trillion and food at home was 1.1 trillion. So the total food being consumed by the bottom half, let's say, is 1.85 trillion. And if you're going to subsidize that by 10%, that's a $185 billion program, $185 billion a year. And of course, when the final goal is to get to about 60%. So when you get to 60%, it'll be 6 times larger. So $185 billion is not a whole lot, right? I mean, when it comes to federal programs, there's a war somewhere, you're going to spend like 100 or 200 billion on it, right? And but anyway, so there are like 3 possibilities to get like $185 billion, to find $185 billion. And the first is, of course, to increase debt, which is what the US government has increasingly relied on in the recent decades. But of course, it's not free money. It can't be sustained, right? So, to get it started, because you're already increasing the debt every regularly, so you can just increase it by $185 billion more a year. That's not a huge amount. So that's pretty easy to implement. To find that money to get this food affordability started is easy. No excuse. It can be done right away. It can be done next year. Or even this year. Anyway, whatever. So debt is, of course, increasing debt is one way. The second thing is you cut spending, and the second is increase taxes. Now, the Republicans reflexively are opposed to increasing taxes. That's like, it's ingrained in them that taxes are bad. But remember, this is not a tax in the usual sense that you're going to use this tax and make the government bigger. This is actually, if you call it government, the food affordability and income fairness, then this is good government. What is good government? Good government is when the money is actually returned to the citizens in the form of negative direct or indirect taxes. So you're just taking from one part and giving it to the other part. You're not stopping, you're not having the government in the middle, like just wasting that money with inefficiently run programs. That's good government. Okay, now we come to cutting spending. Now, of course, the big item in spending, which I think can be cut, is defense. Just look at that. You know what that red bar is? Of course, the red bar is US defense spending. They should, like this picture, should give you an idea of what's going on. This red bar is US defense spending. The source is NATO. And where I got it from, it is Hane, H-A-N-N-E, Cochlear, Cokelare. Yeah, so come on. You're spending an absurd amount on defense. It should be obvious. So the US is spending in this chart, in this graph, it is 965. The next one is Germany at 98, and then UK at 82. The question arises whether, this is like just these plans, food affordability and income fairness, are they fair? Or is it just like, the voters, because they have the voting power, they're taking something which they do not deserve? And the answer is no, no, no. We have a social contract. The social contract is a democracy. In this social contract, we have the political leaders elected by the voters. We also have the Congress, the president, and all. The Congress can pass taxes or subsidies, and if the president signs it, it becomes law. And whatever is law is what the citizens deserve to get. The free market has some practical virtues like incentives and accountability. But if it doesn't have fairness, what we are seeing, this increasing economic inequality, then people will lose faith. And then the free market will end up being replaced by something much worse. They'll throw out the baby with the bathwater. The way forward is not to abandon capitalism or free market. The way forward is to make the distribution from capitalism and free market more fair by programs like food affordability and income fairness. So after the 2024 elections, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez asked her constituents why Trump had done better in the constituency by 11% compared to 2020. So in 2024, he had done better by 11%. And she asked why. And she was like looking for feedback from her constituents. And one of the answers was that I feel you're both outsiders compared to the rest of DC and less establishment. Fair. And the second one said, it's real simple. Trump and you both care for the working class. So, like as I was saying, that both Democratic establishment and Republican establishment really don't care about this growing economic inequality. So the Republican Party is a bit of it's like a bit of a paradoxical situation. Because establishment Republicans who really held sway for a very long time they don't really believe that economic inequality is a problem. You have Romney, who was the candidate in 2012, and he was recorded saying that 47% who are with him, who are dependent upon government, who believe they are victims, who believe government has a responsibility to care for them, who believe they are entitled to healthcare, to food and housing, you name it. My job is not to worry about these people. I don't care. I don't care that these people are suffering. It's not my job. I want to be president. And I'm telling all these people, deal with it. The government has no responsibility to care for you. This guy has no idea what democracy means and what social contract a democracy implies. Yes, the voters can elect a government which is going to have a responsibility to care for them. That's how a democracy works. They can elect a government which entitles them to healthcare, food, and housing. Of course, the efficient way you want to do it is by negative direct and indirect taxes. Okay, it's not by handouts. But certainly, people, citizens, voters have every right to expect that the government will care for them, that the government will make it possible for them to have health care. It will make it possible for them to have food and housing. How ridiculous is it that a person wanting to be president says these people, these voters have no right to expect, and it's not my job to worry about these people who have these expectations. Okay, I'm going to stop yelling now. Okay, so actually right now the non-establishment Republicans have the power, which leads to this very interesting possibility that they can actually reinvent their party. They're all called populists all the time. Okay, so be populists. Really. If you're already being accused of being populist, act like a populist. Deliver some results for the people in economic distress who actually voted you to power. Don't be shy. Don't be shy about doing that. You've already been people are already accusing you of being populist. So be populist, be good populists. There's nothing wrong with being populist as you do, if you're really working to increase fairness in the system. A lot of people in the system want fairness, so you're catering to them. And hence you're a populist, so be a populist and deliver this thing. There is a plan. Follow the plan. Otherwise, you will be just wandering around, wondering what to do, what happened, why these voters who voted for you left you, etc. So, whether non-establishment Republicans can reinvent the party to effectively address economic inequality remains to be seen, because it's sort of like in a lot of Republican identity is about smaller government, less taxes, and remember, it's not taxes, it's transfers. Food affordability and income fairness are transfers. They are not increasing the size of the government. They're not going to create new departments, create new spending programs, etc. Okay, so these are transfers. And so normally Republicans would be hesitant to do this because it sort of goes against what they usually are thought to be. However, there are a lot of intelligent people in this group of non-establishment Republicans, and I'm giving them a plan, and the plan addresses economic inequality, which is really the voters who put them in power want from them. And American parties have reinvented themselves earlier, and it's not impossible that they will do it. The Republicans will do it, or if they don't, then hopefully a new generation of non-establishment Democrats will do it. So the non-establishment wings of these parties can only succeed if they deliver electoral success. Otherwise, the default is that the establishment wings will dominate given their money and media backing. And so if you are non-establishment, Republican or Democrat, you better get electoral success, because otherwise, there are many obstacles for you. And the way to electoral success is, of course, a plan for reducing economic inequality that will work. Okay, so now we come to the end of this section on whoever follows my plan will win the elections. Yes, believe it. Any country that wishes to be great must have strong, confident individuals. What is a country after all? It's the people who live in it. That's what it is. And we want people to be strong and confident. Economic uncertainty and stress causes people to be weak. The first requirement for a great country is that citizens have the opportunity to work and are rewarded fairly for the work they do. There is no way USA can be great if its citizens are not provided good jobs and that increasing economic inequality is not reversed. Now, when I say good jobs, even like work which may not be considered good jobs right now, like working in a fast food restaurant, would become a good job if the government increased the effective wage from $15 an hour to 15 and to $27 an hour. Then it becomes a good job. That's it. Food affordability and income fairness, provide these to the voters, and you are going to win elections for a very long time. The Ukraine war has pitted Ukraine and its Western allies on one side and Russia on the other side. Like every war, it is very, very tragic. The victims are the young people who die, also the old people, but usually the military dead are young, and their families. It's just simply terrible when these wars happen. So, what's the plan to win the war? Now, the phrase existential threat is tossed around by people who want to say that this war is necessary. And that begs the question, what is the real existential threat? And if you can overcome the real existential threat, then you would have won the war. Okay, so let's see what is what people say could be victory. And okay, so let's say in the next 5 to 10 years, one of these two things happen. Okay. Ukraine regains Crimea and returns to its let's say, pre-war borders. So let's say what it had before 2014. So that's one possibility. The other is that Russia annexes all the 4 oblasts which it has declared its intention to annex, also reaches Odessa and cuts off Ukraine from the Black Sea. So these are sort of two alternatives, and each side would say, yeah, if we got this, then we would be victorious, and the other side would say, if we got that, we would be victorious. Okay, so neither of these address the existential threat that these countries face. This is short-term thinking. It's incorrect because it's short-term thinking. The short-term thinking is unimportant. It's the long-term which matters. The question is, what is short-term? What is long-term? Okay. So the question is that exactly when we are planning our actions and we are thinking, okay, this is where we want to be, and then whatever we plan, the question is that how far out are we looking at the results? Okay, so what exactly are we trying to achieve? And if you look at the these definitions of victory, that's probably in the next 5 to 10 years. That's where these two sides want to be. Okay, but in I also talk about this thing, the correct time horizon for decisions. There is a section in my book, the correct time horizon for decisions is in this book, and what I point out is that the correct time horizon for decisions for a community or a society or a nation should be 60 years. What is the real existential threat? It's the demographic bust. The demographic bust is driving these countries to extinction. Remember, in my book, I talk about how long humanity can exist, and that turns out to be 1 trillion years or more. And I talk about how far can humanity expand, and that turns out to be we can colonize the solar system, we can colonize our galaxy, we can also colonize other galaxies. The numbers are worked out in this book. Okay, so this is not science fiction, it's real science. The numbers are worked out based on our current knowledge of science. It is not some fancy we are going to kind of make a faster than light travel. So the number of future humans is a huge number, far beyond what we can think of. That's I can't remember the number, but I think it's something maybe 10 to the power 30 future humans. It's in the book. Now, if the demographic bus is not reversed, there will be no future humans. Okay, that is the existential threat. Demographic bust is. Now, all these countries in the war and other countries around the world are mostly all terminal cultures. And if they are not terminal cultures, there are any communities which are not terminal cultures, they are headed towards becoming terminal cultures. What is a terminal culture and what is a stable culture? It's there in this book. Okay, so, but you get the idea. Now, if you want to kind of have visual representation of how these countries are terminal cultures, uh, you can look at the population pyramids. So in a population pyramid, if the an ideal population pyramid should be, if a community is not, or a nation is not declining, it should be broadest at the bottom and then gradually slope up, because that is stable, because there is some amount of mortality in every generation. The mortality initially is very low, so initially the shrinking as you go up is slow, but of course when you get to like 80, 90, it becomes sort of kind of rapid. Okay, so let's look at the population pyramid of Ukraine, and you can see that the bottom is falling sharply. The population of Ukraine is declining sharply. Instead of being gradually, like a stable culture would be gradually increasing as you further down, instead it's shrinking quite rapidly. Germany, also very involved in this war. They are also shrinking, not as rapidly, but still they are headed towards extinction. Russia, also shrinking quite rapidly. All these are terminal cultures. Okay. Some of them are going to be near extinct in 100 years, some of them will be near extinct in 200 years. It's not really much to choose between them. Okay, so these countries are terminal cultures and they're fighting a war. What is that like? You go into a cancer ward, okay, these patients have cancers. And what do? They're not trying to cure themselves of their ailments. Instead, they're throwing whatever they can lay their hands on. They're throwing shoes at each other, they're throwing bowls of soup. It makes no sense. All sides of this war can be victorious. To be victorious, one needs to fix the demographic bust. You don't need the other side to lose to be victorious. Everybody can win. Do I care more about a Russian than I care about a Ukrainian? No. Do I care more about a German than I care about an American? No. Each human life, like I say in my book, is very, very, very special. The universe was created in a manner which brought forth these human lives. Okay, so what is the plan for victory? What we need for the plan for victory is we need to get over this population bust. Okay. And governments are aware of this, and they they try to reverse the population decline. And what do governments know? I mean, how do they go about things? Well, the obvious thing that they do is that they give economic incentives to get to whatever they want to happen. That's the way they think, because they're not very imaginative. They don't really understand the problems, what the issues are. So they address it the way, yeah, we're going to spend so much of money trying to fix this problem, right? No, it's not going to work. This is a much more important problem. It's a much more difficult problem to solve than the government just throwing some money at it. If you look at Germany, at a point, the German, you see, like, if you look at this 10-year-olds, and this is back in 2020, so this would have been back in 2010. So for a while, the number of babies being born in Germany did reverse. It started getting more, which is needed for a stable culture, that lower doors should be broader. And again, it's gone back to the same. That's because to reverse it, what we require is a plan for life which is attractive to the young, and that plan for life has to include families. If there is no plan for life that is both attractive to the young and also includes families, then we are not going to reverse the population bust. So we need a plan for life. Some of it is in my book. The rest of it is going to be in my forthcoming book, Nature Ternary. And we need changes at the community level and also at the individual level. It's the season for superlatives. The greatest of the greatest. Really? Okay. No, it's true. I don't have any need for false modesty. What is humanity's greatest project? By far, it's going to be the colonization of space. We have this tiny speck in the universe. Our solar system is a tiny speck in our galaxy. Earth is a tiny speck in the solar system. Just by colonizing the solar system and using all the matter available, we should be able to get to about 50,000 trillion sustainable capacity compared to 8 billion you have on Earth. Okay? Going from 8 billion to 50,000 trillion. Obviously, humanity's greatest project. No contest. Is this the greatest book? Is this the greatest book for it? Yes, it is. Okay. So why do I say this is the greatest book? Well, let's look at where we are with the colonization of space. The space age began with the Sputnik back in 1957 with the launch of Sputnik 1. Then Yuri Gagarin became the first human in space, 61. And then Neil Armstrong became the first human to walk on a celestial body in 69. Okay? Sputnik, Gagarin, Armstrong, and then crash. What has happened since? Yes, we have sent spacecrafts to Mars. We have done some, our knowledge of the universe has increased a lot. But really, as far as colonizing space goes, nothing. Zip. Zero. Nothing at all. So colonizing space requires two things. The first is, of course, the technology. And you can say that the technology began with, there were people, the sci-fi writers, I guess, who thought of living in other parts of the space. Or Bernal was actually, you can say, Bernal spheres was really going in the right direction. Then you had, of course, the wonderful book by Gerard O'Neill, which was The High Frontier, where he described building space habitations. And yes, space habitations is the way to go. But nothing has been done. High Frontier was written back in like 1976. What has happened since then? Nothing, almost nothing. There's some thoughts that you're going to colonize Mars, which would, just be a mistake, because if you break up Mars and you make space habitations, you are at like 20,000 trillion. And if you try to colonize Mars, you may be at 2 billion sustainable capacity versus 20,000 trillion sustainable capacity. Also, space habitations score in multiple ways over colonizing a planet. One, they give you better protection from radiation. If you're on the planet and you're trying to get protection from radiation, you'll have to build a very thick roof and you'll have to remain underneath it, and you hope that the roof doesn't fall on you. Secondly, again, you'll have to be in an enclosed dome, because these things won't have atmosphere. And then just the amount of land you'll have for agriculture will barely, I doubt it. 2 billion is too optimistic. I doubt more than a few million people could actually inhabit Mars. But if you build space habitations, you got protection from radiation, because these are concentric tubes. You got artificial gravity. Gravity is also a problem if you're trying to live on Mars, because there's not enough gravity for healthy developmental life. Okay. So anyway, kudos to Gerard O'Neill and Bernal and other people who have come after him. There have been some more books written. In fact, I mentioned a few of them in my book. So of course, it was very exciting, and then there were these societies. L5 by 1995. Lagrange 5, so they said, okay, we'll have a space habitation in Lagrange 5 by 1995. So yes, the technology can be developed. The technology is already, a lot of it was there in O'Neill's book, and then I have also developed it. I've pointed out some more how these habitations, given some more design features. But technology is doable, right? That is not what is holding us back. It is really the culture which is holding us back. And what is the problem with the culture? If birth rates and populations continue collapsing in modern countries, space colonization will not happen. That's a simple fact. Why would you go to space if you've got, in a situation of collapsing populations where you've got all the resources you need on Earth? The idea of space colonization is to have an increase in the number of humans. So what my book does is it also talks about culture. It says what is it that we need for our best possible life? There is this entire schematic here about how evolution links to the best possible life, and how doing our duty comes from evolution and as part of the best possible life. and why space colonization is part of the best possible, is part of our duty, and therefore working for it is part of our best possible life. So all that stuff is here. And there is more in the companion book, The Nature Ternary. But as of now, till the companion book comes out, I mean, it's already here. The companion book will just explain some of the issues more in detail. So it's already here. So the culture is here, technology is here, and this is the greatest book about space colonization. Space colonization is going to be humanity's greatest project. This is the greatest book about humanity's greatest project. Just like, I just want to make clear, okay, some of the design things that I've introduced are significant advances over whatever Bernal and O'Neill did. Whenever we think of humans going out and colonizing space, like leaving Earth and actually building homes somewhere else, we generally think of planets, which is a mistake. It's a total, absolute mistake, as the numbers are just compelling. The numbers simply say that we are not going to live on planets, we are going to build space habitations. Take Mars, for example. Mars is the obvious candidate for colonization because, well, firstly, it's in our solar system. Secondly, for a very long time, people like looked at it through their telescopes and they saw what they thought were canals, and then people wrote books about Martians, and so it seems like the obvious place for us to build our next home, but it is totally wrong. And you realize that it's totally wrong once you have the design for a space habitation. I've already discussed in this book the design for space habitations, and there are a couple of videos also which talk about how these space habitations will be built. And importantly, those videos have a number. And that number is that there will be a mass of about 1.42 trillion kilograms needed for building a space habitation for 50,000 people. So what does that imply for Mars? Well, you can go and live on Mars. You can try to colonize Mars. However, you are going to face a number of very difficult problems. Okay? So here are just a list of the problems why space habitations are so much superior to living on celestial bodies. For example, if you're on Mars, it's almost impossible to provide artificial gravity which is equal to Earth's gravity. And now you have to remember, we evolved on Earth. Our bodies are built to develop in an environment of Earth gravity. So you just can't go somewhere and live somewhere else where the gravity is different and expect normal development to take place. It may happen, but it's unlikely. If you were to live on Mars, it's going to be much harder to provide radiation shielding. You have in the video on space habitations, I've already discussed how much shielding you require, and according to NASA, and that shielding is it's considerably thick. So if you're on Mars, you'll have to live under that thick roof. You have to build a very thick roof over your head, and you hope that it doesn't collapse and fall and bury you under it. Okay. So you're stuck in a place where you have a thick roof, you don't have the proper gravity. However, those things are really not the point. The point is sustainable carrying capacity. How much carrying capacity does Mars provide compared to how much carrying capacity will space habitations built using the mass of Mars? How much will that capacity be? Now, Mars is quite yummy. So, you can it can be disaggregated and used to build space habitations. The escape velocity from Mars is only 5 kilometers per hour compared to about 11 kilometers per kilometers per second compared to 11 kilometers per second for Earth. So doesn't require a whole lot of kinetic energy to get from the surface of Mars to space. Okay, the mass of Mars, now we are coming to the real point. The mass of Mars is about 6 into 10 to the power 23 kgs. If you were to break this up, you could have 452 billion space habitations. And why is it that you're seeing this number here? What is the background to this number? The background to this number is the calculations for the amount of mass it would need to build a space habitation, which was actually discussed in the earlier videos, and that was 1.42 trillion kilograms. So Mars, if you were to break it up and you send it to space, you could be able to build 452 billion space habitations, and each space habitation would have 50,000 humans living in them, which is about 22,000 trillion humans. Compare that with if you were to actually colonize Mars, how far would you get? Well, I mean, very optimistically, like something like Earth. Mars is a lot smaller, so it really won't be like Earth. But suppose you even got to Earth, and how much is that? That's 10 billion. So you, on one hand, have 10 billion carrying capacity if you colonize Mars. On the other hand, you have 22,600 trillion. So that's like 2.6 million times more than 10 billion. So you can actually provide home for 2.6 million times more humans if you were to break up Mars and build space habitations. And can you actually break up Mars and build space habitations? Well, then there are some issues about, okay, it comes down to energy, and it comes down to how much energy does Mars receive. And there are some calculations for the energy per unit time in terawatts, how much it does. So the power available from solar panels, if you cover about 50% of Mars, will be uh, 6,495 terawatts. The amount of energy needed to spend 1 kilogram from the surface of Mars to outer space is about minus 12.63 megajoules, which tells you that to send 1.42 trillion kilograms to outer space from Mars using this energy would require about 3,600 seconds. That's about an hour. So you can use the solar energy which is falling on Mars to send material to outer space to build space habitations at the rate of 1 space habitation every hour. Now, there are some other more precise calculations which are done in the book, so you'll have to get the book for that. And then similarly, we are going to eat Venus at some day. Okay, yeah, by the way, let me just say that, so all of Mars will take about 52 million years to eat, and then I think after Mars we'll move on to Venus, or maybe we'll do it in parallel. And Venus has some challenges because it of course is much more larger than Mars. However, its temperature is 464 Celsius, which is very hot, and it also has a very thick atmosphere, so thick that only 10% of the solar insolation reaches the surface of Venus. So there'll be challenges, but again, who knows what our technology will be? Well, I know, or I believe I know. Our technology will be 100 years, 1,000 years from now. And I think the way we'll proceed with Venus is we shall first siphon off the atmosphere, use the atmosphere to for whatever ways we can use it in our space habitations. And we will then, Venus's atmosphere is mainly carbon dioxide. And carbon dioxide and hydrogen together give you hydrocarbons, which can be used as many things. It can be used as building material, and also the atmosphere of Venus will be quite useful to for the purposes of space habitations. And remember, this is all automated. This all is going to be done by robots, so you won't really have to go and take it a little bit at a time. No, this will be done by massive robot machines with minimal human input, and that's where we shall be in a few million years. You'll see that the atmosphere of Venus is being siphoned off, and then after the atmosphere has been sufficiently reduced, we'll actually be able to put mining machines on the surface of Venus and then eat Venus, just like we'll eat Mars. But we'll eat Mars first, because Mars is much more easy to mine. It barely has any atmosphere. Its escape velocity is low. So there you have it. We are not going to colonize Mars, we are going to eat it. It is time for a scientific understanding of humans. Now, in another part of my video, I have described what is science and is not science. And I've also said that human affairs may not be science because they cannot be measured accurately. Now, I call this model, which I'm going to present in this section, science because it does have accuracy from the uh, its discussion on evolution. However, if you think that's not enough to call this science, you can say a rational model for humans, a wise model for humans, an accurate model for humans. Okay. So we are made of atoms. Our brains are therefore also made of atoms. And we don't have to fear this idea that there is nothing non-physical about us, that we are just merely molecules. Okay. Someone may say, well, if you're just molecules, what is the purpose, meaning, use of it all? One does not need to think that way. There is nothing which makes that kind of thinking true, because just like whoever's saying that is choosing that as their version of reality, whoever is questioning the meaning of life, we can also have our version of reality that includes that what we need in that our version of reality can be just that the causality relationships are accurate and the results that we expect in our view of what is reality should actually happen. Given that, we are free to define a reality which has meaning, morality, best life, duty, purpose. So we don't have to define a reality in which we are purposeless, our lives have no meaning. We can actually define a reality which is optimal for us. Of course, when so fine, I say that we have this power to define our reality, but of course there are some constraints, right? And one of the constraints is that whatever outcomes and causality relationships we have in our reality, they should be accurate. We should not imagine that I'm going to jump out of the window and I'm going to fly. That's not going to happen. You can choose to define your reality where you jump out of the window and you'll fly, but that reality lacks accuracy. It lacks these causal relationships that the act of jumping out of the window will not result in you falling hard on the ground and being injured or worse. Okay, so we cannot actually discover causal relationships based on the fact that we are material. So there is mystery in our lives. And we can infer the causal relationships from our observations plus our understanding of evolution. We have to read books to understand our lives. We have to also live our lives to understand our lives. We cannot actually decide how to get our best life by an analysis of the brain at the molecular level. So the best description of the causal relationships will come from someone who is best able to combine the observations from real life with an understanding of evolution. That is someone who's best at perceiving the world and analyzing evolution. Okay, so Okay, so when we desire something, an action or a material good, or when we do something, it is the physical brain that is producing the directive that we do that thing. So, because of evolution, we are directed towards action that would, in a paleo environment, lead to evolutionary success. And the diverse actions which lead to evolutionary success includes varied behavior such as altruism, selfishness, love, affection, hard work, leisure, development of relationships. So we are complex human beings, and we should not think that only we are only one kind. We should not think that we are only selfish, or we should not have this idea that, oh, everybody is just altruistic. We have to understand that we are both selfish and altruistic, and having an accurate understanding of human nature, then come up with the best, with our best life, how to get our best lives. Okay. Uh, so when we go for take an action, there are some inputs and consequences of the action. Uh, it can be something simple like going for a walk, or something like getting a college degree. Okay, now I'm going to give you a model. Okay, just based on what I've said till now. So here's the model. And what do you have in this model? Well, here in this model, I first have manas. Okay, manas, by manas, I mean the intrinsic hardwiring of our brain that is a product of evolution. So this is what you could call human nature, manas. The next part is prapta. And what is prapta? Prapta is the knowledge, culture, beliefs, moralities that we have acquired from our friends, family, media, life experiences, and education. And these influence our desires. So, manas and prapta together are inputs to the decision making process, and they influence what action we take. And that part of the brain, which is the decision making process, I call it hisab or hisab, uh, which is a word for calculation. Okay. Now, there are other influences also which determine what action we take. For example, there are these resources, and then there are these environments. So, and I've not put all these arrows here to kind of get messy. These actions in this, which are also influenced by these resources and environment, together with these resources and environment, give you some positive rewards from your brain, which I call lab. Very important word, lab. It's going to pop up again and again. And so lab is the reward which our brain gives. And let's see. Ilaku is the results of our actions for evolution. So in a changed environment, a brain may actually give us rewards, but it may not result in ilaku because we are in a different environment. Most notable example would be contraception. We have a very strong desire for sex, and we get a very strong love from sex. And we get that because evolution said that this is a action that is very, like, it gives you a lot of reward for it, because evolution is trying to get you to reproduce. But then modern contraception has cut off this link. So you can actually now have sex without any laku, but you'll still get the love. Okay. And then, of course, our actions will create changes in our resources and environment. So that is the model that's the scientific model. You want to call it rational model, you want to call it logical model, whatever is for human behavior. And here are some observations, okay? So we decide on our actions, our brain decides on our actions, and the goal of the action in the brain telling us that some action is desirable and some is not, is that at the bottom of it is love. So the brain is trying to get you to get love. You can't say that, oh, I decided to take this action not because my brain wanted me to, but let's say because I thought it was moral. Guess what? The desire to be moral is also something which your brain tells you is desirable. Okay, so we are love harvesters. And negative love, which is the opposite of love, or also you can, I call it honey, H-N-I. Honey is negative love, which is like sadness, pain, loneliness, loss, etc. So you can call it honey, or you can call it negative love. I sometimes call it honey, sometimes, but mostly I think I'll call it negative love. So we are love harvesters. Our brain is constantly, whatever actions we are taking, the brain is saying, hey, do this or do that. And at the back of it is, brain will reward you by giving you love. And that's what the Hisham mechanism over here, that's what tells you what action to take. And so we seek pleasures, happiness, satisfaction, overcoming adversity, love, being loved, doing our duty, etc., while we like to avoid sadness, pain, loneliness, loss of resources, sense of failure, etc. So these are the things which give us positive love. And these are the things which give us negative love. Now someone may say, oh, I desire loneliness. Okay. And then you're the one, you're getting positive love from loneliness. That's what your brain is telling you. It may not work in the long term. You may think that you desire it. If you get it, you may be happy for a while, but you're most likely going to get a lot of negative love down the road. So there is this, there's this issue of the short term and the long term. In an unnatural environment, some actions the brain may intensely desire because it gives short-term love and leads to excessive negative love in the long term. And that's the malfunction. And that malfunction happens because we are in an unnatural environment. And what is the most common example of this? It's addictions. People, let's say, are drug addicts, intensely desire drugs. And their brain tells them intensely, get drugs, get drugs, get drugs, okay? So the Hisham mechanism tells them to get drugs, and then they get it, they get a spike in love, and which kind of makes them want to do it again. But in the long term, it leads to a lot of negative love. So why the malfunction? Why is the brain telling them to do something which is in the longer term is a net, massively net negative love? It's because we are in an unnatural environment. You put any animal in an unnatural environment, it is going to malfunction, and humans are no different. We malfunction in an unnatural environment to different extent, and the way we can function well in an unnatural environment is to develop an understanding of our nature and then coming up with a plan which can make the best. And then we can actually, if you have a good plan, then we can even do better than what we would have done in our natural environment. But we do need a good plan. Some of it is there in this book. And the rest would be there in the Nature Ternary book. Our mental ill health is a persistent lack of love. Why do people get depressed? Why do they suffer mental illness? If they are in an environment where they do not persistently find the opportunity for love, then over time they are going to get demotivated, depressed. Their brain is going to start saying, I've asked you to do this and I asked you to do that, and you didn't produce any love. So this persistent lack of love leads to mental illness. And love, remember, is not only from one kind of love cannot be substituted from other kind of love. What are the various sources of love? We have pleasures, overcoming adversity, loving, being loved, felt like we have done our duty, travel, adventure, painting, singing. All this give you love, right? And one is not really substitutable by another. We just can't say that we are just going to become consumers and we're going to consume more and more and more because that gives me love, and then ignore the rest, the other stuff which gives you love, and that will result in really a lack of love overall because you're not getting a balance. So consider this as like the different sorts of love as different nutrients for your brain. You need a balanced diet, right? You can't just substitute proteins for carbohydrates. Well, I guess you can, maybe the liver actually converts proteins to carbohydrates. May not be the best example, but let's say you can't substitute vitamins with carbohydrates. You need a balanced diet, right? So these are some of the important nutrients for a mentally healthy life. And the lack of these nutrients results in mental ill health. Whereas having a balanced diet of these mental nutrients is the best possible life, or you can say the life in which we have happiness. Okay, so how can parents bring up mentally healthy children? There has been, I have heard a few couples say that they're afraid to have children because it just seems like there's a lot of distress. And if you look at the numbers, yes, their mental ailments are on the rise for children. According to a CDC survey from 2009 to 2019, now this is a period of 10 years, okay? Now, look at the numbers. It said persistent feelings of sadness or hopelessness increased from 26% to 36%. That's a 10% jump over a period of 10 years. That is very large. Seriously considered attempting suicide increased from 13.8% to 18.8%. Another, again, a very large jump. Made a suicide plan from 10.9% to 15.7%. Attempted suicide 6.3% to 8.9%. And remember, these are all over 10 years. It's just a very short period of time that these changes are happening. And were injured in a suicide attempt that had to be treated by a doctor or a nurse increased from 1.9% to 2.5%. That number is atrociously high. So what can be done? Well, the first thing that you should understand is that humans are born with a body, which includes the brain, designed to be healthy. If you see that there is an illness which is affecting a large number of humans, a large percentage, it must be that there have been changes in the environment. Can also lead to changes in habit, the changes in what they eat, the changes in what they believe, the changes in how they interact with each other, the changes in how much time they spend on electronic media instead of real life interactions. All these changes, then if there is an increase in ailment, it must be due to these changes in the environment. You know, the environment is a broad term. It's like encompassing all the different things which the person experiences. It's not natural. It's not natural for humans to be unhealthy. Once in a while, you may get some a rare case where there is some congenital defect which leads to some ailment, but normally it is not normal for humans to be not healthy. Now this again goes back to the part of the longer video, which is the scientific model for human nature, for human behavior, for the brain. And in that, from that, I say that the cause of mental illness is the paucity of love. What is love? Love is the rewards which the brain gives you. It could be in the form of a satisfaction. It can be feel like I've done my duty. It's like I am loved. It can be that I love somebody. It can be some hope for the future. Whatever it is. It is the rewards that the brain gives you. If you are not getting sufficient rewards from the brain, then you're going to have mental illness. If you're getting sufficient rewards from the brain, a portfolio of rewards, a healthy portfolio of rewards, normally a person should not develop mental illness. So the vast majority of humans who receive the amount of love, not much less than what they would receive in the natural portfolio and natural paleo environment, what that is what they were designed for. will not develop mental illness. And I would say not only the amount, but also the amount and uh, complete set of lab should not develop mental illness. So then the question comes that, okay, the environment has changed, so what can we do about this environment? If you're in this environment where you're having this increased mental illness, what can be done about it? Well, the way the brain of a child has been designed by evolution is to prepare it for adulthood. For example, let's say, you see lion cubs, and they're so cute. Oh, look at them, they're playing. They're actually, yes, they're playing and they're getting love from that, but they're also preparing to hunt. Right? They're preparing to stalk. They're preparing to wrestle with each other. So you observe the behavior of the young across species. They are training for adulthood. The things they like doing, the thing which gives them love, is also the things which prepare them for adulthood. Evolution does not waste anything. There is a purpose. So let's, remembering that, let's see what we would like, what kind of environment to give to a child so that they have this set of healthy love. Now, political fights have made parents move away from the natural source of love. For example, no, boys should not be playing war games, and girls should not be playing with homemaking dolls. So, children have become the subject of political fights of adults, and one should not pressure children to be what they are not. So let them be like whatever interests they have, and remember that their brains are made in a way which is really preparing them, what evolution thought would be preparing them as adults. That's what is giving them the loves. Also, keep vicarious fantasies to a minimum, and this is it's a general observation about all ages. It's not only children but also for adults. So get your children to be active, right? Active participants rather than sitting and watching somebody on the screen. One of the best things I did, it's just wonderful things. I would just want more and more of it, was playing soccer. Not because I was a great player. I'm rather flat-footed. I was a decent goalkeeper. But anyway, so let the boys play soccer. Some things like wrestling, which is essentially simulations of war without actually being violent. You don't want violence, but you want to give them something which the brain said, okay, if you do this, I'm going to give you a reward. Okay, so moving on, a feeling of security is very important for a child, not to feel negative love, which is a negative reward from the brain. So a child should grow up in a loving, secure environment while also feeling pressure to develop a work ethic and be well-mannered. Okay, so now we come to a very important topic, and this is how do you make your marriage succeed? Now, the advice I have in this section is based on my understanding of evolution and also my observations of humans. I have this section in this longer video, in the longer video called the scientific model for human nature or the human brain. And in that, I discuss how when we do something which is favorable, the brain gives us positive rewards, which I call love. Now, one of the most prominent sources of love is being in the relationship, and this is something which you know this reward can be like happiness. It can be the as part of the best possible life for you. So it is certainly very important marriage, and when we have made a commitment, we call it a marriage. And this has been a very consistent feature of human history that people marry. Okay. Now, here are the tips. Now, at the beginning of your marriage, focus on deepening your love. Uh, Work on your relationship from the very beginning. Now, marriage is something which is different from just having an affair or a relationship because a marriage involves a commitment. And if it's kind of well understood that people act differently when they have a commitment compared to when they don't. Now, in our culture, the commitment from a marriage has weakened. And but we do want that commitment from our partner. And we don't want to be in a situation where that commitment is not made and then we do not get the benefits of marriage. So even though in the culture the commitment may have weakened, you of course have the liberty of making that commitment, and you and your partner should make that commitment. Essentially, if you think that the marriage is not going to last, you're going to act differently, and then you'll not get the benefits, and therefore you should proceed with the assumption that this will be something which is going to last your entire life. The next thing is that you should think of yourself as a team. So it should not be that, okay, what am I doing? What is my partner doing? Rather, it's what the team is doing, and anything that your partner does is also your credit, and anything that you do is also your partner's credit. And similarly, discredit. So the husband is also what the wife is, and the wife is also what the husband is. And about like thoughts like, I wish she was like that, or she was like that. And if you and your partner have children, then they should be part of the team. And you can think that this team is for protection of others in the team, and the outside world is sort of like something which can be threatening. So just a little paranoid is not bad. It can promote the feeling of being a team. Now, when you start with your marriage, initially, you can have a thing like, what is it that you're looking for in a marriage? It can be that your partner is attractive, you'll have sex, we can do things together like travel, eat out, etc. You'll give gifts to each other, have a glamorous wedding. Now, these are all fine. Uh, you should not really take the financial expenses, be excessive about that. But over time, the essential requirements of a successful marriage are that you feel that you're becoming part of a team and that you have a companion for your entire life. So, this is the greatest resource for a best possible life and other human relationships. Now, you should guard against stress and dissatisfaction from the rest of your life seeping into your relationship. We do live in an age of dissatisfaction. The economy causes us a lot of stress, and we should not allow the stress which the rest of the world is causing us to affect our relationship, and we should always be attempt to be considerate and loving to our partner. Now, give the greatest importance to whatever your partner desires, and make your try your best to make it happen. And if your partner says that this sort of behavior is not something that is desired, you should try to change that behavior. Make your best effort. Your partner is simply the most important person in your life, and don't kind of make this a power struggle when you're saying, okay, I'm giving this much and then I'm getting that much in return, and I feel like my partner is wanting things from me to behave a certain way in public or whatever, that is something, trying to control me or whatever. Just try to if as far as possible, try to give your partner what he or she desires. If your partner wants your time, don't think that he or she is needy. Rather, think that there is this person who wants to be with me. Somebody. So, of course, while you give importance to your partner should also be reasonable in their expectations, and you should be reasonable in your expectations. So, some of the important things which partners give to each other are caring, time, companionship, praise, financial support, sex, positive reinforcement, material gifts, etc. Of these, the essential requirements are caring, and you should care for your partner, and you should spend time together, that you should give them your time, and companionship. So time and companionship. Okay, so these are the things which are the essential parts of successful relationship. Your partner and your family should be the center of your world. Find things to do with your partner. Spend less time in social events. Just don't kind of have meeting a lot of people all the time, and instead focus on the time that you spend together and build something together. And if you have children, then bringing them up well is a shared project, which will also strengthen your bond. Now, this is a general issue which, the next point is a general issue which is now quite important, and that is just minimize secondhand emotions and vicarious living. We have so much vicarious living now, we are always have these fantasies. You just we want to escape into fantasies. No, that is not good for a relationship. Uh, don't escape into fantasies. Make your relationship with your partner real, and make that if you make it, you should get a lot of value from that, a lot of love from that. Okay. So you have only a finite amount of attention, interest, caring, and love to give, and the first recipient of these should be a partner. You should not make an emotional investment in people you don't know, which a lot of people do because they spend a lot of time thinking about or reading about or watching what these so-called celebrities do. So that is a waste of your emotions that should really be invested in your partner.
So, we human beings have a tendency to think in terms of what is familiar to us. For example, when we think of colonizing space, we think of finding planets which are like Earth. There's a lot of talk about what is the habitable zone and how many planets are there in the habitable zone. So essentially, you're looking for something that is familiar. And what is familiar to us is Earth. And when we think of, okay, maybe we can find another Earth like planet, and so that's where a lot of the excitement or a lot of the research is directed towards. However, if you look at the numbers and if you look at what we know about the laws of physics, and given that I believe in the future humanity will want to increase its numbers because the idea of comprehensive utilitarianism says that it is a good thing if we are able to provide a good life for more future humans. So, given all those facts, what follows is that we are actually, or humanity in the future is actually going to live in space habitations. They are not going to go searching for these, planets in the habitable zone, because if there are such planets, they are probably very small in number. Whereas every solar system has a fantastic amount of mass, which can build a fantastic amount of space habitations in which a fantastic amount of human beings can live. So that is the future. So now I'm going to tell you how Earth fits in that future. And you're going to your first reaction is probably going to be no way. That's not going to happen. That's just that's impossible. And I like that reaction. If I was to only tell you things which you already are familiar with, I'd be disappointed. I want that reaction from you. Oh, he made us think something new. Okay, so that's what I'm looking for. And just think, okay, now this is a look into the future, like what's going to happen a few million years from now. And have an open mind. Just go back 1,000 years. 1,000 years ago, if somebody you knew told you someday humans will walk on the moon, people would say he's crazy. As technology advances, new things become possible which were not possible in the past. And there is technology and there is knowledge of science. Okay? So the technology is not yet here, but the knowledge of science can point us in a certain direction. And what is that direction? Well, I've already, in a previous video, I've said why we shall not colonize Mars. Rather, we are going to break it up, send it to space, and create space habitations for like more than 20,000 trillion people. The same thing is going to happen with Earth. So what is going to happen? Like, think about you're a couple of million years in the future. Now, this is a glimpse for you about where humanity will be a few million years from now. Okay? And it follows from numbers. So the first number that you have is that Earth's mass is about 6 into 10 to the power 24 kilograms. If I have it right, a trillion is 10 to the power 12. And so 10 to the power 24 is a trillion kilograms. Okay. So that's the first number. The second number is how many space habitations can you build with that amount of mass? And according to the design which I provided in earlier videos, a space habitation for 50,000 humans will require 1.42 into 10 to the power 12 kilograms. Okay? So then the number of space habitations you can build will be about 5.97 into 10 to the power 24 divided by 1.42 into 10 to the power 12. And that should be about 5 into 10 to the power 12, or 4 into 10 to the power 12 space habitations. And each space habitation can provide food, clothing, and shelter, and fun, all kinds of luxury for 50,000 humans. So the amount of humans who can have this food, clothing, shelter, and luxuries, if you take the mass of Earth and you convert it into space habitations, using solar energy, because solar energy is almost, it's an infinite amount of it, is 210,000 trillion humans. So you know where this is going. If you remain on Earth, there is enough for maybe 8 billion people. If you convert Earth into space habitations, there is enough for 210,000 trillion people. Now, if you look at it from from an economics point of view, you can kind of think of it this way. So, according to one estimate, the value of all land in the OECD countries is about $130 trillion. Okay. Now, take that as a lower estimate. So just say that the value of all land on Earth is $130 trillion. So we have a population of about 7.9 billion, and that works out to about $16,500 per person. So on Earth, the average value of land which is owned by people on Earth is about $16,500. So compared to Earth's current population, and if Earth was broken up and instead there were 210,000 trillion people, that would be 26.6 million times more people who could live in those space habitations. Now assume that the value of land in space will be approximately the same as value of land on Earth. Now space habitations, the value of land will probably be a bit more because space habitations have some advantages. There are no issues of pollution because the modules which build the space habitations are periodically just disaggregated into their constituents and fabricated again. Okay. So but let's say that the value of land in space is approximately the same as value of land on Earth. So total value of land will be in space. If you broke Earth and made it into space habitations, the value of land in those habitations would be 3.46 billion trillion. Okay? And if you say, okay, you were to take that money and distribute it to the inhabitants of Earth, that would turn out to be $430 billion. So each person on Earth could be given land which would have a value of $430 billion if they agreed to break Earth into parts and send it off to space for the construction of space habitations. So space colonization is going to be by far the greatest project of humanity. It's like we are living in this little speck in the universe, and then humanity is going to colonize space and it's going to start from this little speck and it'll expand. It'll first expand throughout our solar system. Hundreds of thousands of trillions of humans in the solar system. Next, our galaxy, and finally other galaxies. Okay. So, one thing you have to remember about this whole thing about space colonization is that normally humans conceive of projects which they can complete in their lifetimes. You don't really people don't start can't think of any project where any engineering project where they said, okay, this is going to take us 200 years to finish, or this is going to take us thousands of years to finish. Normally, you think that, okay, if I'm going to start a project, I want it done around 30, 40 years. Now, space colonization is not going to happen in 30, 40 years. it's going to take a lot longer. However, what we can do is we can break it up into smaller parts and we can see progress. So let us look at where we are with this space colonization. Now, there are two aspects of space colonization. One is, social psychological, the very desire to colonize space, and that is discussed in the first part of the book. The next is the engineering issues, the science issues, and so here I am talking about the science issues, and I want to talk about in this video, where are we? Are we making progress? And if you look at what has happened, there was like these great advancements about 50, 70 years ago. Gagarin went to space. Armstrong walked on the moon. So there was a lot of stuff which was happening. But since then, not much has really happened. I mean, you kind of look like what have we done? And there's a lot of money being spent. If you look at the budgets of all the space agencies around the world over the last 50 years, it's over $1 trillion. Right? And what have we got in return? Well, there have been some kind of like the space shuttle was quite exciting. And it's almost 50 years since that happened because it was the first reusable spacecraft, right? Then there was an International Space Station, which is also quite exciting because people were just living there. And then we had, the Viking, and from the Mariner, Mangalyaan, Hope, Tianwen, and there are numerous missions to asteroids and dwarf planets. And in the recent times, the one big advancement really has been reusable space rockets. And this is very significant because it's the obvious thing to do. If you really want to really have transport to and from space, and you need something reusable. You don't want to like just use a rocket which is you fire once and it's gone forever, right? And so this has been done by SpaceX, so that's a big advance. But however, if you are talking about how closer are we to the big prize, and the big prize is human space colonization, how close are we to the big prize? I won't say that the last 50 years we've made really much progress. Now, I kind of think that human space colonization is the goal. And for this goal, how are we going to, what are the things that we need to do? Things like sending a spacecraft outside the solar system is significant. I mean, the reusable rockets are, that's a real advancement. Even when it comes to colonizing space, that's a real advancement. And however, what we should do is that we need to understand what the goal is and what are the steps which are going to get us there. And the goal is really the construction of space habitations. So what is required for this goal? Well, the first will be technology for acquisition of raw materials in space. we need to develop the science and the equipment for that. Technology for self-replicating manufacturing units in space, because if you want exponential growth, you don't want to like ship everything from Earth. You want like have the manufacturing units in space, which can produce more manufacturing units, which can produce the things that you require. So we need like some sort of self-replication so that we can have exponential growth. So we need to develop the technology for that. And of course, the design of a space habitation, which includes a complete closed ecosystem capable of supporting human life. Also, like, agriculture, food is the issue, how to have food developed for, how to have develop plants which will survive in space and provide us food. So these are the three directions in which our investment in space should be focused. Why do we die? This may seem like an unusual topic to be in this book. This book, a lot of it is about the human colonization of space. But if you look at the schematic for the book, this book is about how we can have our best possible lives. And that requires an understanding of human nature, which requires an understanding of evolution. So our understanding of human nature has to be based on our understanding of evolution plus observations. So there is an appendix in the book which covers two evolution topics. One is why do we die? And the other is an explanation for the birth-sex ratios. And these topics essentially show how evolution can explain many things that we observe about humans. So this is the theory of entropy versus maximal reproductive cycle and lifespans. This is a paper which actually I wrote back sometime in around 1990. And it was based on an observation that the giant tortoise, which has a lifespan of about 150 years or more, and a horse which also which is about the same size but has a lifespan only of around 40 years. And then the question which I started thinking about, why is it that one of them has such a greater lifespan compared to the other? So the answer I came up with has to do with entropy. And entropy is the enemy of continuation of life. The universe continually moves from a state of lower probability to a state of higher probability in an irreversible process. So this is a probabilistic, you can say a probabilistic law. And if you look at life shows a very high degree of organization. So we would expect that increasing entropy means that this organization should disintegrate. However, there is a method by which life continues in spite of entropy increasing. So what happens is that, and if you come back to lifespan, what happens is that evolution trades off slower or faster activity rates against lesser or greater resources for the reproductive cycle. And the optimum solution depends on upon the niche the organism occupies in the ecosystem. So this theory is actually backed by multiple observations from the real world, such as the relation between lifespans and activity rates for different animals, between lifespans and brain size, and something which I call a two-speed organism, Elysia marginata. And these organisms are able to regrow an entirely new body from just their heads. So from an evolutionary perspective, longer lifespans and greater activity rates are both positive. If you're able to run faster away from a predator, or if you're able to run faster to chase a prey, that's a good thing. However, a longer lifespan is also a good thing because it gives the organism more time to reproduce, and if the organism is belongs to a species where they nurture their young, then it gives the organism more time to nurture the young, and so on. So evolution trades off activity rate with lifespan to give the animal the optimal for the ecosystem niche it occupies. Ideally, the animal should be able to both run fast and live a long time, but if the animal's activity rate is higher, then the disintegration of the organism, of the organization which forms the animal, that is also faster, resulting in a smaller lifespan. So evolution has to balance the two. Some people mistakenly believe that lifespans are determined by telomere length or even a dead gene. These ideas are incorrect. The idea that if we had longer telomeres, we would have longer lifespans shows a lack of understanding how evolution works. The issue is causality. Longer telomeres do not need great resources. So if evolution was able to increase lifespans by simply increasing the length of the telomeres, it would have done so. So here are some examples of the trade-off between activity rate and lifespan. So the giant tortoise lives for about, some of them have lived for about 200 years. Their average weight is about 250 kilograms, about half that of a horse that lives only 25 to 30 years. Typically, larger animals live longer, they need more time to mature, etc. So how does a giant tortoise live that long? Well, a giant tortoise lives that long because it has a defense that a horse does not possess. It has a very thick defensive shell. Because it has this defensive shell, it reduces the need to be, for the tortoise to be able to run fast. And therefore, it reduces the benefit of having a high activity rate. So evolution gives the tortoise a low activity rate and a longer lifespan compared to a horse. Quite dramatically, the queen termite, which barely moves, lives 30 years and gives birth to worker and soldier termites, which scurry around, always working or defending. And these worker and soldier termites only live for about a year or two, even though they are very closely related to the queen termites. But the queen termite sits there, doesn't move, can get away with a much lower activity rate, whereas the worker and soldier termites, which have to constantly move about, they need a high activity rate. A high activity rate is good for the work that they do. So evolution gives them a high activity rate and therefore a lower lifespan. Of course, I'm not suggesting that you should just kind of go and lie down and just try to reduce your activity rate and think that you'll get a longer lifespan. No, that won't happen. Our bodies have been designed for a certain activity rate. Reducing that rate may initially increase our lifespan, but further reductions will simply result in organ malfunctions and may reduce lifespan. So the original organism from which we all came was Luca, which lived about 4 billion years ago. And so Luca had this organization which we have inherited. So this organization has survived in a universe of constantly increasing entropy. And entropy, like I said earlier, is the idea that disorder increases, organizations die down, they die off. So there has to be some process, there has to be some strategy which enables this organization that we associate with life to have survived. And in my book, I describe a 4-step process by which this happens, the strategy followed by organisms to essentially not overcome entropy. You can't overcome entropy. Entropy is a law of nature. So you can say that to be able to survive, to keep the organization, to let the organization survive in an environment of increasing entropy. So that's there in the book. The QR code is below.
So, as you may have figured out, I have a lot of interest in evolution, and I think it explains much of human affairs and human nature. So, here I have this, I came across this in my college friends group. Somebody posted this article about this slug, right, which can regrow its entire body. So after some time, it discards the body and regrows it. Now, as I'm interested in evolution and lifespans, I said, I know why that happens. Well, I wrote to the people who were the authors of that article explaining why this was happening, why this could happen and what does it mean. No, I did not, they did not quite understand what I was, my explanation. But anyway, let's hope you can. So here we go. Let's start with the first observation. We have different organ systems. There's the nervous system, there's the skin, what's the epithelial, there's the muscular system, there's the pulmonary system, the digestive system, there's the immune system, very important immune system, and so on. And generally, when you die, these all these systems die. In fact, if one of these systems dies, you are dead. So, an organism dies, if it dies as an entirety, then it inherits a lifespan of the organ system with the shortest lifespan. So if my heart fails, if I have different lifespans for my different organs, but if my heart fails, I'm dead. If my digestive system fails, I'm dead. Now, in my the section of my video where I explain lifespans, I note that we die. Part of the longer video in this, which is like, why do we die? And the answer is we die because our bodies deteriorate with time, and the greater the activity rate, the faster that organ will perish. Now, it's entropy. Disorder keeps increasing. If you have a faster activity rate, there'll be more heat produced, or the body is going to perish sooner. Now, if you have different organ systems, the same consideration applies. That if you have an activity for different organ systems, may not be the same, and therefore the rate at which they deteriorate may also not be the same. Now, generally, like, you'd think, okay, the skeleton, you see, like, the different organ systems don't really deteriorate at the same rate. For example, the muscular system starts like experiencing a reduction in performance from 35 onwards. And then, of course, that sort of is synchronized with the way for humans it will be, your muscular system may deteriorate, but you're part of a group. And when you're younger and you're stronger physically, you are in a certain niche in the group. And when you get older, then you're in a different, your role changes. Okay, so not true for all animals. If you look at lions, which also sort of live in small groups, when the older male lion, the strength decreases, then they're driven out by the younger lions, and they very soon they perish. They're not like by themselves. They're older. They can't run as fast. They can't hunt, and it's a pretty, like, basically they starve to death, or they're attacked by hyenas or something. That's quite sad. Anyway, so what about like the skeletal system? That also doesn't really deteriorate, but later on in life, you get like osteoporosis, or the bones become more fragile, because also evolution, like when it was building those bones, said, hey, you're not going to kind of really need, I'm not planning for you to live beyond like 110 years or something. I'm going to not give you more calcium. And with time, of course, the calcium goes away and the bones get weaker, and as you get older. So the point being that the different organ systems have different trade-offs, right? Like each organ system would have like the body would be making a certain investment of resources. It would give that organ system a certain activity rate, and that organ system would have a certain lifespan. Now again, to come back to the point I made, if an organism dies in its entirety, that is, it can't replace an organ, then it inherits the lifespan of the organ system with the shortest lifespan. And of course, a longer lifespan has an evolutionary benefit. So when the evolution is doing a trade-off between activity rates for the different organ systems, it tries to find the optimum activity rate for the different organ systems. And if the organism dies in its entirety, then it has to like do that optimization with an additional constraint that the contribution of any organ system is limited not by the lifespan it can actually go on for, but the lifespan of the shortest lifespan of the different organ systems. Once an organ system dies, then the rest of the organ systems will also die. So there is this, in that optimization, there is this constraint that an organism dying in its entirety is an additional constraint to the maximization problem. What if the organism was not constrained to live only as long as the lifespan of the shortest lifespan of the least lived organ system? That is, the organ system did not die in its organism did not die in its entirety, then this constraint is removed. And when you're doing an optimization and you remove a constraint, that enables new solutions. And this would be possible if the organism could continue living after the death of an organ system by regrowing that organ system. So if it is able to regrow, then you no longer have that constraint that the organ system which could be regrown, which could have the shortest lifespan, you would not be limited by that lifespan anymore. So the removal of the binding constraint on the maximization problem leads to new possible solutions for the objective function. So the solution to the maximization problem, for example, would give a higher activity rate, less resources also, and shorter lifespans. If it takes more resources to have given it a longer lifespan, then those resources will not be provided. If the resources are needed for strength of the organ system, then you'd still need those resources. Now, the article to come back to about these slugs, Sacoglossan sea slugs, Elysia marginata and Elysia atroviridis. These slugs can regenerate their main body. Fascinating. These are, I call them two-speed organisms. And my prediction is that the main body is given a higher activity rate than the rest, and the rest is capable of growing the main body. So it's really like a slug with a head and a main body, torso, flapping around, moving around, and then the main body dies, and then the hair slowly regrows the main body, and again it kind of goes around. So if this is the explanation of what is happening and why evolution has chosen this kind of mechanism where you have the body, the head regrowing the body, then there would be a prediction which you can test, and the test is that other organisms of, let's say, similar size and similar characteristics that do not regrow their main body will show a lower activity rate for the main body. Test it. I think you'll find that the explanation which I have given for why evolution chose this particular mechanism has this prediction, and you'll find that the prediction is true. So I have been running for most of my life. Before I used to play soccer, and then when I stopped playing soccer, mainly because I did not have the opportunity to play anymore, I started running. And if I do not run for a few weeks, I start losing my feeling of wellness. So it is a very important part of my life. About 5 years ago, I went to the doctor with a knee pain, and he said I'd lost a lot of my cartilage. So he kind of drilled holes in my bones, and apparently, they fill up with blood, and then they will turn into cartilage or something. But anyway, so I have been again running, and my running is different from other runners, most runners, okay? Now, when I was younger, I used to run a mile, but now my routine is I walk about an eighth of a mile. I start out just to kind of not start running with cold muscles. So I walk for about eighth of a mile. Then I jog for about an eighth. Then I sprint. Okay, I run as fast as I can for about a 16th of a mile. Then again I walk for about an eighth of a mile, and then I run slightly uphill for about a 16th. Now, if the uphill is not available, if it's where I live, my route does have that last 16th to be slightly uphill. If that is not available, then again I jog. I sprint. So that's pretty much my routine. It takes me about 6 to 7 minutes to do this whole route. So the total amount I run is about a fourth of a mile. And most runners would consider that to be too little. But there is research which says that running has very large health benefits. Okay, and it says that those health benefits are there even for those who don't run a whole lot. So this is this paper called Leisure Time, Running Reduces All-Cause and Cardiovascular Mortality. And these are the authors. And this is actually available on the internet. Here is what they have to say. So they examined the association of running with an all-cause and cardiovascular mortality rate in 55,137 adults. So it's a very large study, and you can have faith in their conclusions. 18 to 100 years old, and the mean age was 44 years old. And they followed up after 15 years, about 3,000 of them, 3,400 died, and of which about 1,200 were cardiovascular deaths. Now, approximately 44% of the adults participated in running. So, of these 55,000 adults, about 24%, it's be about one fourth, 27, 14,000, about 14,000 were runners. Now, compared to non runners, these 14,000 adults had a 30% and 45% lower adjusted risk of all cause, not just heart benefits, but all cause and cardiovascular mortality. That's pretty, I mean, it was pretty impressive. I think they also, in the paper somewhere, they say that the best thing if you're a smoker for your health is to stop smoking. And the second best thing is that you start running. Okay? And these runners had a 3-year life expectancy benefit. So they lived 3 years longer. And let me tell you, these runners, I mean, from my own experience, I would say I feel so much more, I have a feeling of so much more well being when I'm running compared to when I, like, for a few weeks if I haven't run. And that happens sometimes, you know. Now, interestingly, and this is very important, if you're kind of saying it's going to be too much work running, no, what they found is that the mortality benefits of runners was similar across quintiles of running time, distance, frequency, amount, speed compared to non-runners. So if you're like, if you put them in quintiles, right, you have kind of made it like 0 to 20%, 20% to 40% all. So you made them quintile, not even quartile, not like that bottom 20%. If you're in the bottom 25% would be a quartile, but quintile is bottom 20%. So even if you are in the bottom 20% of running time, which is, I'm definitely in the bottom quintile. I run for about, you know, my entire thing of walking plus running is about 5 to 7 minutes. So I'm definitely in the bottom for running time, distance. May not be frequency. Even the people, the runners in the bottom quintile, had mortality benefits. So these mortality benefits were similar across the quintiles. So whether you're in the like bottom quintile or in the top quintile, the benefits are similar. You don't need to be running a whole lot. Even if you're in the bottom quintile, you just need to be a runner. And like just run a, like, you know, let's say what I run. You'll get the same mortality benefits. You'll get the same increase in life expectancy. Amazing, huh? I'm not a fan of dying. Given a choice, I'd rather live for millions of years. You know, life is sweet. Many authors have romanticized dying, but I think most humans, given a choice, would rather not die. Unfortunately, my analysis of evolution, entropy, and lifespans say that advances in technology will only have a small impact in extending the time our bodies will continue functioning. To break down is the natural way of things for our human bodies. So, is there an alternative? Is there some way we could avoid dying? And it depends. It depends on what you consider your identity to be. Okay. So, what is your identity? You know, how do you kind of get to that? This is me. and this is the uh, entity I want should continue surviving. That is not die. So, is your identity dependent upon your memories? You can say that. Let's see. What happens if you woke up tomorrow and you had lost your memories? Or you've lost half your memories? That happens. With age, you lose a lot of your memories. Does that make you a different person? For you to choose, is your identity dependent upon the physical matter which makes up your body? So, if you woke up tomorrow and at night I went and replaced all the molecules one by one in your body, being super fast, and I had you entirely replaced by next morning, would you say that that person was you? I think most people would say, yeah, that's me. What about relationships? Is your identity dependent on relationships? Okay. So, if you woke up tomorrow and with many of your relationships lost, would you consider the person who woke up different from you? So is your identity dependent on your relationships? Now, look, these are you can say very fundamental questions, and these are discussed in my book, The Nature of Reality chapter. The book is Nature Ternary. The point is, the answer to all these is really your choice. And you have a considerable amount of flexibility in deciding what constitutes your identity. And once you realize that you can actually choose, or you have the flexibility in deciding, it opens the door for a very long-lived identity. And I'm talking about 400 years, 400,000 years, 400 million years, whatever. Okay, so if you believe your identity continues with a being that responds to the environment the same way as you do, feels the same passions as you do, has the same interest as you have, and the same abilities as you have, and also inherits your memories. Not that difficult. You make videotapes of yourself. 100 years from now, if I have a clone sitting and watching my videos, that clone will have my memories. I have a memory of making these videos. So, if you believe that constitutes your identity, that clone is a continuation of your identity, then you can choose to be very long-lived. And that's your only option. Don't believe in all these life extension therapies or something. I don't know, maybe 10 years, 20 years. You see, we start errors come into our bodies at the cellular level. If really you think of repairing cells, then we are nowhere close to that technology. And if that technology ever happens, it'll probably be like microorganisms which be, DNA based, unlikely to be RNA based, but they'll be, you could like think of DNA based microorganisms which would go through your body and repair your cells, because they would have, firstly, they would be replicating, so they could cover all your cells, and secondly, they would be very small. You can't like really put like nano machines or something and hope that will go, and that's all sci-fi. It's fiction. But even having a DNA based organism which goes and repairs your cell is likely to be sci-fi. It probably will never happen, but I'm just saying that as we know of science at this moment, that could be the most possible alternative for life extension, but it's not going to, like, what? From 100 to 200 years? It's not going to happen, right? Like, the human body is just a compact combination of cells, like very tiny cells. You can't repair that. Maybe you can make it run a bit longer, but no. If you want to live 400 years, 400 million years, you have to identify with your clone. And once you have a series of clones, then the sixth clone will remember that you and 4 clones came before it, and it'll kind of identify with that. They'll identify with the clones which came before it and identify with you. Now, if you think relationships are also part of identity, then you can also, like a group of people who belong to the same family and the same friends, could decide to clone themselves, and they live at the same time, and they can recreate their relationships. So science has a lot of prestige, and especially over the last couple of 100 years, with the development of technology, especially, let's say, electricity and all the gadgets which run on electricity. Science now just amazes us. We look at the sky and there's a plane flying, and that's science, right? Didn't really happen earlier. Okay. So science has a lot of prestige, and people tell each other, be scientific. So what is science and what is not science? Well, science requires 3 things. Variables can be measured numerically, or alternatively described very accurately. So they mean the same thing to different people. Okay, if I say mass, and I say this book weighs 3.27 pounds, as I know because I mailed this book, and I had to pay for 3.27 pounds. So when I say this book weighs 3.27 pounds, or I say its mass is, let's say, 1.5 kilograms. Of course, weight is a unit of weight is force, whereas kilograms is mass. Okay, so when I say that, it means the same thing to everybody. So that's the first requirement of science. the variables are defined very accurately, and therefore they mean the same thing to different people. It can be measured numerically, or they are still, without being measured numerically, they can be described accurately. For example, the structure of a protein, very accurately described. The second thing about science is that the variables are sparse. You don't just kind of, you want to like answer some questions, you just don't go and make up some variables and say, okay, I'm defining this variable to mean this thing and that variable to mean that thing, and I'm going to find a relationship between these variables. No, that's not how you do science, because science, the set of variables is sparse. It only has a few variables. Physics, you have mass, you have force, you have distance, etc. Then in science, we make hypotheses about causal relationships between these variables. For example, force causes acceleration. So that's a causal relationship. And in my book, there is a lot of analysis which gets into force and mass and acceleration, because I'm trying to calculate the paths of spacecraft. Okay, so the hypothesis which I rely on for that, for those calculations, is force equal to mass into acceleration, or acceleration equals force divided by mass. Now, that was a hypothesis. Galileo first kind of thought, why is distance proportional to the square of time? The distance of a ball rolling down an inclined plane, why is it proportional to the square of time? And then came Newton, who was working on infinite series and such like, and had developed calculus. So you have calculus plus Galileo's observations, the laws of motion fall right out. So so this is a very well-tested hypothesis, that acceleration equal to force divided by mass, and now it's a law of nature or a law of motion. Progress happens in science because different scientists can communicate accurately with each other and build over previous work. And that leads to more complex theories over time, which explains the world with greater accuracy. For example, we progressed from the laws of motion to relativity. Okay. Now, precision, I said you need precision in science. Now, precision can be quantitative or non-quantitative. Force and mass are examples of quantitative variables measured precisely. The structure of a DNA or the stages of a star are examples of non-quantitative precision. Example of a non-quantitative, non-precise variable would be happiness, satisfaction, etc. Okay, now another example of non-quantitative precision is, like, for example, what causes malaria? Malaria in humans is caused by protozoan parasites of the genus Plasmodium, etc. very precise, very useful, but non-quantitative. Okay, next we have, due to its ability to explain parts of the real world, science has a lot of prestige. To acquire some of that prestige, researchers in human affairs often follow a process of defining variables, collecting data, running regressions, etc. Doesn't really work. Lots of ad hoc variables are defined and conclusions drawn from statistical analysis of data, but the hypothesis and the conclusions and the method followed to arrive at this conclusion is a stretch. You can define variables which and then make like causal relationships, and however these variables may lack the characteristics of science, which is that they have to have precision and there are few and not many variables, and these causal relationships may actually be true. And in human affairs, the causal relationships are not amenable to discovery by the scientific process. However, human affairs are supremely important. For example, a causal relationship in human affairs, very often discussed in my book, is that we need to feel that we have done our duty if we wish to have the best possible life. So duty is not something that we do just for others, it is something that we do for ourselves also. We do it for others and we also do it for ourselves. It is true. This is a causal relationship. It is true. However, you can't go around measuring duty and you can't go around measuring the best possible life and then running a regression. That's not going to happen. Okay. Very important, but not amenable to the scientific process. So if you don't have the scientific process, how do you go about discovering the truth about these hypotheses and these relationships? Well, you have to rely on wise people. And that is wisdom rather than science. And you just have to see who is wise and then see what they're saying and live your life accordingly. Imagine a human tribe living in the island of Zanzibar, and they look across the water and they see this huge mass of land, which is Africa, and assume that they were the only humans on Earth. And then some of them think, if we kind of build something to cross this water and go and live in that large land that we see, what would it be like? And the answers, of course, if they were to cross the water, they could colonize the whole planet Earth. And now we are in a similar situation with the colonization of space. Moving from Zanzibar to Africa, increase the carrying capacity by maybe, let's say, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, maybe even 1,000,000 times. I don't know. I mean, you can do the math.
But the point being that if we were to colonize space, the expansion in carrying capacity would be far larger than moving from Zanzibar to Africa. But then, of course, the question is that true? And if to answer the question, we need to, do some proper engineering calculations about what exactly is the opportunity that exists if humans were to colonize space. Yeah. So, in the chapter of my book, there is this section in which I talk about colonizing our solar system. And later, I talk about colonizing our galaxy, and then whether it's possible to colonize other galaxies. And these are not, wishful thinking. These are actual numbers which have been the math and the engineering issues are worked out. And the results that are there should be like accurate within maybe a third of an order of magnitude. An order of magnitude is a factor of 10. So I would say that within a third, this way or that way, these numbers should be accurate. So we are going to look at building of space habitations. And these space habitations, when you think of habitations in space, there are some, there are four major issues that you should consider first. Okay, now the first is gravity. What we know is that human bodies don't develop properly in the absence of Earth-like gravity. There are problems with the immune system and stuff like that. So we need the proper amount of gravity. Then we need agriculture, because if we are going to really say that we are going to go and live in space, then obviously if we are to have to send food from Earth to space, that's not really an expansion of humanity. A true expansion of humanity would be when space is actually able to provide everything that we need for life. So that means that we have to develop agriculture. Now, space, as we now know, there is a challenge of radiation, and we need protection from radiation. And finally, the claim is that there are a lot of resources in space. If that is the claim, that we should really go to space because there's so much more resources, physical resources in space, then space should be able to provide us luxurious living. And really, I mean, if you're going to make all that effort of getting to space, you don't want to live in you want to have a great life. Okay, so it has to have luxurious accommodation. So these are the four requirements for colonizing space. And to fulfill these requirements, I have in this book chapter the design of a space habitation. And you can see that this space habitation that the cross-sectional view of it, it shows that it has agriculture zones, it has lakes, it has parks, condos, offices, malls, factories, stadiums, hiking trails, bike paths. So this is what we as modern humans consider to be the necessities for a good life. It has everything. So this space habitation, this design, which I go into detail in the book, has all these, meets all these requirements. And there is one very important number which comes out of the design of this space habitation. And that number, what is that number? That number is the amount of mass needed per capita to build these habitations. If the amount of resources in space was enough for, let's say, 1 million humans, we are already about 8 billion on Earth. And then you make that effort and you say, oh yeah, we can go to space and we can have a really great life there. And so the question is, for how many people? And the answer depends upon how much mass is needed and how much mass is available in space. So that is a very important number. And throughout this book, that number will appear again and again and again. And that number for this space habitation is 1.42 trillion kilograms for a space habitation which houses 50,000 humans in luxury, living lives of luxury. And that 1.42 trillion translates to something like the carrying capacity of space of just, let's say, just our solar system, not being 1 million. That was just a number I kind of put out there to make a point. Okay. So the carrying capacity of our solar system, remember the carrying capacity of Earth is maybe 8 billion. That's where we are right now. I can't really see the population of Earth increasing significantly beyond what it already is. So the carrying capacity of our solar system, based on the amount of mass that is needed to build these space habitations, is 50,000 trillion. Yes, you heard that right. 50,000 trillion humans can be provided lives of luxury by colonizing our solar system. To know the details of this, the design of this space habitation, you should get the book. So when I made the previous video, I thought that I'll actually stop at that point. But then I decided, let me give you a few more details about the space habitation where someday in the future, most of humanity is going to live. And, even though the space habitation design, which is in my book, is my design, and this was mainly, I thought of it like I would lie at night trying to fall asleep. And this was before I started listening to audiobooks. And then I would just try to think of something to fall asleep. And then I would think of the space habitation and how one could build that habitation. Now, of course, later I came across space habitations which, two people are especially notable for having pioneered the idea. They are Bernal and O'Neill, Gerard O'Neill. So Let's take a look at them. This is Gerard O'Neill. He was a professor of physics, and this is Bernal. So acknowledgements to these visionaries who pioneered these ideas. Okay, so getting back to my design, this was the habitation. These are, what you see over here are these concentric circles with various layers. And the most important layer to start with is, of course, the other agricultural layers, followed by the habitation layers. So in the middle of it, it's all air. And then you have this, the tube, which is the innermost tube, is where the humans will live. And then you have successive agricultural layers. There'll be actually 5 agricultural layers. So based on the calculations, which I'll provide, some of the calculations, not all. For all the calculations, you need the book. For some of the the calculations will say that the mass of this habitation, which has a population of 50,000, the mass is going to be 1.42 trillion kilograms. The diameter, I've just set it as a mile. So you're living here, and then you're looking up, and your, what do you call that, upstairs neighbor, that's the person living at the other end of the tube. So what I mean to say is that suppose you're like living over here, and then there's somebody living there. So you look up and you see their house a mile away from you. You should not feel claustrophobic. It's like being in this gigantic mall with a 1 mile high ceiling. That's what it'll be like. And it'll be all very green and pretty, and there'll be water bodies, there'll be parks, there'll be flower beds, there'll be beaches. It's just going to be fantastic. And it's going to be about 11.3 kilometers long. And where does actually that number, what is the major determinant of that number, 11.3 kilometers? It's essentially the amount of agricultural land that you'll need to provide sufficient food for the population of 50,000. And I'll come back to that later. And that agricultural land will be, you need some like topsoil, and lunar regolith is a nice candidate. The moon is not too far away, can be easily mined using electromagnetic railguns. And you can also grow food in water. And NASA has done some experiments about it. Okay, so let's get to like the details of the needed agricultural land. And Earth's population is currently 7.85 billion. So the agricultural area per human is about 5,670 meters square. You have to get the estimate of how much of the land on Earth is used for agriculture. So based on that, we get to 5,670 meters square. And if with that as the per capita requirement, we come up that the required agricultural area in the space habitation will be 284 million meters square. And we assume that the topsoil depth of 1.5 meters will be enough to provide the growing surface needed for crops and other food. Okay, now remember there are these 5 of these layers, right? And the question is, these layers actually, they solve 2 problems, 2 very important problems. One is, they produce food, And the second is that they protect the inhabitants who live in the inner tube from radiation. Radiation is a huge problem in space. And you think of like going and living on Mars. Unfortunately, you'll have to live under a very thick roof if you want to live on another planet, unless it has the features of Earth, which is the atmosphere and the magnetosphere, which protect us from radiation. So, how much shielding do we need? Well, NASA, according to NASA, we need about 11,000 kilograms per meter square of shielding. And this is from a book by Marotta and Globus. It's a very good book. So we have now stacked 5 agricultural layers, each of depth 1.5 meters. And so how much shielding does it produce? Well, these 5 layers will produce a shielding of 12,000 kilograms per meter square, which exceeds NASA's requirements. So these agricultural layers will provide sufficient shielding. So now we have land for agriculture. So what is the other thing we need for agriculture? We need energy, or free energy, as it is called. And this energy is going to be used for grow lights, which will provide the energy necessary for photosynthesis by the plants. And we have an estimate. We can make an estimate of how much energy will be needed, because grow lights are commercially popular. So just I took some numbers that I found from some commercial vendors, and the final number I came up with is that for these 284 million meters square of agricultural land, the amount of energy that will be needed will be 15.98 gigawatts. So, energy is needed for agriculture. That's the main need for energy. That's also needed for other things like light, or if you have some transport and stuff like that. So I'm just going to assume that the energy needed for other purposes is what the average US citizen consumes currently, which is about 3.7 kilowatt. And then you multiply that by 50,000 inhabitants in the space habitation, and you end up with the total amount of energy to be 16.2 gigawatts. Now, the solar panels I had calculated earlier, the solar panels are going to provide about 24.7 gigawatts, but we are going to assume that, well, that's the energy incident on the solar panels, which is about 1,368 watts per meter square on Earth orbit. So not like on the surface of Earth, because a lot of that energy is lost when it travels through the atmosphere, when the sunlight travels through the atmosphere. So this is at the Earth orbit without any interference by any atmosphere. So that is about 24.7 gigawatts, but we can't assume 100% efficiency for the solar panels. So we're just going to assume, like, let's say 50% efficiency. So with 50% efficiency, the solar panels are going to provide us with 12.35 gigawatts of energy for the space habitation, which is less than what we have calculated. Our need was about 16.2. Now, there are a couple of things you can do to make up this shortfall. One is that a lot of the energy which is used for agriculture can again be recovered as biofuels, or you can simply extend the solar panels, like wings outside the space habitation. So the bottom line is that energy is not a problem. You have plentiful energy in space. So the book has many important ideas, and of course, the underlying theme of the book and its companion book is how do we have the best possible life, which includes doing our duty to others, including future generations. And an important part of doing our duty to others is sustainability. And I say that there are two kinds of sustainability. One is real, and the other, it's sort of like, it seems to be actual sustainability, but it is not. It is only fleeting. So let me start by first noting that 6.73 million is a lot greater than 1. So we can all agree on that. 6.73, that is 6,730,000, is a lot greater than 1. Okay. So at its core, sustainability is providing sufficient physical and cultural resources to future generations, which they would require for a good life. You can, not controversial. That's how we think of sustainability. And normally we think that we should not deplete Earth's resources at an unsustainable rate. So the concern is that we are depleting Earth's resources at an unsustainable rate. And commonly it is suggested that the course of action should be to reduce the rate of depletion and the rate at which we are changing our ecosystem by changing our production and consumption behaviors. As an economic policy that involves taxing goods with negative externalities, and the main target is carbon, the amount of carbon dioxide which is being released in the atmosphere. However, Earth has a certain carrying capacity, right? And there is no reason for us to just limit ourselves, put ourselves in this box and think only of Earth. There's nothing sacrosanct about the Earth. Future generations can have wonderful lives, better than the ones they would have on Earth. They can have wonderful lives in space. So sustainability may be real sustainability or fleeting sustainability. And if we provide only a tiny fraction of the resources that it is possible to provide future generations, which will last them only a few hundred years, whatever we do on Earth, will last a few hundred years or even a few thousand years, then we have what I call fleeting sustainability, which is an oxymoron because sustainable means something which continues and fleeting is something which is soon gone. Just the initial phase of colonization of our solar system, according to the calculations of space habitations, which I provide in my book, just the initial phase will provide home to 54,000 trillion humans. So if you say that sustainability means providing resources to future generations and not depleting the resources that would be available to them, then obviously you want to provide them also the resources of space. And this is only the first phase, okay? It does not include the mass from Earth, Venus, and 99% of the moon. And of course, it does not include the mass of the gas giants either. This is just based on the mass of asteroids and planets like Mars and the moons. So the initial sustainable solar carrying capacity multiplier is 6.73 million, the number that we encountered at the very beginning of this video. So the point being that you can try to provide a sustainable Earth to 8 billion people or 7.9 billion people, which is where we are right now. Or you can go and just colonize the initial part of our solar system, the initial phase, and that will provide home to 54,000 trillion humans, which is 6.73 million times larger than what you could have on Earth. So if you're really thinking of the future, and you think of future generations, and you want to provide them physical resources, which is what sustainability is about. You don't want to take, you don't want to like ruin the ecosystem that we have on Earth. That's how usually people think of sustainability. You don't want to ruin the ecosystem so that future generations cannot have a good life. So if your concern really is what resources you leave for future generations, then you can either remain on Earth, like this tiny speck, or you can colonize the solar system. You can start the process. You don't have to do it all. It's a process which will take a few hundred years, or maybe even 1,000 years. But it'll take it should not take all that much time. Won't be done in our lifetimes, but we have to do our part of this grand project. And when we do that, for every one person on Earth, you can instead have 6.73 million people in our solar system having luxurious lives. So, another look at the future of mankind, and this is the second phase of space colonization. The first phase is just colonizing our own solar system, and that is going to give us it'll give us resources for hundreds of thousands of trillions of humans. But of course, once you've done that, and then you say, what next? You realize that, it's again like you're in Zanzibar and you're looking at the African mainland. And you've colonized our solar system, and then you're looking around and you're seeing the rest of the galaxy, which are like many more different solar systems. And you kind of ask yourself, is this it? Are we just going to stop at our own solar system? Why not go and also colonize Alpha Centauri, which is essentially a system of 3 stars. Lots of mass there, which can be converted to space habitations. And the question is, it's very far. It's about over 4 light years away. And then the question arises, would it be possible, given our present knowledge of physics and based on our present knowledge of the laws of physics, is it possible to actually build an interstellar colonizing vessel? So I'm going to describe the design of a vessel. And it's important to understand that these are all consistent with what we know of physics now. There is nothing like, that someday we're going to do like wormholes and we're going to travel faster than light, blah, blah, blah. No, none of that. This is proper science. You don't say those things if you're a proper scientist. Love to be proven wrong, but I don't think it's going to happen. Okay, so what is the design for this colonizing vessel? Well, essentially, it is based on the design for a space habitation with an engine added to it. Okay, and there are some design goals for it. The first goal is that the population of ICV flotilla, so there'll actually be 10 of them. Okay? So there will be 10 of them in a flotilla. It won't be just one spaceship by itself. That's like kind of risky. You'll get bored. You want a variety of landscapes. One ICV will be like a tropical island inside of it. The other one will be like a alpine mountain ranges, and another one could be just a city, a major city. So just a variety. That's one thing. The second thing, why you would rather have a flotilla of 10 ICVs rather than one ICV is that it reduces the risk. If there's some damage happens to one ICV, then the remaining ICVs can help repair it, or they can evacuate the inhabitants. So this design for the flotilla is based on 10 ICVs in the flotilla. And the total population of the flotilla will be 12,500. And so that's a design goal. And the nuclear fuel needed for the flotilla should not be more than 1.5 times the average global production of uranium 238 from 2013 to 2022. So I just have to, when you're designing these things, you have to, your constraint is obviously fuel, and you're going to have a design with nuclear fuel, and you just can't say that, oh, I'm going to use this fantastic amount of fuel, so let's just keep it within 1.5 times the global production of uranium-238. Uranium-238 is actually quite a commonly occurring metal, and in fact, thorium is even more common. So let's look at, so it's essentially a space habitation with the engine attached. And then, now what about this engine? So the engine, ejects something, law of conservation of linear momentum. You got to throw out something at a very high speed to get some reaction force, action and reaction force to be able to get to a high speed. So let's say chemical rockets and all just won't work because the speed at which they eject mass is just too low. So what we're going to look at is we're going to look at electromagnetic railguns as the for the engine, for the rocket, and it is going to first there's a calculation of how much electromagnetic railguns actually, what acceleration they achieve, and there is one experimental electromagnetic railguns designed by BAE Systems. Unfortunately, a defense contractor, which of course, I'm no fan of defense contractors, but this was the data I could find. So here they are. And it's 114,920 meters per second squared. That seems to be around what they were able to achieve. The acceleration, or it's about 12,000 G. That may seem very high, but actually it's apparently like these railguns can achieve accelerations of 100,000 to 200,000 Gs. Okay, so then the railgun for this ICV is going to be 20 kilometers long. It may seem a very large rocket, but 20 kilometers is nothing. Think of just a few hundred years ago, what did we have? We had canoes, and now we have cruise ships. Just compare the size of a canoe and a cruise ship, and you can sort of understand why we should not, based on our current experiences, believe that, oh, this is what is feasible and this is not. Okay. So just a 20-kilometer railgun has an acceleration of 14,000 meters per second square. So the velocity of the eject is 67.8 kilometers per second. And that is very much larger than what you would get from a chemical rocket. So that's the point of having an electromagnetic railgun. Okay, the mass that you shoot out can be at a much higher velocity. And then we apply the Tsiolkovsky rocket equation, which basically tells you if you start with a certain mass and you eject a certain percentage, a certain fraction of it, what is the velocity, the change in velocity of the remaining mass, the remaining rocket, which has ejected that mass. And that turns out to be, if you're ejecting the mass at a speed of 67.8, then the remaining rocket would have a speed of 15.13, assuming that 20% of the mass was ejected. I will discuss the alien colonization threat in this video. So this is actually something much worse than an extinction event. People worry about some meteor or asteroid, something crashing into Earth and humanity gets wiped out, but I think it's even worse if humanity gets colonized. So Fermi asked this question, where is everybody? Why are the aliens not here? And the answer could be that they are on their way. Now, there are 4 very large numbers, okay? The time our universe has existed, about 14 billion years, number of stars and planets in our universe, the amount of time that has been available for travel between stars and galaxies, and the distance between galaxies. Now, we look at the first 3 numbers and we think, why haven't some aliens traveled to our solar system? And the point is that you can't really just look at the first 3 numbers, you also have to look at the 4th number. So once we have estimates of the travel times between stars and galaxies, then we can see how relevant the 4th number is and develop a better understanding of Fermi's paradox. So in the book, there are feasible designs for interstellar and intergalactic travel, along with what speed we can expect those spaceships to travel. So based on that, okay, first let's just look at how much time do we think that if some other alien species started out on space colonization, how much time they would have had. So the Big Bang was about 14 billion years ago, and then it didn't immediately create stars and planets, but first you had nucleosynthesis produced isotopes of hydrogen, lithium, and beryllium. And the first stars were formed about 0.1 billion years later. And so we need also the heavier elements like carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, calcium, iron, etc. for life, and these were formed by stellar nucleosynthesis. So, there's two rounds. First, these were formed by stellar nucleosynthesis, and then that matter, like for example, if it was a supernova and it ejected these heavier elements, and then later these heavier elements formed planets on which life arose. So if you look at Earth, our solar system was formed about 4.5 billion years ago, and our galaxy Milky Way was formed about 13.6 billion years ago. So taking all these numbers into account, we can say that about an alien species would probably have started its journey on space colonization about 8 billion years ago. No, they should not be human space colonization. They should rather be alien space colonization. So about 5.8 billion years after the Big Bang. Okay, so now you have an idea of how much time the alien species would have to start colonizing space. Now, we also in the book, we have a plausible number, something that can actually be achieved given our current knowledge of physics for intergalactic travel. And if you look at the observable universe, it has a radius of about 46.5 billion light years. So immediately you can see that, okay, an alien species couldn't have traveled this entire amount in 8 billion years. And of course, from the book, what you also realize is that we can't get anywhere close to the speed of light. And the volume of the observable universe is about 4.21 into 10 to the power 32 light years. A truly astronomical number. And based on the speed at which intergalactic colonizing flotilla can travel, we can estimate, and assuming all manner of isotropy, so I think like everything is like very uniformly distributed. Okay, all these alien species which are there in the universe, they're also just very uniformly distributed. There can actually be something like 229,000 space colonizing alien species which have been busy colonizing our universe for 8 billion years, and they would have only colonized about 52.36% of it in those 8 billion years, and the remaining 47.64% of our universe is still left to be colonized. And maybe we're just lucky. Our Milky Way happens to be in this remaining 47.64%. And so, yes, there can be alien species in the universe, but 8 billion years is just not sufficient time for them to have reached our Earth or our solar system. But there could be like something like over 200,000 species which are colonizing the universe. And they just haven't reached us yet. So as we speak, there could be an alien colonizing flotilla headed towards us. Just because we've not encountered any aliens till now does not mean that we will not encounter them in the future. And there is you look at the behavior of humans, and humans haven't solved this issue of just fighting with each other and destroying everything. And if that keeps happening, of course, humans are not going to be colonizing space. And that's an important issue which is covered in my books. So irrationality can actually overcome this evolutionary hardwiring, and if those species have overcome that hardwiring, then they would be colonizing space. So if an alien species arrived in our solar system, what can we expect? Uh, well, firstly, of course, they would have much superior technology to our technologies. So, and should what sort of treatment can we expect from them? So they are more intelligent than us. They have more technology. Would they respect us? Would they treat us with consideration, or would they treat the way we treat other species who are less intelligent than us and have less technology? Okay, so how do we treat other species? We boil lobsters alive. We cut the throats of cows and let them bleed to death. We have sharks, like, they cut off the fins and then they throw back the shark into the ocean to die. So we are pretty harsh with other species, and we will not really expect, we cannot demand, we cannot expect better treatment than we mete out to other species. In this video, I'm going to cover three topics: no planet B, Dyson spheres, and the Kardashev scale. Now, what do the following have in common? The President of France, the Secretary General of the United Nations, and the journal Scientific American. Well, let's take a look. So here is the President of France giving an address to the United States Congress. And in that address, he says, by polluting oceans, not mitigating CO2 emissions, we are destroying our biodiversity, we are killing our planet. Let's face it, there is no planet B. And next we have the Secretary General of the United Nations. And what does he have to say? Well, as I said often, we don't have a plan B because there is no planet B. Next, let's move on to the Scientific American. So here's a Scientific American article from 2014. And again, we have, let's remember, there is always a plan B, but there is no planet B. And one more Scientific American article. The world needs a plan B given its dire state. There is no planet B. So why are all these people saying that there is no planet B? Because they are essentially saying that we have a climate crisis and the Earth is our only possible habitation. And therefore, as there is no planet B, we are all stuck. We are stuck on Earth. We are not going anywhere. There's no possibility. There's no planet B. That's it. That's our future. We are here on Earth forever. No planet B. And that's just bad science. It is bad science. As the calculations in the book, in my book shows, just our solar system, okay? I'm not even talking about going outside our solar system. Just our solar system, which is in relatively easy reach. There is a mass and energy for 438,000 trillion humans, which would equal a population of about 54 million Earths. I consider everything in the solar system within easy reach. It takes about a year to get to Mars right now, whatever. I'm not even thinking about other galaxies or anything like that. So there's not just one planet B that we could go to. There are actually something like 54 million of them within easy reach. Okay, so let's move on to Dyson spheres. And Freeman Dyson was a wonderful scientist. He was really someone who had all these out-of-the-box ideas and really great intellect. And one of the things he said, like one of the things he thought, and I have to confess, I also, while I would lie awake at night trying to fall asleep, I also thought of things like Dyson spheres. And I said, yeah, that should change the wavelength of what you observe of the what we should observe of different stars. You should see more towards the infrared. And so Dyson also said that, okay, if you're looking for alien species, then what you can, like one way to detect them is that you look at a star and you see that the wavelengths which you're seeing are almost like completely dark in the ultraviolet optical wavelengths, but are bright at the infrared wavelengths. And this essentially follows from the idea that if a species, an alien species, is harnessing the energy of its star for more life, then it is going to, the free energy which is necessary for life, it is going to harness that free energy, and the waste heat which will come out will be in the infrared wavelengths. Okay. So what do the calculations in the book tell us about this idea? Now, yes, life requires energy for its existence, but life also requires technology and raw materials. Okay, so technology, we can assume that given our current knowledge of physics, that yeah, Dyson mega structures are possible. But what about raw materials? Now, the thing about raw materials is that this book actually goes through calculations of how much raw material would be needed if we were to build habitations in space. And what that tells you is that the percentage of the sphere at Earth's orbital distance, a radius equal to the Earth's orbital distance, the percentage of the area of the sphere that would be covered by space habitations would only be about 12%. So certainly, 12% may be enough for detection. So if you see, if you have a good theory for what the spectrum should be, and you find that some stars are deviating from the predictions by about 12%. Yes, it could be that they have used the Mars to build these space habitations. And that's assuming that the other solar systems are similar to our solar system. There could be some solar systems where there is more mass available in a usable form. So, however, it's quite unlikely that it will be entirely covered. So I don't expect the wavelengths in the optical and ultraviolet range to be completely eliminated. If you were to use all the mass in our solar system, you would just get to about 12%. Okay, so 88% would still go through. So the point again is that the resource constraint for space colonization is not energy, it is mass. There is plentiful energy in space in our solar system from our sun. There is also plentiful mass, enough if we were to convert use all the mass, we would have the carrying capacity of our solar system would increase to about 438,000 trillion humans. But it would still not use all the energy of the sun. We would just be using about 12% of it. I've already discussed an alien civilization, or even us, we are not likely to use most of the energy of our star. So Kardashev categorized civilizations based on how much of the energy they could harness. Okay, now, however, based on the calculations in the book, what we see is that the limit is not energy. The bottleneck is not how much energy you have for expanding life beyond our home planet. It is rather the amount of mass which is there.
Forthcoming. You can actually pre-order it if you want to if you want to get it as soon as it is published. So again, so what are the parts of it? Well, if you follow this, if you look at the strategy and you look at the history of the strategy, it has made money. It has beaten the market. Okay. Again, just because it has worked in the past, it's not a guarantee it's going to work in the future. That's also something which it has to be clarified. It's necessary legally that any investment in risky assets is risky. So the plan on this book has produced it has beaten the market. The plan in this book is replicable. You have a certain strategy, and it is long term. It doesn't claim, to be it will not make you rich immediately. This is really for people who are have a, let's say, 25 to 50-year investing horizon. Okay, but let's start with me and finance. So when I arrived at the University of Chicago to begin my PhD in finance, I got a bit of a shock. My expectation was that I would be taught how to make money. However, I was told markets are efficient. Analysis won't get you positive alpha. So we are not going to teach you any analysis. We are not going to teach you how to look at past stock prices and make predictions about future stock prices. We are not going to teach you how to look at financial statements and identify which firms are going to have superior returns. We're not going to, so basically, we're not going to teach you technical analysis. We're not going to teach you fundamental analysis. So analysis won't get you positive alpha. We are the Borg. You will be assimilated. I'm just kidding. It was only the first part, not the part about the Borg. But yes, no positive alpha. It's a shock. Engineering background. I knew if I studied more engineering, I would like build something like a plane. If I studied neurosurgery, I would be qualified to heal people, operate. And how could I make a living if I wasn't taught in analysis, which would make money? I shouldn't have worried. PhD finance graduates from Chicago had the highest mean and median incomes. Yeah, not surprising. It was the very best degree with the most accomplished senior faculty. Chicago, home to finance greats. And also economics and finance, related subjects, or you can say finance is a part of economics. Okay, so back to efficient markets. Numerous studies have actually shown that markets are mostly efficient. Now, I'm telling you that I'm going to offer you a plan to beat the market, right? So, but numerous studies have shown that markets are mostly efficient and anomalies disappear rather quickly. I should not say that I'm going to offer you a plan which is going to beat the market. I'm going to offer you a plan which has risks, and then you decide for yourself if you like the plan, and then you follow it. So, notably, what academic studies have found is that finance professionals do not outperform the market at an average. So then what is the deal with this book? Well, it's based on my observations about the market, and my belief, which is of course risky, is that you cannot really predict you can predict when the market is overvalued, but you cannot predict when it's going to correct itself. So you predict that the market is overvalued, so you go and short it, and the market remains overvalued for I think the famous somebody said that the market can remain irrational longer than you can remain solvent. Okay, so predicting that the market is overvalued, and your prediction may be correct. However, it's not a way to. I can't confidently tell you that you're going to make money. I can tell you that if I look at something like the P ratios or some Shiller's adjusted P ratios, something, I can tell you that okay, the market is overvalued at this point in time, but I can't tell you when it's going to correct. So I won't tell you just go and short it. Okay? However, there are points in time that the market, in my opinion, can be predicted to be undervalued. It can be predicted to be undervalued, and also that undervaluation is not going to remain for 5 years, 10 years. It's going to correct faster. And by taking advantage of those, by identifying those when that is true, you can then, over the long term, beat the market. Okay, so this book also has some advice about asset allocation and like how to minimize your fees. And if someone is investing about $500 a month, the advice offered in this book could result in that person having a few $100,000 more by retirement time. Of course, that assumes that the person is also going to is a long-term investor, like somewhere between 25 and 50. And let me again say, uh, investments are risky. Judge for yourself. No promises are made. Okay. Let's move on. So, who wants to be a billionaire? By watching my videos, you would have realized I have many out of the ordinary and accurate ideas about the real world and where we are going to be in the future. I'm also very interested in the business world and have plans for 4 different firms. These firms should be massively successful. I'm offering equity in these firms. These are not yet haven't like begun operations or anything, but so they're priced pretty low right now, and they are priced at 1/2000 of their medium-term values. So if you invest $1 million, you could have more than $1 billion when the medium-term value is realized. If you believe in my ideas, many of which are in my videos, then you should invest. Of course, all investments carry risks, and I may be super good at analyzing the real world, but nothing is guaranteed when it comes to investments. Also, there are some legal requirements for you to invest. You have to be a sophisticated investor. So, what are these 4 firms? Well, these 4 firms are the first one is in human reproduction, and the brief description is that will facilitate successful IVF, and its pre-money valuation is about $5 million. Its medium-term value is about going to be about 10 billion, and its long-term would be, let's say, 20 billion. The second firm is something which is going to bring transparency to the markets. Its pre-money valuation is $100 million, and its medium-term value should be about $200 billion, and the long-term value about $500 billion. The third firm is going to be in life extension. Its pre-money valuation is 50 million. Its medium-term value would be about 100 billion. And over like a very long period of time, its valuation should reach about, let's say, 20 trillion. The fourth firm is going to be in economics and finance, and it will enable transactions. Its pre-money valuation is 125 million. its medium-term valuation should be 250 billion, and its very long-term valuation should be, I would say, 500 trillion or more. Now, if you want to know more about these firms, you're trying to decide whether to invest in them, I will provide you a description, but for a fee of $100,000. This money will get you a week of my time to explain the ideas behind these firms. This is not very usual. You don't normally charge money from prospective investors. However, I'm only looking for investors who have a strong belief in my ideas. There are enough material out there for you to decide if I'm somebody who can have very good ideas and understands how the world works and where the world is going. So, you're going to give me this money only, this fee only if you believe that. And that's just the kind of person I'm looking for an investment. I do not want to waste time on skeptics. Okay. If you are not impressed by what you have seen, no. So if you make the investment, the 100,000 will be added to your investment. So if you get the description for which you paid $100,000 and then you decide to make an investment, then I will actually add that 100,000 fee to whatever investment you're making. So if you've already paid, let's 100,000 for the plan, and then to reach the minimum investment level, you have to pay 150,000 more. If you do not make the investment, then you will not get the 100,000 back. So, so it goes in 3 steps. The first step is you want to have a contract for paying me the $100,000 fee, and this contract, to get this contract, is going to cost you $100. This is just I'm charging $100 just to avoid being inundated by non-serious people. Okay. So what you do is, if you want to make that $100,000 payment, you first send me $100 by Venmo or PayPal. Then I'll send you the contract for the $100,000 fee. And once you've paid me that $100,000, then I will give you the description of these firms, and I will also give you a week of my time to explain what these firms are about. By a week, I mean like 7 days. It could be over a period of a month or whatever. Now, there'll be only a limited amount of equity sold, of course. So, this is some feedback I have received from some top professionals at consulting firms, investment banks, universities, etc. So the first step for you, if you want to invest in any of these firms, is to send me $100 by Venmo or PayPal to get the description and a contract for paying me $100,000. So pay $100. Give me your contact information when you make that payment on Venmo, PayPal. And once I've received that money, I will send you a contract for the payment, for the fee, to pay me the fee. And of course, if you pay $100 and then you change your mind, you don't really want to pay the $100,000 fee, then you don't have any obligation.
In this video, I am going to discuss gravity assist and the orbital reversal maneuver. This is from the Appendix C of the book. You can buy the book by just scanning the QR code, which is like just below. Okay, so gravity assist is it's like almost seems like magic, because normally when you think of a spacecraft and it's approaching a planet, so it falls into the planet's gravity well, and then you think that, okay, if the spacecraft wanted to exit, it'll have to burn fuel, so it is going to lose velocity when it exits the gravity well. However, falling into the gravity well of a planet can actually increase your velocity of the spacecraft. When it exits, it'll have a greater velocity than it started out with. And also, if you burn fuel while you're in the gravity well, you'll get more velocity for the same amount of fuel, and that's the Arbuthnot effect. But in this video, I'm just going to talk about gravity assist. Okay. Now, so gravity assist is a maneuver, and it uses the gravity of a planet or other celestial body to alter the path, which can also be very useful if you can change the direction and change the velocity of a spacecraft. It can be used to accelerate or decelerate a spacecraft. And why would you like to decelerate a spacecraft? Well, if you're sending a spacecraft, when it reaches the destination, you need to slow down to just make a landing at the destination, or if you want to do an orbit around a particular celestial body, you may need to slow down. And to do that, you can either burn fuel or you can use gravity assist to slow down your spacecraft. So both accelerating and decelerating require fuel, unless you're, of course, using gravity assist, which can be helpful. Okay, so I actually, when I was writing the book, I was kind of like trying to calculate how long it would take to get to Alpha Centauri, and one of the things I realized is that gravity assist can actually give a huge boost to the speed of the spacecraft and thus cut down the time taken to reach your destination. And I couldn't really find any good source of understanding gravity assist, something which can be explained in like 3-4 pages, and so what I finally did is, I taken my engineering entrance exam when I was 17 years old, and so I did remember, like I remember mechanics and I remember calculus, and I also did a couple of courses in engineering, in mechanics and calculus while I was studying engineering. So anyway, I had to figure it out myself. I did not really get any good source. I'm sure there are lots of sources. I could have bought a textbook and I could have gone through like 100 pages, but I didn't want to do that. I wanted to kind of get to the point. And So I figured out this gravity assist and I also put it in my book. Okay, so when you think of gravity assist and you are actually the first thing to start with is an understanding of Keplerian orbits. When a spacecraft or an asteroid or something approaches a celestial body, which could be a planet or a star, and assuming that the mass of whatever is approaching is much smaller than the celestial body, it can have different kinds of orbits. If it is what is called captured by the celestial body, then it will have an elliptical orbit, which is this red orbit that you see. Somewhere between being captured and not captured is this like a green orbit, which is a parabola. And so this is like the boundary of being captured. So even a parabola is unbound, so it will not actually orbit the celestial body, but it will keep going away. And the hyperbola is when it is not captured and it just experiences a change in direction, and it may experience a change in velocity. You have to understand about inertial frames of reference. Now, an inertial frame of reference is a frame of reference in which Newtonian classical mechanics applies. And interestingly, you can have right now, let's say I'm in a frame of reference. I'm sitting on my chair. I'm waving my hands. I'm applying force to move around, nod my head, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so, and all this can be analyzed in this inertial frame of reference in which my room is stationary. So you can say the room is the inertial frame of reference. Of course, the Earth is moving at a velocity, and my room is sort of in the same frame of reference as the Earth. But the Earth is moving with respect to the sun, and if you're approximating that it's moving in a straight line, it's actually moving in an ellipse, but approximate it's a straight line, then the Earth has a particular inertial frame of reference which is different from the solar inertial frame of reference. So when you have an inertial frame of reference, you can apply the laws of motion, the Newtonian laws of motion to it. For example, one example of it, like suppose you're in a plane, and the plane is like flying at like 1,000 kilometers an hour. And you're playing ping pong, also called table tennis. So there's a table tennis table in the plane, and you're playing table tennis with your friend. You will not be able to make out any difference in the game, as even though the plane is flying at a very high speed, it would like appear to you just you're playing like on the ground, as long as the plane does not accelerate or decelerate. So as long as the velocity does not change, so you're in the inertial frame of reference of the plane, and you can't, and everything works the way it would work, like suppose you are on Earth. So the point is that the laws of motion apply unchanged in an inertial frame of reference. Does not matter how much velocity that inertial frame of reference has with other inertial frames of reference. So what you do know is that what are you going to use for gravity assist? The one thing that you're going to use is that in an inertial frame of reference in which the celestial body is stationary. So you can say it's, let's say it's a planet. So in the planet inertial frame of reference, the orbit of whatever the spacecraft is going to be either a parabola or a hyperbola, assuming that is it is not captured by the planet. Okay, and the planet, of course, is in an orbit around the sun, but you can, for the purposes of gravity assist, you can just assume that it has a uniform rectilinear motion in the solar frame of reference, which is referred to as IFRS, in which case you can uh, define a new inertial frame of reference, which is the planet in which the planet is stationary. So I'm going to call that inertial frame of reference IFRP. P is for planet, S was for solar. Then let's take a look. So here we are, and we have a planet here, which was actually going in this direction in the solar inertial frame of reference. But moving on to the planet frame of reference, this planet is stationary. And if this planet is stationary and you have a spacecraft approach it along this line and then get deflected, so its actual path will not, of course, be straight lines because it'll be slightly curved. But I'm just approximating it, drawing. I'm just kind of continuing the asymptotes, and then the point where they meet is the center of the hyperbola. So what you have by moving to the inertial frame of reference of the planet is that you have the path of the spacecraft, and which you know is a hyperbola. So let us say that initially the path of the spacecraft, the asymptotic path, was at an angle theta with the direction with x-axis, and x-axis is the direction of motion of the planet. Of course, in the inertial frame of reference of the planet, the motion of the planet is actually zero. So let's say it was at theta, and then after passing by the planet and having its direction change, the direction is phi. You have to, there's a certain amount of, shortcut you can use. Let's say you know that it's a hyperbola, so you can avoid the calculus, but you still have to be precise. You have to be precise about everything you say. Otherwise, classical mechanics explains a lot of things. It is very precise, but it's also very unforgiving. You can't make any mistakes in setting it up. Now, with all this, you can next set up the equations, and the details are in the book. So I'm just going to kind of skim over this, and what you get is that the initial velocity along the x-axis is given by this formula, and the final velocities along the x and y axis will be given by these formulas. One common way to think of it is you throw a ball at a cricket or a baseball bat, and the bat hits the ball, and then the ball speeds up. So if a ball is coming in and the bat is also, they're approaching each other, after collision, the ball is going to rebound and go off at a greater velocity, and the velocity is going to be greater the greater is the speed of the bat. So you can look at it from and the change in velocity is going to be greater if the impact is elastic. And because in the elastic impact, elastic collision, there is no energy wasted as heat. Now, the question is that gravity assist is actually an elastic collision. It is very similar to an elastic collision. And thinking, but there was no collision. It just sort of swung by, right? Now I'm going to show you where the collision actually occurs. So you have the spacecraft which is coming in, and then it's kind of being attracted by the planet, so it's sort of speeding up. And then once it gets behind, this planet is now, the spacecraft is actually now being pulled in this direction by the planet, right? Just like when a bat hits the ball is given a force in its opposite motion, direction of motion, of its initial motion. Similarly, the spacecraft in like all these points experiences a gravitational force which is going to make it accelerate in this direction. So that is the, sort of like a collision, but because they never touch each other, there is no energy wasted as heat. So it is like a elastic collision. And of course, because the distance when it is in this part of the orbit, this distance is a lot less than, let's say, this distance or this distance. So the force is also, it may seem like this is like a small part of the orbit where the spacecraft experienced a force which had a component in this direction, but because the distance was less and the force increases as is inversely proportional to the square of the distance. So there's a considerable amount of force. And so this is like it is analogous to the spacecraft being smacked by the planet and being deflected and going off in the other direction. So I just sort of crunched the numbers. I call this the orbital reversal gravity assist maneuver. And the idea here is that, let's say you assemble a spacecraft at, let's say near the Hector asteroid or Jupiter or somewhere. So like, more towards the outside part of the solar system. You assemble it. And then if you reverse this direction of motion, so then it's going to come down. And then it's going to, if this is the orbit of Venus, then it's like 2 is the orbit of Venus. So it's going to approach Venus in the other direction from which Venus is traveling. And just like a ball when it's hit by a bat, if they're traveling in different directions, you're going to get the ball is going to experience an increase in velocity. And that is what the goal is, to increase the velocity of the spacecraft so that it can get to its destination faster. Now, what happens if the ball and the bat were moving the same direction? Well, that's what is called bunting in baseball. Bunting, the batter really wants to slow the ball down and just wants to make it drop. So when the ball is coming in, the batter does not go forward to meet the ball with his bat. What he does is he starts withdrawing the bat, and then the ball hits the bat and then sort of like this drops. Same thing here. If the spacecraft and the planet were moving in the same direction during the time of gravity assist, initially if the spacecraft was moving the same direction as the planet, then there's likely to be a fall in velocity. Just like when a batter bunts a ball in baseball. Okay. So some other this was actually this spacecraft was assumed to have been assembled from the Jupiter Trojan 624 Hector. Now, why Jupiter Trojan 624 Hector? Right down there. It explains all that in the book. And so if you now 624 Hector is traveling the same direction as Jupiter, is traveling the same direction as Venus. So you actually have to reverse the orbit of Jupiter. Whatever you assemble from Jupiter, Trojan, 624 Hector, you have to reverse its direction if you to make it instead orbit in this direction if you want to get that gravity assist benefit. And then the question is, okay, instead of going through all this trouble, why not simply take this Jupiter Hector 624 and add that velocity that you would add delta V and send it towards its destination. And then if you do the calculation, what you find is that so after you've done gravity assist, also there is a loss of energy by the time you exit the solar system, because you're moving from the orbit of Venus to a point which you can say approximate to be infinity. So there is an increase in the potential energy of the spacecraft, which is paid by the loss in kinetic energy. And doing all those calculations, what you find is that the spacecraft is going to exit the solar system where its potential energy has gone from negative to approximately zero at a speed of 63.54 kilometers per second. Instead, if you took so you had to use some delta V to reverse the orbit of the spacecraft. Instead, if you just added that delta V to the spacecraft, what you would have at the time of exit from the solar system, only 26.66 kilometers per second. So there's a very significant increase in velocity at which you exit the solar system. And besides velocity, gravity assist can also be very useful in pointing your spacecraft in the right direction. Okay, so like I said, I was going through, I was trying to figure out gravity assist, and I went through a few different sources, and I was a bit surprised why at the amount of mistakes there were. And, basically, I looked at 4 sources, and they were like, I think, because one of the sources actually gets it right.
Okay, this is something that's hardly ever explained, and that's why we have these explainer videos. Cool. So here's the answer. It turns out if you approach a planet from behind, okay, there it is orbiting the sun, right? And you approach it from behind in its orbit, right? Not only will the gravity pull you in, but you will gain speed just to catch up with the planet in its orbit. That makes sense.
As if you approach a planet from behind, you are very likely to lose velocity. That's just like a ball being bunted. The bat and the ball traveling in the same direction. The planet and the spacecraft, if they're traveling in the same direction, then also the impact of gravity assists to reduce the final velocity magnitude of the spacecraft. Moving on to the next one, we have, okay, so this is MIT open source. And here what we see is the professor was calculating the final velocity for the spacecraft. And let's see.
We have VI minus twice gives us a plus the Saturn velocity, and that equals minus gives us a plus the final velocity of the spacecraft. And then we have 3 minuses here, so that gives us a minus the Saturn velocity. And we know from the problem that the initial velocity here of the spacecraft was actually given at 3 Saturn velocities. So we can tally this up now. We have 3. We have 3 plus 1 is 4, and we'll put this over on the other side. That gives us 5. 5 Saturn velocities equals final velocity. So
okay, the problem here is that the components need to be considered separately. There is an x component and a y component. But the professor is simply adding the velocity magnitudes of the spacecraft to the velocity magnitude of Saturn, even though they are not traveling in the same direction. Okay, the Saturn y component is 0 if we use our diagrams which we had before. And so what you can add is you can add the x component of the spacecraft's velocity to the x component of Saturn's velocity, but you cannot just ignore the y component of the spacecraft's velocity. Okay, let's look at what another reasonably good source of science articles, and that's Wikipedia. What does it have to say? Well, again, here it says to increase speed, the spacecraft approaches the planet in the same direction the planet is orbiting the sun. No, most of the time when you approach it in the same direction, as we saw in our table, you lose velocity and departs in the opposite. To decrease speed, the planet approaches the spacecraft approaches the planet traveling the opposite direction from the planet's orbital velocity. No, this actually increases speed. Let's just edit it. Let me get rid of this error. Okay. And now we have somebody who does get it right, and that is Scott Manley. And he has a very popular YouTube channel,
So yeah, this is a very simple diagram. Now, many of you will immediately get confused because the coordinate system is backwards, and that's because if you look down on the planetary system of the Earth or Kerbin from the North Pole, then the planets move anti-clockwise.
These numbers are correct, and you can plug these his numbers into the equations that I have in my book, and you will get those answers, his answers. Okay. So So human space colonization, HSC for short, is by far going to be humanity's greatest project. It's going to take us from populating this tiny speck of the universe to populating our solar system, to populating our galaxy, and then other galaxies. And why would we make the effort? Well, firstly, we need some meaning in our lives. We need to feel that we are accomplishing something significant. And this is obviously the most significant thing we can do. So that is one. I mean, life is better if we have some meaning in it and we are able to pursue some great ambition. It may take work, but believe me, life without work, life without having a great ambition is a worse life. So that's the one reason why we would do it, because we have this great ambition of going from this tiny speck to our solar system, to our galaxy, to other galaxies. So that is one reason. The other reason is that, and this also I discuss in my book, is that the best possible life includes the feeling that we have done our duty. And this is our duty to future generations, to give them the maximum possible resources so that there can be more happy babies born who will have great lives, will become productive adults, who shall have a sense of achievement and do all the great things which adults do when they are given the opportunity. And so the more happy babies and happy adults, fulfilled adults we have, the better it is for humanity. And that is what comprehensive utilitarianism says, that it is if you take that as our morality, then that's what we should be trying for. Now, obviously, this is not going to be completed in a lifetime. It's a great project. So it needs to be broken up into smaller parts. There needs to be a schedule so we can see that progress is being made. We can feel that at the end of our lives, this is where we started and this was the schedule and this is where we are now. So we are advancing towards a great goal and we've done our part, and then it's up to the next generation to do their part and so on. So here's the schedule. The schedule starting date is January 1st, 2024, which you can say that I finished conceptualizing the various parts of the book. And over the next 20 years, that is till 2044. And So the next 20 years, the work is going to be to develop a nonprofit organization with the twin objectives of strengthening enlightened culture and human space colonization. For years 21 to year 35, we're going to start design and beginning of implementation of automated self-replicating space foundries. The next 45 years will be the first automated self-replicating space manufacturing unit that will be completed. 2105 AD to 2124 AD, the first space habitation will be completed. It's going to be a big deal about 8 years from now. And they will live in residences of the size of 500 meters square per family. And it'll have agriculture. So 100 years from now, what we should plan is that we plan that every habitation in space produces a new habitation every 45 years. 400 years from now, we should start the design and construction of the first interstellar colonizing vessel. It will take about 200 years, let's say, to complete it. The construction is completed, it is populated, and it begins test orbits around our sun. So before you shoot it off into space, you just want to let it, for a couple, for a few hundred years. We just want to test it by just letting it orbit the sun. And then year 850 onwards, we are going to construct the remaining ICV flotilla, remaining ICVs for the first ICV flotilla. So remember that the ICV flotilla has 10 ICVs. So all these 10 ICVs will be completed, the entire flotilla will be completed, and 1,000 years from now, they shall depart our solar system and head towards Alpha Centauri. Well, will we be there to see it? I have some thoughts about immortality, and it's actually in the next book. So that's the schedule, and we should try to work with the schedule, and if we fall behind, try to figure out why we are falling behind and keep making progress. And finally, I just wanted to talk about some anniversary dates, some significant dates for HSC. So the foundation date, and these are there'll be 84 people honored, and there are 31 names over here, and 53 more will be added. Now, these 31 people are, of course, people that I'm aware of, that I know about. So there'll be many more who should also be honored, and they will be added to this list.
Entropy, free energy, complexity, time and error rate for construction. I've been very interested in evolution and lifespans, and what I have in another part of my video is that evolution trades off activity rate and lifespans. Activity rate has a positive, longer lifespans has a positive, but higher activity rate also implies that the organization is going to develop errors faster. Now, the description of entropy in the universe is that disorder is increasing. Now, this you can sort of think about it as disordered states have higher probability than ordered states. So with time, you're going to get more and more disorder. If you want to maintain order, you can maintain order in an organization like a human body by expending free energy. Of course, you can't get away from the fact that the entropy of the universe is going to keep increasing. So your maintaining the order of your body has to come at the expense of a disorder outside your body in the rest of the universe. Increasing disorder outside your body. Okay. So one very important idea is that we need free energy to maintain our human bodies, and we get that free energy by eating, and then you have carbs, you have proteins, fats, and then the body metabolizes that, it burns it, it breathes in oxygen, it uses that oxygen and it burns these carbs and all, and it produces stuff like little energy stores, like chemicals like ATP, ADP, etc., which go around the body, and they provide the energy needed for maintaining the organization of your body. So my interest in entropy, led me to ask some questions. Okay, what is a measure of order or disorder? And you're saying that there is disorder is increasing. So how do we measure that increase? What amount of free energy is needed to produce a certain amount of order? So you want to move from disorder to order. How much free energy will you need to create order? And then there's also this issue that humans, we have an empirical observation that humans, amongst great apes or even other animals, take a pretty long time to get to maturity. It's about 17 plus years. And the question is why? Why is it that we take so long to get to maturity? Why don't we get to maturity faster? Because waiting to mature puts a cost on us, an evolutionary cost on us. We, after we get maturity, we can start acquiring resources. Before that, we have to be kind of taken care of and all that. So why does evolution not design our bodies to get us to maturity faster? Okay, so that's the question. Okay, so to answer these questions, I build a model, and it's just I was playing. I'm driving and I'm thinking of these things, and I think, I would like to make a model, or I'm lying in bed, I'm thinking, how could I make a model to kind of get some insight into these issues. So do not take this model to be the finished work. This is sort of an insight. You can say it's a starting point. And this model is entropy, free energy, etc. And it's on SSRN. You can take a look at it if you like. So in this, what I have in this model is essentially I'm saying that, okay, how much energy is needed to build a heterogeneous hemispherical structure. So you start out and you have all these little elements and you have to build a hemispherical structure. Order here is because you can arrange these little elements that you use to build it in a certain order, and then you have to put them in place, and the energy is expended in moving the elements from like say the center of the hemisphere to its proper position in the hemisphere. And I found these relationships. So you have these elements being put in the thing, so it takes a certain amount of time, and if you extend more energy, you can move it faster. That's the relationship between energy and time taken for construction. And also, if your sphere is bigger, and I measure complexity by the size of this hemispherical sphere, if it is bigger, then it will take more time to construct. Now remember, this hemispherical sphere is actually complex because this is allowing you, this process of construction is allowing you to put whatever element you want in which point. So it's a heterogeneous sphere. It is not just like you're just not making the same elements. Like, so these elements which are from the center of the sphere are can be different. Okay. They may be of the same shape, but they could be like one could be blue colored, one could be green colored, one could be red colored. So you have the choice, you have the freedom to choose how you're going to arrange these colors, and that's complexity. Uh-oh, I forgot to put a negative sign here. Time has to be proportional to the negative root of energy. So if you spend more energy, you can do the construction in less time. That negative is probably missing in the paper, which is there in SSRN. If you get the paper, you should just keep that in mind. So these are all intuitive, but it's like you have a formal model which looks into these relationships. So now, to come to that, back to that question about why does our brain take 17 years to mature? Of course, for some people it will take even longer, but here's the thing. So what I say next is, okay, if I speed up the process of construction, what happens to the error rate? And then I kind of say that, okay, if you're moving an element from the center to where it's its proper position in the hemispherical sphere, then if the element travels faster, it has a certain window of time to get into this proper position, and then there could be, there's a like normally distributed error, and if the speed becomes larger, then that window of time becomes smaller and smaller because the element will be moving very fast. So it has less time to get into, like it has needs to kind of have a smaller and smaller time as velocity of the element increases to stick to the right position. And that if it doesn't like make it in that window of time, then you get an error. So this error rate increases with velocity as the construction proceeds, and if the frequency of error is epsilon, then the formula for epsilon is this. So growing up in India, I was curious about where Indians came from. We realized that humans originated in Africa, and then they kind of migrated around and just kind of, did they go straight to India? They went somewhere else? So now the history that we had was mainly based on like archaeological evidence. And I did not find the conclusions satisfactory for two reasons. One is that this evidence only went back like a few thousand years, maybe 5,000 years. And I wanted to know like where my ancestors were 20,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago, and so on. And secondly, I was not very convinced about the inferences that were made based on archaeological or linguistic evidence. Now, of course, there were some tantalizing facts like the similarities of the Indo-European languages. So, natural question to ask was, these people who spoke these languages, they spoke the same language because they had the same ancestors, or they spoke the same language because somebody who was the neighbor, they spoke that language, and from the neighbor they learned that language, and the diffusion continued. So the similarity in language is not conclusive evidence. It could be either because of shared ancestry, or it can be just diffusion. There's also, there was this, there's this controversy about whether the Aryans, so-called Aryans, it's a term which is being misused, and whether they came from outside India into India, or they went from India to outside. Now, let me say at the very beginning, this is a useless, it's a useless debate. Who came from where? It's good to kind of like, I'm inquisitive, it's good to know, but it doesn't have any great implications. Where we came from is not important. Where we are going is what is important. So don't get too hung up about where your ancestors came from and all. It's just knowledge about history, you can say, and then it can help you understand the world better, but it is not in any way definitive about anything about humans. So some people say, hey, our ancestors also like went to your country and or conquered your country or whatever. But the response is, okay, so the people from your ancient community, the ones who are more adventurous and more had more initiative, they left and went to some other country, and you are the descendant of the people who did not move. That's not very something to be very proud of. See, this is just like you can make many such arguments. So anyway, the point is, it is not important where you came from. What is important is where you are going. Okay, so let's just look at the scientific history of humans. Most scientists believe that modern humans originated in East Africa about 150,000, 200,000 years ago, and significant migrations out of Africa started about 50,000 years ago. So these migrants, they dispersed around the globe, and they went through long periods of relative isolation whereby the endogamous populations develop different characteristics, including languages, religions, and genetic signatures. And these genetic signatures enable us to track their movements, and that is a scientific history. So, over the last couple of decades, we've got a lot of data on the genetic signatures, population genetics. Now, this following is something mainly from something I wrote about 15 years ago. So, some of this data is dated. There's been a lot of research done since I wrote this. So, and sometimes you look at the research and it says, oh, this is what this particular community, this is their genetic signatures. And then later another research will come out, no, that's not right. Because also this research hasn't reached the point where they've done, the data set is very large and it's not reached that point yet. So these results change. Okay. Now, what is this genetic signatures? So there are two kinds of DNA in our body. Okay. Now, the one you know commonly is the spiral helix, discovered by Watson and Crick. Okay, and that is in the nucleus, and there's also other kind of DNA, and that's actually outside the nucleus. It's in the rest of the cell, and it's called mitochondrial DNA. Now, what happens during reproduction is that the sperm of the father fuses the egg of the mother, and the sperm contains DNA from the nucleus from what is it called, meiosis? I think it's meiosis, not mitosis. I don't remember the biology I studied so long ago. But anyway, so the sperm, which is a product of that, which has half of that, fuses with the mother's egg, also has half, and they form the nucleus, which is 23 pairs of chromosomes. However, the egg has some other DNA, and that's the mitochondrial DNA. So the mitochondrial DNA doesn't have any contribution from the father. So your mitochondrial DNA, whether you're a man or a woman or something else, your mitochondrial DNA, as long as you're human, comes entirely from your mother. Now that lets you do something. It lets you trace matrilineage. So it lets you trace the line of your mother's 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 mother. Okay. Now, of course, this DNA which a mother passes on to her children is almost identical to her own DNA, but there are little mutations which happen once in a while. Similarly, the son inherits the entire DNA of the Y chromosome from his father. So my Y chromosome DNA in my body is almost identical to my father. There may have been a mutation at some point, and this mutation has to occur. If it's going to be in every cell of my body, it has to occur while the Y chromosome was still in the sperm, or when the embryo was still just one cell. So as I was saying, I was trying to figure out the history of Indians, and the haplogroup R1A, which is marked by the Y chromosome with that R1A mutation, occurs in large frequencies in well-off Indian communities, but also in not so well-off Indian communities like tribals. Now, besides R1A, a very common haplogroup which occurs in high frequencies for Indians is H, which is you can call that the Dravidian haplogroup. Now, some of the most accomplished Indian communities are these southern Indian communities. They have produced like great mathematicians, chess players, authors, etc. Now, these southern Indian communities, the ones which are well off, still they show a very large percentage of the Dravidian haplogroup. So this idea that these communities are the descendants of Aryan invaders and who came and is not true, because about a third of the Y chromosome haplogroups for these communities is actually H, and about a third is R1A. So it just shows you that there was these communities are essentially descendants of some amount of original Dravidian communities which are there in India, and some of the ones Aryans who came and okay, now here's some funny things that you realize once you actually have the scientific evidence. Hitler made a big deal. He said that, my people are super and we are the Uber and the others are Unter. However, if you look at the scientific evidence, the people who call themselves Arya, the word was Arya, which is like noble, were the Indo-European branch, Indo-Iranian branch of the Indo-European people. And they were primarily R1A or R2. R2 occurs mainly in India. Okay, that's why I said it could be R2, but I think maybe just R1A. Now, if you look at the population genetics, and Russians have a greater percentage of R1A, 46%, compared to Germans, who are at 24%. And Levite Jews have 51% R1A ancestry. So, someone can make the claim these Levite Jews are twice as Aryan as the Germans, according to this evidence. Of course, there is a significant amount of the other main Indo-European haplogroup, which is R1b. So Germans have a lot of that. They have a lot of R1b. English are almost entirely R1b. I think Spanish also are almost entirely R1b. The Germans actually have, what Hitler usually thought was, like when he said Aryan, he thought they were Scandinavians, Nordics. Germans, the Nordic haplogroup is I. And Germans, yes, they do have a lot of the Nordic haplogroup. But the main haplogroup for them still is either R1A or R1B. Similarly, the Finns, who again, they share a lot of common ancestry with Russians, North Russians, which is like sort of expected. Okay, now you also see that the Y chromosome haplogroups are much more geographically dispersed compared to the mtDNA haplogroups. What that tells you about history is that historically it is the men who went out, migrating or rampaging, and then they went to other areas and they had children with the local women. So the Y chromosome was much more mobile, and the mtDNA was much more geographically concentrated. So a lot of the modern populations are, when you see let's say high proportion of R1A somewhere, it could either be that R1A men came to that area and had children with local women, in which case their descendants are actually mixtures of local and foreign. That's pretty much true for all over the world. Most modern populations are mixtures. Now, the last thing I'm going to do in this section is about the Y chromosome haplogroup F. It's a very interesting haplogroup. So you have this like small endogamous group, but now they constitute about 95% of the patrilineal lineages outside Africa. The haplogroup F, which is an older haplogroup. So, okay, where does what did F produce? So F haplogroup went like the next descendant was GHIJK, then you had the HIJK, and from that came H, which is the Dravidian South Asian population. Okay. Similarly, F also produced the Nordic population, I. So the Nordics are also descendants of haplogroup F, like the Dravidians, and of course, if you go far enough, if you go even back farther, we all came from Africa. I don't lose sight of that. But this is just a haplogroup F is an interesting haplogroup. It's of course newer compared to the populations which came out of Africa. So the F also produced the haplogroup J, which is the Semitic haplogroup, which is to be found in Middle East, North Africa, India, and European Jews. F produced the N Finnish haplogroup is also a descendant of F. And okay, so out of this thing, you see as F starts, as time passes and F haplogroup develops new mutations by which you identify these newer haplogroups. So F was the ancestor haplogroup. The descendant haplogroup was GHIJK, and GHIJK also broke up into HIJK, which now this HIJK, that population broke up into H and also this JI. And from this JI population came the Nordics and the Semitics. So in terms of ancestry, the Nordics and the Semitics are more recent than, let's say, the Finns and the Indo-Europeans. It's kind of intriguing that the Nordics and the Semitics have a more recent ancestry. Similarly, the haplogroup from which the Finns come, this N, its parent was NO, which is also the parent haplogroup of O, which is the Chinese, East Asian, East Indian, eastern part of India haplogroup O. So the Finns and the Chinese have a relatively more recent shared ancestry. Similarly, the Native Americans and the Indo-Europeans have a more recent shared ancestry because they both are descendants of this haplogroup P, which of course also came from F, but so compared to the Finns and the Chinese, the Native Americans and Indo-Europeans have more recent shared ancestry. Okay, just very interesting to learn about where these different populations, what their ancestry is. But again, like I said, it's not important where you came from. What's important is where you're going. Your life is very, very, very special. Don't waste it. Build something. Don't have animosity towards others. Animosity is a waste of time. Help others if you can, but no buts. Help others if you can, and don't get into conflicts with people. Instead, build something. So humans, we live in groups, and in my book, The Nature Ternary, I go into detail about how groups operate, and nature ternary is the nature of humans, nature of groups, and the nature of reality. Now, of course, one very important part of the functioning of groups is how the joint production is divided among different group members. And the other important thing also is how is political power distributed, and the economic distribution and the distribution of political power are of course related. To give members the opportunities for their best possible lives, societies and communities must improve their economic system towards greater equality while not losing the benefits of incentives and accountability that a free market provides. Well, there are three improvements that can be made. And the lowest level, then the second level, and the highest level. Okay, at the lowest level, the improvement that can be made to economic systems is redistributive taxation. So let's look at redistributive taxation. Now, the free markets have the virtues of accountability and incentives, but they can produce a large levels of inequality that are not compatible with strong communities. There is really no economic theory which tells us how steep this pyramid is going to be. Like steep means like something like this. A flat pyramid is something like this. So steep pyramid is like greater inequality. And there's no economic theory which tells us that this is how much inequality a free market left to itself will produce. Now, voters, however, in a democracy can use redistributive taxation to flatten a pyramid. So, direct taxes essentially increase the price of labor. Negative direct taxes can increase the price of labor. Negative indirect taxes, so like negative sales taxes, can reduce the price of goods consumed by the lower income individuals and families. Now, why this particular form to reduce inequality? Because we still want the free market. We do not want to lose the virtues of accountability and incentives which a free market has. Of course, if you tax something, then the argument goes, oh, you're reducing the incentive to work by the people who you're putting a positive income tax on and all that. Yeah, whatever. I don't think it has a major impact. Okay. Yeah, you can make an argument, but I don't think it's really important. I do not believe that you should have things like universal basic income, which basically hands out money to everybody. Those who are able to work should work, because people lose respect for themselves if they're receiving handouts. You want them to feel that they can be productive. So you want them to give the opportunity to be productive, and you want to give them a wage that is fair and that incentivizes them to work. Okay, now we can do a general equilibrium analysis, and I did write a paper, and I'm just going to talk about it a bit. It's quite technical. So you see, what happens with this, this inequality is that if you really want to analyze inequality in the tradition of equilibrium analysis, you cannot just have your inputs to production as labor and capital, because that assumes that all labor is the same. But we know that is not true. Managers and they have experienced a great increase in wealth, and especially if you look at the past 40 years, like starting from let's say early 1980s, when you had these free trade agreements. What it did to a country like the US is that the free trade agreements increased competition for blue-collar workers, because now they had to compete with blue-collar workers from much poorer countries. And white-collar workers, on the other hand, saw an increase in the demand for their services. And what the result was that you had the situation where white-collar workers did much better than blue-collar workers, and inequality in the economy increased, and to levels which I believe are not good for the health of the society. So to analyze this systematically, and if you're going to kind of say, okay, I want to figure out what is the optimal level of tax. If you want to answer that question, you have to let's say start systematically. So I wrote this paper where I had two kinds of workers. Look, labor was not homogeneous. There were two kinds of labor, white collar and blue collar. So I have a set of equations. I have a number of variables, and the number of variables has to equal the number of equations, and you can get to a solution. I'm not going to get into things like fixed point theorems to show that it has it's a unique solution. Anyway, so the second part of the paper divided the US population into two parts, top 25 and the bottom 75, and I call the top 25 white collar and the bottom 75 blue collar. And the third and the final part of the paper gets to the issue of what is the optimum tax, and for that you need a social utility function. You need to know what exactly this model is going to, why you did this model, and why you wrote all these equations, because at some point you want to use that model for policy, and to do that you need something called a social utility function. Now, obviously the social utility function and this set of equations, they can't be analyzed analytically, they have to be maximized numerically. And also, you have to do a few calibrations to, you observe, okay, how much leisure is being consumed, for example, or what is the wealth level, and using those calibrations you can calculate some of the parameters in this model. Now, so that is the proper rigorous way to go about doing this, right? And you see the okay, I don't know. Without a social utility function, what is the meaning of this mathematical model if you don't have a social utility function? And the thing is that most of the time when people do these models, they do not do a social utility function because that gets into normative issues, which I think they're afraid of, because when you say that, okay, this is what a social utility function should look like, then you're saying this group should be given this much weight and that group should be given that much weight, and that gets political. So they just try to avoid. They want to give a impression of being very scientific and above all that. So what they do is that they use GDP as a proxy for the social utility function. It's a stealth social utility function. Yeah, but GDP is a very bad social utility function because GDP ignores any distribution issues. It ignores all issues of inequality. And that is not going to work. Okay, you cannot get away from the normative issues when you want to decide policy. You can't have a policy that I'm just going to maximize GDP and I don't care how much inequality is being produced. That's not going to work. You're going to get like very angry, part of the electorate being very angry and wanting to throw out the incumbents and like bring in people like who make them promises or whatever. Okay. The other issue is that this cannot be solved analytically, obviously, but academics, they usually want like analytical solutions. They like math, they like mathematical solutions, but that's kind of, I don't think that's the way to go, because if you want to actually model the world, and it's not very, like you've not ignored like many issues, then you're going to get a model which cannot be solved analytically. It's like telling an aircraft designer that they cannot use numerical solutions to the Navier-Stokes equations and can only use analytical exact solutions. Okay. So if you're trying to design the best economy, you're trying to design the best fiscal policy, then yeah, use numerical solutions. The next level of improvement in economic systems after redistributive taxation is really job security. And this sort of goes to this, I have this economic system, which I also am going to describe in not this book, in my next book, The Nature Ternary. And that economic system is, I call it the ranch model. It's like everybody was given a ranch. And what are the features of a ranch? Well, the features of a ranch is that the people who used to have ranches, they were doing well. They would have a good life. They worked hard. They ran their ranches successfully. They did not have to worry about if they were like being treated badly by other people. They did their job. They produced their whatever they were producing. they got paid. Okay, and so if you had a ranch, you were born with a ranch, you're a lucky guy or a gal. Now, so in the ranch system of economics, or the ranch model of economics, is that the government actually creates a virtual sort of ranch, the conditions for everybody who's born to have a virtual sort of ranch. And that requires the government to give them job security. So if a person wants to work, they should be able to go to the government and work on the government job. Now, of course, the problem with government jobs, as we have found, is that they lack the sort of incentives and accountability which a free market produces. So, when the government provides work, there should be it should still be less, the salaries should be less than what you would get in the free market, so that people are encouraged to move on to the free market, where there is incentive and accountability. However, if somebody wants to just, doesn't care about getting the extra amount of money in the free market and just wants to continue working with the government, that's okay. As long as, so the challenge is to kind of make sure that the government jobs are actually productive. Just don't want to be in a situation where being in a government job means that you're just sitting there wasting your time. There is no intellectual challenge and something like that. Also, one way in which you can have more ranches, that is, you have more jobs which are intellectually challenging, which reward you for your work, is to prevent firms from becoming very large. You just you can say that having smaller firms is a public good, and the way to encourage smaller firms is to tax them lighter. So larger firms or even give the smaller firms subsidies, so that the larger firms have an incentive to break into smaller parts. Because really large firms are like the death of the soul. They're just like politics ridden, and they are just too much of managing your image, and the intellectual content is very low. There's too much politics and too little intellectual content. So when you break up larger firms into smaller firms, then they become more, they have to care. The smaller firms, firstly, smaller firms means that there's probably going to be more competition, so they have to worry about performance. And secondly, because the layers between the people taking the actions and the people doing the work, there are not so many layers. Okay, the more layers they are, the less insulated the people who make the decisions are from the actual performance, and politics becomes more and more important. So one way in which you can produce more of good jobs is to have smaller firms, and to give incentives for larger firms, economic incentives for larger firms to break up into smaller firms. Okay, and then at the highest level of an economic system is the realization that we are actually trying to provide people an environment where they can live their best possible lives. Okay, so we are trying to provide an environment where people have the are in a situation, and now the thing is that if you follow the way economists think, and it is that more productivity is always good, right? So, like, productivity is supposed to be great, but that is not true. We have to first develop an understanding of the ourselves, and then I think I have a section called the scientific model for human behavior, mental health and happiness. I think that's what the name of the section is. Anyway, in that section I basically cover what is it that gives us a good life. And there you realize when there human nature, you have to understand human nature, and like just this like frivolous assumption that the more you consume the happier you are has led to a lot of trouble and it does not work. So there the human nature is understood as something that has been produced by evolution. So to understand human nature, we need to understand evolution. And of course, just by understanding evolution, you can't like totally say this is human nature. Then you also have to have observations. Okay, so your observations of humans plus evolution gives you human nature. Evolution is like it produces the skeleton for human nature, and your observations adds flesh to it. Now, if so when you have this understanding of human nature, what you also realize, and there like the argument goes that human nature, what we are really seeking is love, and I call it love, which can be like satisfaction, pleasure, happiness, enjoyment, whatever. It's a reward from the brain given to us for things the brain considers important, for having done the things the brain considers important. Love, that's one word. Okay, which covers a variety of rewards which the brain gives us. That's what we seek. So we seek love, and the point is that doing work which is satisfying, which we feel that we have done our duty, that we have taken care of the people we love and care for, and which requires us to expend our energy, this work is a source of love. If all of our work was replaced by robos, that love would be gone. Okay? So this is essentially an understanding of the fact that more and more mechanization and more automation, which makes us requires us to do less and less labor, is not the way to go. It's a dead end. It's going to lead to failure. It's going to lead to people who are weak. What we need is for people to be given work which they have to do so that they can become small, so that they can become confident, strong individuals. So along with ideas like CAPM, which lack empirical support, Ricardo's comparative advantage is gospel in universities, academia, which support these ideas of free trade. Now, I know it's been expanded by people like Bhagwati. They have sort of worked and made it, added some features to it. But here's the thing. The idea that free trade is good for a country's economy is absolutely persistent. Now, this needs examination because this idea has had a tremendous impact. So it has actually created a lot of misery for large sections of the population. What is obvious from, if you do like Ricardo's, if you follow Ricardo's idea, okay, GDP should increase, the production frontier of the world should expand outwards. However, what that argument entirely ignores is what happens to the distribution inside a country. Now, a country should follow economic policies which take into consideration the welfare of all of its citizens, not just certain sections of it, right? If you don't have that and you have growing inequality, then it's finally going to fail. The country is going to fail. Also, what we observed is that nowhere in Ricardo's theory does it suggest that inequality should increase with free trade. Nor does it suggest that a country would keep piling up on foreign debt. So Ricardo's theory does not actually, and it's like, it's supposed to have like these benefits of comparative advantage and etc., like expanding the production frontier outwards. But what you see in reality is that you see an persistent trade deficit, growing inequality, and a persistent growth. I mean, with a persistent trade deficit comes a persistent growth in foreign debt. Now, so what about this foreign debt? At some point, future taxpayers will have to repay this debt. Now, this debt is essentially enabling greater consumption today. And if you are like really free, if you really believe in utility functions and that's the be all and end all, yes, then greater consumption today is supposed to be good. However, if you really have a scientific view of the human nature, which is there in another part of my video, then you realize that humans get a reward, which is what they seek, for a variety of things, for a portfolio of things. They get love. They don't just get it for greater consumption. They get it for relationships, they get it for a feeling of security, they get it for a feeling that they have done their duty, and so on. Okay. Now, this thing that, okay, we are going to kind of keep piling on debt because it's enabling us to have greater consumption is totally wrong, because at some point in the future, the taxpayers will have to repay this debt. And this debt is being used to finance greater current consumption. And this debt can have like unpleasant long-term consequences like high inflation, to reduce the real value of debt, like whatever debt you gave to foreigners. I mean, let's have hyperinflation, make that debt worthless. That's not a good strategy. Okay, and or you could end up selling your productive assets to foreigners. Foreign debt may be justified if it is used for positive net present value investments that will increase a nation's productive capacity by an amount sufficient to pay back the entire foreign debt. Trade deficits for investment purposes are okay, but they should be avoided for greater current consumption. It's all there in this book, and I actually have discussed all these issues. And of course, you have the book QR code right there. Now, effective action against trade deficits is lacking. There are actually powerful lobbies which want these trade deficits to persist. So a country is not homogeneous. There in a country like the US, which is running trade deficits, persistent trade deficits, there are people who actually benefit from it. Okay? And now, who are the people who benefit from it? Well, this growing foreign debt, which the US, growing amount of debt which US sells to foreigners, what does it do? It keeps the US dollar strong. Keeping the US dollar strong means that foreign labor is more competitive, and it's a competitive disadvantage for American labor when the dollar is strong. What else do we see during this time when we have all these free trade agreements? It started like, let's say, sometime around the 1980s when countries in East Asia, the US was importing more and more from them, and then increased further with NAFTA, the WTO, and then the latest attempt was the Trans-Pacific Pact, which failed. So this growing debt allows the dollar to remain strong, and sometime in the future it may finally collapse, but in the meantime it remains strong, and that works against the US worker, because it puts the US worker at a disadvantage compared to foreign workers when it comes to foreign companies. Firms would rather manufacture in foreign companies because the labor costs would be lower because of the stronger dollar. So so does that mean we should not trade? No. There is value in trading. Besides, of course, there are economic benefits, and there are also things like the world should interact with each other. There should be more for the sake of harmony. And however, what you should do is you should have balanced trade. You should not have free trade. I mean, this whole thing of running persistent trade deficits and financing it by issuing debt is just bad. It's unfair to domestic workers, and it'll have serious negative consequences in the future. What you can do is you can have balanced trade. Now, what is balanced trade? Well, balanced trade, you impose tariffs till your trade deficit disappears. Now, would a foreign country retaliate against tariffs? If they're sensible, they should not, because if they're running a trade surplus and then they put tariffs on American goods, then the trade surplus will not be reduced because their purchases of American goods would fall. So it is best for the foreign country to understand that this persistent surplus which they have with respect to the US is not a good thing. And they should accept tariffs which the US may impose till the trade deficit goes away. And actually, it's not really be the calculation should not be like who the US has a trade deficit of surplus with. It should rather be whether these foreign countries themselves have trade deficits of surplus, because they're like countries. India does not have it's almost balanced, right? It runs a surplus against the US, but it also has to pay a lot to buy oil. So overall, India is not really running trade surplus. So the countries which should either increase their purchases of American goods or reduce their exports to the US should be the ones which are running large trade surpluses. So why is inequality growing? And I'm going to now present a double onion model of growing inequality. So this is from data about the US mainly, but it's also applicable to other industrialized countries and also industrializing countries. So let's just take a look at the data. It's quite interesting. I mean, these are just thoughts I had in my head. And at some point I said, okay, why don't I take a look at the data and see if this is really true? And it was. Okay, so this is what I found. Now, these are market capitalization of firms from 1990. And the top firms are ExxonMobil, IBM, Walmart, Bristol Myers, Lowe's, and those are the top 5, and then so on. Okay, 1990, this is the market capitalizations of the different firms. Fast forward to 2025, and these are now the market capitalizations. And what are the top firms? Apple, Nvidia, Microsoft, Alphabet, Amazon, Facebook, Tesla, and so on. Okay, now here is a statistic. We should make it set up. Okay, so let's look at the ratio of the sum of market capitalizations of the top 10 firms to GDP, and this is all in nominal dollars. Market capitalization of the top 10 firms in 1992, if you add them up, it was $530 billion. GDP was about $5.9 trillion, and the ratio was 8.89. What happened in 2025? Well, you go forward to 2025, the market cap of the top 10 firms now adds up to $25 trillion, up from $0.5 trillion. And the GDP has increased to about $29 trillion. So the ratio of market cap of top 10 to GDP 2025 is 87.89%. That's a pretty startling increase, right? From 8.89% to 87.89%. So the largest firms have become much more profitable compared to the rest of the economy. Okay, so that was the first data for the first part. Now the second part is what's happening within firms. Well, I mean, within firms, like, people, like, they measure this, and this data is available. There are various, you can have other measures, but I'm just looking at one measure, something which is like easily available to me. Yeah, I do think about a lot of different things, so I don't necessarily go looking for a lot of data. I just view the world, and I have an idea what's happening in the world, and then I'm satisfied with the data work that I do. So here's the work that I'm looking at now. In 2021, the ratio of the CEO to typical worker compensation was 399 to 1. So they were getting about 400 times. The CEO was getting about 400 times the typical worker. And this was up from 366 to 1 in just over a year. It was up from 366 to 399. And believe it, back in 1965, it was just 20 to 1. And in 89, it was 59 to 1. So what you see over here is that the income of the CEOs, and when you have income, that's also a proxy for the entire wealth, economic wealth. So the income of the CEOs has gone from 20 to 1 in 65 to 59 to 1 in 80 to 400 to 1 in 2021. Now, there's some debate about how the CEOs to typical workers' pay should be measured, but I'm looking at a time trend, so it's true that the differences in pay is really escalated very much through time. So now this is the double onion. The first onion is, this is what it was before. This is what firms were like before. There was some amount of inequality. Some firms were, compared to the average market capitalization, there were some firms which were below the average, and some were above, and overall it looks something like this. So this onion basically is, the width of the onion is what is the density of firms at a particular ratio. So before it was like this, and now it has become more concentrated towards the top. And this is like, I'm just saying that, okay, it's a log scale. Now, this is not based on actual numbers which I've made. This is a visualization of what's happening. And then there's the growing inequality within firms. So the above was a growing inequality across firms, and now there's a growing inequality within firms. So you combine these two, and again you get this onion. right? You get something like a onion which is showing greater inequality over time. And now this is the change in the onion for earnings of you can say households or individuals over time. Before, it was something which looked like this, and now it's something which looks like this. So this is the ratio, and it's a log scale. So at the average, the ratio will be 1, because this is ratio of income to average income, and the log will be 0. So this blue line on the y-axis is 0. And what has now happened is that a lot of people have been pushed down below the blue line. And so this is just a visualization of the increasing inequality. Now, if you want to kind of, from a graph like this, if you want to say, okay, what is the ratio for log minus 0.2 to minus 0.1, how many individuals lie in that range? So you just have to integrate, okay? Because this is the density, the width is the density, so you just got to integrate. Okay, so obviously there's inequality growing, but there's a very pernicious effect of this inequality, which just goes beyond simply and goes beyond simple economics, economic suffering. And that pernicious effect of that inequality is that couples in financial distress are more likely to see their relationship fail. And what this diagram is also saying is that this increasing inequality is pushing people, this red line, I'm just, again, it's a visualization. So the red line I'm saying is a minimum income ratio below which finances will cause severe stress in a majority of relationships. And what is happening is that as that stress increases because of growing inequality, more and more couples find their relationships fail. Is it really true that economic hardship leads to greater failure of relationships? Well, I found some interesting data. That's just a thought I had, and then I found some data. I found these graphs. So this sickly economy, which sort of looks like a witch's hat. That's what my wife told me. I was showing her this thing, and she said, "Oh, that's a witch's hat." So I said, "Okay, it's a witch's hat," but it's actually a sickly economy. To transfer it to a healthy economy, what you need is income fairness and food affordability. You need these two programs. Income fairness increases the wage rate earned by those who are the lower earning people, and food affordability makes the government pay a certain part of the price of food which they purchase. Now, when you do these things, this sickly onion, dysfunctional economy, will become a healthy onion. Okay, what is also you can see over here, which is also thing that we need for a healthy economy, is that there is this area at the bottom, which is green. And what is that green region? The green region is guaranteed government employment. And again, I said, you don't want to give handouts. People who want employment should always find employment. They may not always find it in the free market, but so the government should guarantee employment. And why are they like at the bottom of the onion? Well, they're at the bottom of the onion is because government employment will usually lack incentives and accountability. So we want them to graduate onto the free market. So the black region is a free market. The green region is government guaranteed employment. And then if somebody just doesn't want to work in the free market, they just want like just a guaranteed employment. They can work in the government guaranteed employment. They'll earn less than they would likely in the free market, but still their earnings should be good enough to keep them above that red line. So, what is the appropriate task for economists? What is it that they should really be trying to answer? Give us a plan. Well, let's go over this methodically. Okay, so let's just sort of step by step. So we recognize that the important task for economists is to tell us what policies the government should follow. Okay, so that's an important task, right? It's very important because we want the society to succeed, and economic policies the government follows has a very large impact on whether the society succeeds. And we generally look to economists to tell us what those economic policies should be. Okay, so, that's clear. Now, how do economists, like most economists today, the way they approach a problem is to create a model. And a model can also be non-mathematical. And there's a section in my video which talks about what is science and what is not science. And if the model is non-mathematical, then its usefulness depends on the wisdom of the person who has created the model. Okay, but so let's stay with these mathematical models for now. So you have a mathematical model, you have these macroeconomic mathematical models. They are based on rational agents who maximize the utility, firms which maximize their profits, and then you build a nice model, and then you see whether these models actually are consistent with whatever observations you have from the world. And you say, yes, there's a fair amount of support for these models. However, what you're trying to do is you're trying to say, what is the policy that we should follow? And so you have a model which looks like, describes the world reasonably well. So the next question is, what is the policy suggested by this model? Now, when you try to answer that question, there has to be an objective function in your model. You say you have a model and you're going to change some policy, let's say you're going to change the tax rate, you're going to change the tariff rates, and then you say, okay, this is what the model says the policy should be for taxes. And then the question is, when you say this is what the policy should be, what exactly, why is the model saying that? Because in a mathematical model which makes a recommendation, there has to be an objective function. Without an objective function, what are you doing with that model anyway? So there has to be an objective function, and that objective function for economic models is the social utility function. But what I have found in my economics education is that there was not really much discussion about the social utility function. And because there was no discussion of the social utility function, then there was this GDP, which became the stealth social utility function. You have a model and you say, okay, if I tweak the taxes this way, or if I tweak the tariffs this way, then I'm going to get higher GDP. So GDP becomes the social utility function, even though it is not explicitly said that it is the social utility function. So it is really the stealth social utility function. And using the stealth social utility function is at the root of many economic and social problems, because when you use the GDP, you are essentially ignoring inequality, economic inequality. You're saying that if someone who's earning $100 million a year and that person earns $1 more, or somebody who's earning $100,000 a year, that person earns $1 more, then for the society, the impact is the same. And obviously, that can't be right, because we do live in a democracy. We do have a social contract which says that the government has the right to set taxes. We do have elections which say that the voters have the right to choose elections, and we do actually have progressive taxation. It's nothing novel that I'm saying. We do have progressive taxation. And what is a progressive taxation? The progressive taxation is an attempt to address economic inequality. So every model should have an objective function to determine equality. And then once you have that objective function, the social utility function, which you get away from, you get away from this GDP, and you can kind of I remember one thing which I had read once is that, don't take GDP, instead take the sum of logs of the incomes of various things. So of course, when you take log, then you are reducing the $1 impact on larger incomes compared to smaller incomes. And that's one way to address thing. And you can sort of have different ways you can think of how the social utility function can be modified to take into account inequality. And like I said, it's not a novel idea, right? This is actually the world we live in. We already live in a world where we have democratic elections. The voters have the right to choose the government. The government has the right to set taxes, and the government sets taxes which are progressive. Income taxes are progressive, forced by the end of the day. Maybe there are enough loopholes put in there which make them not progressive, but at least the official line is that we need progressive taxation to reduce inequality. Okay, so you have, once you understand that, okay, you need the social utility function, you have two things to do then. Okay, the first is like, if you're going to reduce inequality and so you're trying to kind of maximize your social utility function, what instrument should you be using? And the second one is, who should decide the weights in the social utility function? Okay, now the most likely instrument for is fiscal policy. It's not like you can broadly divide economic policies into fiscal policy and monetary policy. In my opinion, monetary policy is essentially for stability, or it's for reducing volatility in the economy. It is fiscal policy, which is the government's taxation and spending policies, which are to be used as the instrument to maximize social utility. And in particular, the forms which I believe should be used are proportional taxes. And these proportional taxes can be very large negative towards the bottom and large positive towards the top. And how large positive and how, and why proportional taxes? Because proportional taxes keep intact the virtues of the free market, the two virtues of the free market, which are absolutely important: accountability and incentives. Okay, so these keep intact those virtues. And then the question is, okay, how what should be the amount of these taxes, these negative and positive taxes, combination of negative and positive taxes? Well, given that we live in a democracy and the voters get to choose, I mean, I have an idea what this should be, but I'm just one voter out of millions, right? And so it's basically, this is what different candidates for office, that's what they should campaign on. They should say, okay, this is the amount of negative taxes that I'm going to put on income for the lower earners and so on. So then the voters would decide which candidate has the best set of taxes. So this is the task really for economists. The task for economists is to give us a model with a social utility function, and in those functions there would be parameters, and they would explain how these how these parameters would affect social utility, and then the voters get to decide what exactly should be the different weights in the social utility function. Bottom line, you can't just ignore social utility function and pretend that the GDP is the social utility function, because that is leading to a lot of problems. Okay, moving on. So those are the three levels of improvements in economics. The first was redistributive taxation. The second was assured work, the sort of giving everybody a ranch. And the third is that realizing that there is upper limit to how much you can reduce work, or if your work falls below a lower limit, you're actually going to be worse off. Okay, then let's just kind of look at like what has been, obviously like some of the stuff I've been talking about is not, you won't hear it elsewhere. And now I have actually studied a lot of economics, and I was a grad student at JNU in India, where we had Marxist professors, and then I went to Yale and University of Chicago, which are the heart of capitalist thought. So I've had like quite a wide experience when it comes to economics, and of course these academics don't agree with each other. You know, they just say that the other side is wrong, and then the question is, okay, what is it that you should be watching for? Let me just say, I have a lot of respect for Chicago's stress on empirical validation. So they just don't go around saying things, they try to kind of back it up with data. So that was, I found that very admirable. Okay, so let's move on. So the main promise of the Marxists was greater equality. And the basic error of those who worked for the revolution was not understanding that power comes in two forms, economic and political. And while state ownership of economic assets did result in greater economic quality, it also had a severe loss of incentives and accountability. And there was a huge disparity in political power. Political power was not like thought of as anything wrong, because the political power was with the Communist Party, and of course the Communist Party was noble. You know, that's what they said, and we said otherwise you were in trouble. So it's tragic in the sense that a lot of very intelligent, passionate, well-meaning people worked to make this a success, but when it actually happened, what was seen was that because of their lack of complete understanding of human nature, the result was a disaster. And they were very disillusioned. A lot of them were persecuted. So that's the issue with the left. Now, on the right, of course, there's a lot more freedom, and that's wonderful. And like I said, Chicago stressed empirical validation. That was very admirable. The problem I had with their economics was that they do not have a social utility function for their models. So you have these models, you have your first order conditions, you get to the equilibrium, you prove that there is only, the equilibrium is unique by using some fixed point theorems and so on, and then you kind of do like comparative statics. You sort of say that, okay, if I introduce this change, let's say I introduce a policy change, how would that change the variables in the equilibrium? No, that all is fine. That all are, that's, if you're going in that path, you have that kind of reasoning. If your like underlying assumption is more consumerism is better, that all is fine. But any mathematical model, and when you're doing comparative statics, any mathematical model, when you want to have a policy implication from that model, it has to have an objective function which is being maximized. If it doesn't have an objective function, then you just can't play along with a mathematical model. I mean, what is the purpose of it? You don't know which situation is better than another because you can't compare two different situations. So you have to have an objective function. And the GDP became a stealth objective function in these models. And as long as the policy said that, okay, it's increased the GDP, that was fine. Okay. But the problem with GDP as a function being maximized is that GDP does not care about distribution. And any, utility function, if you want to make a case for any utility function, it should take into account distribution. And but if you want to try to take into account distribution, you really get into political issues. So you have to kind of choose a utility function, and then you have to kind of say that, okay, I'm going to put this much negative weight on inequality. So the larger the inequality, the more negative weight will this have. And that is a completely political statement. And, they want to appear to be just scientists, and not like anything which is political. So it's difficult for them to formulate a social utility function. But that obviously is, what is the use of your model if it doesn't have a proper objective function? But that is a mistake, because if you want a strong community, you want a strong society, you have to have the people, the large majority of people or everybody, believing that the system is fair to them, so that they are invested in the system, and then only can the society or community achieve its great goals. If there is growing inequality, then people who are losing out will feel more and more alienated. And you tell them, oh, no, it's, Pareto optimal, like whatever we are doing. The winners can compensate the losers, but that doesn't happen. Winners don't compensate the losers. Winners have not compensated the losers from all these free trade agreements, which have increased inequality. So this issue of inequality cannot be ignored for a strong and well-functioning society or community that achieves its great goals. Okay, let's keep moving on. Yeah, the common failing of the left and right is that it's just a very one-dimensional view of human nature, and they both bought into this consumerism fallacy. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Marx said production or something is very important, and everything is subservient to economic production. Whatever. I mean, that's just a wrong understanding of human nature. And of course, that was on the left, Marx, and then on the right, of course, yeah, they're more GDP is great. I mean, as long as you have more GDP, then everything is going well. Okay. So this is the consumerism fallacy. And if you're really going to say that you are going to have solutions for humans, you have to have an understanding of human nature which is not partial. Yes, more consumption may kind of lead to a better life, But then there are so many other things that you have to consider, like whether a person feels like they've done their duty, whether what sort of relationships they have with other people. And ignoring all those and just like sticking with the consumerism fallacy is something which you see both on the left and the right. So when I started my PhD program, there were two major ideas in the finance. They were the things that people spoke about a lot, did a lot of research. And the first one was rational equilibrium pricing models. And the second was the Modigliani-Miller capital structure irrelevance. So I had something to say about both these issues. Okay. So the first one was, so these rational equilibrium pricing models are mathematically very appealing because they sort of, and when they first came, things like CAPM, it was, people said, wow, we now have a theory for why prices are what they are. And if you don't have a rational model, you really can't solve a mathematical model. You have to have these assumptions of rationality. Otherwise, anybody can choose any ad hoc assumptions. So the fact that these models were able to use rationality assumptions, which are much more respectable than some ad hoc assumptions about human behavior. For example, that humans save a certain percentage of their income, and therefore if the government pumps up spending, the GDP is going to move to a higher level. That's just an ad hoc assumption about human behavior. So the rational models were based on rational humans, and they, of course, were very respected and had a very great influence, and they came around in the 60s. So by the time you get 10, 15 years later, then they started empirical data. There was empirical work done which started contradicting these models, and specifically CAPM was contradicted by this thing about the size effect, where CAPM says that the only thing that should matter for the returns to assets are their betas, whereas the size effect said, hey, you take smaller firms, that characteristic also leads to higher returns. That was the first sort of empirical attack on these models. A more stronger attack came from this paper called the equity premium puzzle. Okay. And what it basically found is that the excess returns to US stocks was approximately 1% to 3%. Should be 1% to 3% if you have reasonable levels of risk aversion. Instead, what we are seeing was they were 6% to 7%. Alternatively, you can say that stocks were being priced too low and were therefore generating too high a return. And this criticism, brought forth a lot of research, and they were trying to salvage the rational models, equilibrium models. I looked at these models and said, look, prices and returns are not the only implications of these rational models. Volumes are also an implication of these models. Now, the essential point is that if you really have rational traders, there should be very little trading going on, because these traders have the same information. They understand that the other person they are trading with, the counterparty, is equally smart and has the same information. In these rational models, there's no information asymmetry. If you introduce information asymmetry, then where do you stop? Okay. So these rational models are based on no information asymmetry, no incorrect assessment of a person's own ability. That is rationality. And if that is so, why would two people trade? Because the person who's selling thinks that, okay, I'm smarter, the guy who's buying is dumb, and the person who's buying, because the price of this is going to fall, and the person who's buying says that this person who's selling it to me is dumb because this price is going to rise. So there is a difference of opinion, and that cannot be, that is not possible in a rational model. In a rational model, there is a reason for trading, and the reason for trading is that people have different levels of risk aversion, and you take a very simple model where you have, let's say, a riskless asset and a risky asset, and people, they make their, depending on the risk aversion, they have their optimal portfolio. People who are more risk averse will have less of the risky asset in their portfolio. People who are less risk averse will have more of the risky asset. People who are less risk averse will have more of the risky asset, and people who are more risk averse will have less of the risky asset. Okay, so that's the rational reason for trading would be, if the price of the risky asset changes, then those proportions in their portfolios will change, and it will move away from the optimal. So the people who with different risk aversions would trade with each other. And how much, and how would that trade go? Suppose the price of the risky asset went up while it's like risk remained the same. So the standard deviation, let's say, remained the same. The price went up, so the fraction of risky asset in the portfolio for all traders went up. Then the traders who are more risk averse will want to reduce the amount of risky asset in their portfolio, so they will sell to those who are less risk averse, and that's when trading. So that's a rational reason for trading in a rational equilibrium model. And where does that lead us? Well, so you can do it. You have a reason for trading, and you estimate how much that trading should be. Just like in the equity premium puzzle, there was an estimate done where they estimated how much the equity premium should be, and they found that it was completely out of whack. It should be like 1% to 3%, whereas they were observing 6% to 7% in the economy. So similarly, I did a estimate for volumes, and what I found is that if you have like whatever the transaction costs are really going to reduce trading. So for observed transaction cost, the volumes in the markets were about 20 times higher than what the rational models were saying. The point is that you're trying to rescue these rational models, but prices and returns are not the only prediction of these models. Volumes is also a prediction, and these models totally fail when you try to explain volumes using these models. I mean, the obvious explanation is that for these larger volumes is overconfidence. You know, when people sell, they believe that they know better than their counterparty. They believe that the price is going to fall, and the counterparty does not know that. They know better. That's why they are selling, and vice versa for the counterparty. So they're both like, you know, at least one of them is overconfident. One of them may be like kind of made the right estimate of the price, but there's certainly at least one of the party is overconfident. And so again, you know, you have this problem with rational equilibrium models, and that can't be explained. These volumes can't be explained by some of the things which people were trying to explain by changing, you know, modifying those models. Or at least I didn't see any attempts to explain larger volumes, because I thought it was a problem, the larger volumes, but the rest of the profession did not think it was a problem. I don't know why. Okay, moving on to Modigliani-Miller. So the Modigliani-Miller capital irrelevance suggested that firms that had a positive NPV project will receive financing. Okay, so positive NPV projects are not going to be denied because the firm can't borrow money or raise financing. If they are denied, then you know, Modigliani-Miller capital irrelevance is no longer true, because then you have firms which are having to forego positive NPV projects because of their capital structure, so which will lead to a fall in their value. So then capital structure is no longer irrelevant. So Modigliani-Miller implies that firms should not face a cash constraint because of their capital structure. And the way it was tested is that they took a large data set to test whether firms with higher leverage invested less. You know, higher leverage, they have more debt, they have to pay more as interest, they have less money left to invest. And so, you know, there's a regression run, and leverage turned out to have a negative coefficient. Then came what economists do, and they said, hey, wait a minute, you found a correlation, but it's not causality. Yes, it doesn't mean that negative coefficient doesn't mean that higher leverage is causing lower investment. It could also mean that because a firm has lower investment possibilities, it also has a history of having lower profits. Lower profits historically, lower investment possibilities. Lower profits also lead to higher leverage. So it's not, the causality is not going from leverage to investments, it's going from actually whatever investments you're seeing back to leverage. So this is what is also called the endogeneity problem. And to address it, they used control variables. But when you use control variables, you're just throwing something to the regression and hoping that it'll clean up whatever endogeneity there is. I mean, there's really no good theory to say how much it'll clean up or how it should work. And it introduces multicollinearity, where there are different variables, each competing, trying to explain, fighting with each other, trying to explain why the explained variable is what it is. And I found those regressions very messy and very unappealing. This whole thing of control variables was... So what did I do? Well, I said, let's get rid of this control variables. You're worried about leverage having this endogeneity problem. I'm not going to use leverage as the explanatory variable. What I'm going to do is I'm going to break up leverage into its components. Right? And why components? Because leverage is like this sum of all different things, but the components themselves may tell us much more about the world, what the world is. Right? I'm going to break up leverage into old leverage and change in leverage due to equity issues, change in leverage due to debt issues, change in leverage due to dividends paid. Now, these are all things which can contain information. Equity can, a firm may issue equity in a certain circumstance, it may issue debt in circumstance. There was also, I'm pretty sure I also had another one here, and that was change in leverage due to income. Or if you're using financial statement, it'll be net income. Okay, so look at the components and see what kind of coefficients they have. And the results were super. It was like as beautiful as a poem. It went exactly as you would have expected if there were informations in these variables. The component of leverage due to recent earnings had a very highly negative coefficient with investment. And that again is because recent earnings will push down leverage. And if there are high recent earnings, it means the firm also has good investment opportunities. So the firm with a component of leverage due to recent earnings had a very negative coefficient with investment. And then you went back in time, you looked like, let's say 2 periods ago, what is the impact of the component of leverage due to earnings? It again had a high impact, but less than the recent one. And then as you kept going back in time, the impact died out. And when you went back in time, all these things, which as you go back in time, you would expect them to have less information, and then they all converged. See, they sort of like got towards close to each other, and that is the impact, that convergence is the impact of leverage on investments without information, without endogeneity. So this was a method to address the endogeneity problem and make an accurate estimate of what the impact of leverage was on investment. The results are beautiful. And what else did I find? That coefficient was about 9%. And what is 9%? 9% is actually more than what firms pay on their debt. What do firms pay on debt? Maybe 7, 8 or whatever. So what it was telling you is that firms with high leverage, high amounts of debt, are not only investing less by the amount of interest payments which they're making, but are doing something beyond that. So not only are they constrained because of the interest they are paying, but they are actually reducing their investment even further. And why would they do that? They would do that because firms with high leverage want to move to a situation of lower leverage. So they're ready to forsake positive investment projects because they want to get to a lower level of leverage, management is afraid of leverage. They don't, they don't want to go bankrupt. So they don't want too high leverage. And so they're not only reducing their investments by the amount of interest they're paying, but they're also, if they have high leverage, then they are reducing investment further so they can move to a lower leverage. And on the other side, firms which have low leverage are investing more because they have to pay less interest. And also they're investing more because they feel comfortable about increasing their leverage. So I call that like the super cash constraint hypothesis, where the impact of leverage actually went beyond the amount of interest that was being paid. It went to, it actually went to an impact beyond the interest level. It has like very big policy implications. You want to understand how the economy works, then you understand that firms in the economy are constrained from taking on positive NPV projects because they have high amounts of debt. So then your policy should try to figure out how do you make it, like how do you ease their cash constraint. So an important aspect of a desirable economic system is that the market for corporate governance works. The market for corporate governance is essentially encouraging the managers to perform well to create value for shareholders. And what happens in the real world often is that entrenched management, due to information issues, do not really have to deliver performance. And that is a loss for not only the shareholders of the firm, but the society at large. So, this is like rather common. Entrenched management of large firms have no accountability unless the founders continue as CEOs or have a significant influence in the choice of the CEO, or there is a rare CEO who is a high performer. And these poorly run firms where the senior management is insulated from market pressures, does not have accountability, are not good places to work. They're rife with politics, and they spend a lot of time on posturing, trying like virtue signaling. Okay, now, of course, I've already discussed how larger firms should be split into smaller firms, because smaller firms are better, have better accountability, have a better culture. Now, there's other solution, and that is if it is to make the market for corporate governance work better. Okay, so I spent some time on this issue, and I realized that the problem with corporate governance not working right is fragmented shareholders. It is not worth the reward for small shareholders to invest resources of time and money holding the entrenched management accountable. So that is like the source of the problem. And now there is supposedly this market for corporate governance where corporate traders are supposed to take over firms which are not being run well, turn them around, and get a share of the increase in value. Now, however, there is an issue, you can say free rider issue of this in this market, and it is essentially that the shareholders would expect that the value of the firm would rise after the takeover, and this would cause the price to rise before the takeover itself. The shareholders would not sell their shares at the lower value, at the value at which the current management is producing for the firm, because they realize that this rate is going to come in and increase the value. So they would only want to sell at increased value. Now, however, if they are not ready to sell at the lower value, then the raider would have to pay more, and this would reduce the value of the gain the raider would make. Okay. And really, I mean, the existing shareholders will want to only sell at the new value which they expect the firm to be, or if it's if they think that there's a certain probability of a high value and a certain probability of the continuing low value, then and if there is neutral, then they would take the they would put the value of the firm at the expected value, and they would be, if there is neutral, they would be willing to sell at the expected value. Anyway, which would still reduce the gain which the raider would make. It becomes sort of a game theoretic situation. If the shareholders raise the price to the value which the shareholder would achieve, then the shareholder does not have any incentive to take over the firm anymore. And in which case the shareholders will not receive that gain in value. So now I found that this problem of corporate governance had actually been discussed. A couple of academics had already discussed this problem. That happened with most of my ideas when I was a PhD student. Somebody else had already done it, and I was not great at reading existing literature, so I used to come up with these ideas which were already there. Anyway, what was not there was a solution. Identifying the problem is important. Offering a solution is even more important. Okay, so what can be done to make this market function? Now, you can put a set of covenants into the firm's charter which will facilitate the takeover of the firm by the raider. Now, why would a firm want to put such a covenant in its charter? Well, part of the covenant is that there will be a premium on the existing share price. Now, if the raider is ready to pay a premium of, let's say, 10%, could be 20%, could be 100%, I don't know, and say that they want to purchase 35%, and the covenant says that they have to purchase at least 35% of the firm, let's say, to give them control, or whatever the shareholders think, or whatever the raider thinks will give them control. So this could be like, for example, it could be like 25%. Okay, and this could be like the premium could be over the average of the last 25 trading days, which is essentially to, if the news leaks out, then the raider still doesn't have to pay the higher price. Or if you want to give the raider more comfort of the news leak and not leaking out, then you can make this like 40 days, let's say, of the past 40 trading days. That'll be about 2 months. And then the firm will either issue new shares or buy existing shares. And they can give them they'll give them the premium of that 10% or whatever premium, and to get the raider to the required 25%. Or if the raider believes that they want a larger share, then they can say like 25 to 70%. Now, of course, the problem with a higher percentage is that the raider has to come up with more funds. Now, the raider may just want some inside information, and the firm is just not go around handing out inside information to anyone and everyone who wants it. So what they can do is that they say, okay, you pay me like 0.1% of the market capitalization, and then you can have a detailed knowledge of the firm, things which are not even required to be publicly disclosed. And let's say if the raider does not follow through after receiving this information within 12 weeks, 3 months, to then the 0.01% is forfeited. If you introduce these covenants, it doesn't even require a raider to come in for an increase in the market value of the firm to happen. You're the shareholder of a firm. You should agitate for a firm to put this in their covenants right away, because as soon as you put those covenants in, you should see the price of the firm increase. And that is so because the probability that there will be a raid in the future goes up. And if you think that, okay, 10% premium is too less, make it 20%. But put that covenant in. If you're an activist shareholder, put these covenants in your firms. Not only will it increase the probability that there will be a raider who will increase the value of the firm in the future, but also existing management will become better performing because they will understand that they are no longer entrenched and they will have to deliver superior performance if they want to keep their jobs. Activist shareholders, note, these are the covenants. Make it happen. Okay, so let's look at an example. One firm I mentioned was this big tech firm, which at one point was a dominant big tech firm, okay, in the market. Not many decades ago was a dominant big tech firm. But after, starting around the 2010s, its market cap has remained stuck at like 120 billion for about 8 years, maybe 10 years. During the same time, competitors who went to the cloud and executed well experienced the 3 competitors, and the average increase in their market cap was $2,000 billion each. And this big tech firm, which did not experience this thing, was actually, I would say, because of its existing relationships with corporations, I would say that it actually had an initial advantage, but it completely blew it. Okay? Now, if a raider had gone in and the $6,000 billion increase in market cap across these three firms, if it was distributed among four firms instead of three, then the market capitalization would have increased by $1,500 billion, which is something which the shareholders of that firm lost because of that management, entrenched management. If the raider got 35% of the increase in value, that would be about $565 billion. That is very lucrative. And also, so there are two reasons why it benefits the rest of the society. Because firstly, the government gets a share in the increase in value in the form of taxes. And because of more competition, also society benefits. And of course, these firms are going to be better run, which is the nice thing, because you really want to work for a well-run firm. So, raiders don't have the best public image. But so the question is that should we really be increasing the power of the raiders with such governance? Absolutely. Absolutely, because raiders may have not a great image, but the entrenched management, they do a good job of image management, but they are really, they really need to be reformed. Okay, now, raiders who get wealthy by turning around poorly performing firms are doing a service to society. Give them an opportunity to create wealth and tax them hard. They'll get very wealthy even after paying the taxes, and the government will gain from the taxes it will receive. Also, what about job losses? Because often, efficiency post takeover involves significant job losses to existing employees. But really, if you want to protect, jobs should be protected, but they should be protected by national laws rather than relying on inefficient firms to maintain bloated payrolls. There should be mechanisms at the national level to compensate workers who lose jobs and to provide them attractive alternative employment, rather than saying, yeah, let's keep these bloated farms which are badly run but protected from competition either due to size or whatever. That's not it's not really a nice place to work. So, it's better to work in a firm that is demanding but rewards performance, and it should be the government which is responsible for providing alternative, attractive employment. Okay. So, you may remember the late 1990s and the early 2000s. The internet was massive. Everybody was like excited about it. It was going to change our lives. And it has actually changed our lives. And there were these firms which had these massive valuations. And, valuations which exceeded firms which were considered to be blue chip, which had been around for a long time, like the auto manufacturers. So I just kind of finished my PhD, and I can be forgiven for wondering what the hell is going on. I mean, how is it that these firms have these valuations? Because when you are a student, you're taught that competition should drive profits down to zero. Not prices, but profits should be driven down to zero unless there are significant barriers to entry, in which case the firms will make monopolistic or oligopolistic profits. So I started thinking, okay, what's going on? And I looked at these firms, and they didn't seem to have like particularly large setup costs. So it was essentially the barrier to entry was mind share. Okay, people are already familiar with a firm, a search firm or an email service, and then they wanted to keep using that because they're familiar with it. So I started thinking, okay, what is it that I can do to overcome this mind share? Because there is, it's not quite like working as theory says it should. You're not getting the close to zero profits, which competition should drive these the profits down to. Okay, so my first kind of take on this was that I'm going to have a portal. It sort of offers the same services as other portals. It's essentially search and some news and some other entertainment, like some humor and stuff. And if the users use my portal rather than some other portal of these established firms, then I would give them 99% of the profits that their usage generated. So basically, if a profit of a firm is valued at $100 billion and it gives 99% of that back to the users, then its share of those profits will fall to $1 billion, and 99 billion will go to the users. That seemed like a reasonable thing. I mean, why would a user use another firm if my firm was offering them, all the users together were being offered a lot of money? And so I came up with this. It was called 99 Co-op, and just based on the idea it's a cooperative and 99% goes to the users. And you can go to the Wayback Machine, it's there if you do a search for 99 Co-op. It was also called Rule the Net, with the motto, our users rule the net. So the users rule the net instead of the firms ruling the net. It's the users who own the net. That was the idea. So it's called Rule the Net. There was a place for the users to log in, and when they logged in, their usage would be recorded, and then they would be their share of profits, at 99%, which would go to users. Their share of that 99% would be based on what their usage was. So it didn't get traction. It's not, you've never heard of this before, so obviously it didn't get traction. And essentially the issue was that in the real world it is difficult for me to explain to the users what the idea was, and also I was underfunded. I couldn't really advertise and all, because I'm very good at generating ideas. I'm terrible at raising funds because my attitude has been, the idea is right. Why do you need me to explain to you why the idea is right? You should get it. Like invest in my firm. Okay. I don't have patience. I don't have patience to explain to people why they should invest in the firm. So I didn't have funding. I mean, I was like, whatever money I could spend from whatever my job was giving me. So I was spending that. So it was underfunded and then it wasn't getting traction. So I said, okay, let's think about what else I could offer the users. If this one is not working, what is the other thing that I could do, which would be not so difficult to convince them that it was genuine. I mean, essentially the point is that users there's a lot of skepticism in the real world, and I couldn't get past that. Anyway, so my next take on this was HugeMail. And so HugeMail, there was a time when the normal free email services were giving the users about 5 megabytes inbox size. So I said, okay, but providing email services still within my limited financial resources, and I'm going to give the users inbox size of 100 megabytes. Well, I started with 40 and then I increased it to 100. So they don't have to wait. I mean, they don't have to believe that they're going to get 99% of the profits. They'll get the reward immediately. By switching from the other free email services, they'll get 100 megabytes of email thing. I mean, it'll be visible to them, and they should succeed. And it did succeed. It succeeded too much. It was wildly popular, and it sort of overloaded and crashed the servers, and the servers were, I kind of got them running again, and so it was a bit of a rocky start to it, but it was working well. And then came in one of the big firms, and their opening pitch was that they were going to give 1,000 megabytes or 1 gigabyte of email space. I got crushed. Okay. So it's back to the drawing board. And, I, of course, had other ideas also. I was trying to different ideas for setting up farms, or about understanding the world, and ideas about evolution, and about how do we get to the best possible life, what is the purpose of our thinking, what is the purpose of life, what is the meaning of life, and so on. So I had my next attempt was kind of happened soon after, but I didn't really, I was just busy with some other things, and I've never really pushed hard on this one. So what is this next attempt? So the next attempt would be that if you have a nonprofit, okay, that provides web services, the nonprofit will pay out its profits to charities, so the users will designate which charity should receive the profits generated by their usage. You look at these web farms, they have they're worth trillions of dollars at this point. So instead of giving their profits to these web farms, instead of their usage, it's the usage of the users which creates these trillions of dollars. So instead of giving it to the web farms, you can give it instead to a nonprofit. Nothing like 99% and all that, that's that's gone. You just give them the entire non-profit and give them the entire profits. And they designate which charity. There'll be a list of charities, and the users can also suggest some charities. And based on the amount of profits they generate, that profit is going to go to their charity, to their favored charity. So my first book, Humanity's Next 1,000 Years, is already complete and is available for sale. My next book, which is forthcoming, is The Nature Ternary. And it's a nature of humans, nature of groups, and nature of reality. Now, I had actually initially planned to just write that book, The Nature Ternary, and include all the topics in this book also in that book. However, I realized that like it was just getting too much. It was getting too big. There are too many things in it. So I found a set of topics which worked well together and important topics. And I wrote this book. And a lot of the material which I was going to put like in that combined book, or the material in this book was going to be in the combined book, but this book is in itself a complete book. It doesn't need the next book which I'm going to write, which is The Nature Ternary, which is forthcoming. So Nature Ternary is a more, you can say, like this is a more practical book. Nature Ternary is more about ideas and kind of how to get them together, because there are a lot of ideas in this book also. More ideas than you'll probably find in any other book. But so this Nature Ternary book is forthcoming, and I'm just going to talk briefly about what is going to be there in that book. And if you want, you can pre-order Nature Ternary. I'm not making any promises about when it'll be available. I kind of start writing something, and more often than not, it takes me much longer to finish it than I thought it would. Okay, so what is Nature Ternary? So Nature Ternary has 3 chapters: the nature of humans, the nature of groups, and the nature of reality. And why these topics? Well, because I believe that these are the most important issues for humans. Now, this book brings together these 3 different topics into one comprehensive whole. If you just like say nature of humans, you're not going to get very far, because humans live in groups. Humans live in groups, and if you just kind of try to say, okay, this is nature of humans, and then the final, the important question is, okay, you found like what the nature of humans is, but what's your plan? What's your plan? What plan are you giving them now that you've found their nature? And okay, you'll say that, okay, I have this plan, but you can't give a plan for the best possible life till you have also understood the environment in which humans live. So just like think of a nature of humans as partial equilibrium. It's a partial analysis, and that's ineffective. what about nature of reality? You also need to kind of understand what morality people will choose for themselves, and how the other things which are part of nature of reality, how it affects their lives. So this nature ternary book brings all these together and links how they interact with each other, and gives a comprehensive analysis of these important issues for humans. So the nature of humans, which is one topic or one chapter of it, is that it gives you a rational understanding of the human brain, and that there's a model, a rational model for the human brain, and then you say, okay, I build a model by evolution and observations. Evolution provides the skeleton, and observations add the flesh to it. So once I have this model for human brain, I describe what is needed to be given to humans to give them the for mental health and the best possible life. Now, of course, it is also very clear that environment is providing the conducive environment is essential for the best possible life. So this chapter will also say, yes, this is the plan you have, and this is the sort of environment that you would want to be in. And also kind of I analyze how the changes in our physical, technological, social environment, we are like keeping on advancing, and like technology has a tremendous impact on us. One thing which is very clear is that our lives have become much more vicarious. Before, we used to have relationships with real humans. Now we have a lot of people make a lot of investment in the so-called celebrities who they'll never know in their lives, so all those changes which are happening in our environment, what is the impact of it? And then it'll say, like, what is our optimal response to those changes? And also how we can, in this new world, and what we must do to have successful relationships, because you cannot overemphasize the importance of successful human relationships for having the best possible life. You just cannot. It is so important. It is probably the most important thing to you after having enough food to eat. Okay. And also like how parents can bring up mentally healthy and successful children. Now, the nature of groups notes that groups are important because they provide the environment in which we live in. Now, groups malfunction. They usually malfunction. We have to live in groups, but these, as like, Nietzsche said, in individuals, insanity is rare, but in groups, parties, nations, and epochs, it is the rule. So I analyze why this happens and what can be done to prevent it from happening. Now, then, like, you can think of groups that we live in and which impact us, of being like the nation that we live in, then the communities that we are part of, if we are part of a community, and then the firms which employ us, which is also a group of people working together. Now, I analyze the different aspects of these groups and explain what is needed for their optimal functioning. I also, when they're talking about groups, then in the groups, people work together, they have a joint production, and then you do a distribution of the joint production. And I describe what a desirable economic system should look like to provide them the opportunity of the best possible life. Now, of course, the most persistent insanity of groups is wars. Again, I analyze the causes of wars and provide solutions for ending them. We have to end wars. I mean, this is ridiculous. Right? People causing other people suffering and pain just does not make sense. We cannot be, psychopaths. We can't continue being psychopaths. Wars are a constant in our history, and we have to end them. Okay, so the nature of reality is sort of like an overview of our human life, and it asks some very fundamental questions. Like it starts like, what is reality? What is science? How do we discover knowledge? What artificial intelligence is and is not? Does free will exist? Now, these are all related topics. Comprehensive utility as morality. And the closest thing to life, immortal. So if you pre-order this book, you'll be one of the first to get the book, but no promises when this book is going to be finished. So here are some of my thoughts about drawing an impressionist painting. Wendy and I visited the Orangerie Museum in Paris, and after viewing the paintings by Monet, we purchased a session of drawing. So there wasn't any tutoring; they just gave us canvas and watercolors and said paint. So we painted. Couple of paintings each in about half an hour or maybe 40 minutes. Wasn't very long. So it's just kind of thing. So that painting which I did, which you actually also see on the cover of my book, because I painted there, and they asked me have you had training previously? And I said no. It's just I like analyzing things, and I analyzed what I thought was the way to paint impressionist painting, and this is what I thought. Okay, I said, okay, so having looked at a few impressionist paintings, I thought, okay, this is what I'm going to do. So firstly, I'm going to do light strokes. Okay, not like dab thing. Okay, light strokes. And bright colors, that's impressionism, bright colors, and don't clutter it up, just not things. So I did not try to be a Dali. I could not be a Dali even if I tried. I mean, that man was amazing, right? So I did not try to draw very, well-crafted figures. I was just kind of putting dabs, and but it had a certain philosophy. It's not to clutter it, and bright colors. And white is also a color. So the parts of the canvas which I left uncolored, which are white parts, they were also like adding to the painting. So that's how I approached this painting. This was what we each painted two, and this is one of Wendy's paintings, and she drew a flower, and she said she was inspired by the Bai Lotus Temple in Delhi. I liked her painting, and I found her colors to be. I found her like the painting to be flamboyant. She had like bold strokes, and she also made the two figures, the one in the front and the back. She made them work well together. And the three colors, the white, which she left unpainted, and the blue and the purple, they work very nicely together. I like this painting. Okay, one more math topic, and this is calculus. So, you start with the 3 R's, reading, writing, arithmetic, and sort of arithmetic makes kind of sense. However, as you progress and you get to like late middle school or high school, and suddenly you're hit with this calculus. Now, arithmetic operations like addition, subtraction, multiplication, division make sense. You can relate them to the real world. For example, if you want to calculate how much food you want to get for your guests, you'll use multiplication. Or how many trips will you need to move a certain quantity of rock, you'll need division. So intuitively, you have an idea about multiplication and division. And of course, addition and subtraction. That's also pretty intuitive. Then you come to calculus, and suddenly you are like, all these strange notations and what's going on? What's the intuition? What is the intuition for calculus? That's why you come to me. I give you the intuition. So I have a video which kind of gets into the subject in much more detail. It's on my YouTube channel. It is called Calculus is Easy. And it is easy, fun, and interesting if you can relate it to the real world. The intuition for calculus is that integration is really multiplication, but it is multiplication of quantities that change. What does it mean to, how can you multiply? You multiply this quantity and this quantity, but this quantity is non-constant and this quantity is non-constant. So what does it mean to say that you can multiply these two quantities? Watch the video. Okay, and the example of things where change quantities is, for example, the distance traveled is velocity into time, and the velocity is not constant, then we can still calculate the distance traveled by integrating the velocity with respect to time, which is actually taking little bits of velocities at points in time and then multiplying it by the range of time and so on. And so that is integration. It's really multiplication. Similarly, differentiation is really division, even though you're told in class that dy by dx is not a ratio of dy and dx. It is just a notation, which is correct. I mean, if you are following the axioms and you're doing it rigorously. But as an engineer, I just kind of give you the intuition. So the intuition is that differentiation is really instant. You can say instantaneous division, like just small changes in one quantity divided by the small change in the corresponding small change in another quantity. And why would you want to do that? Well, there are many physical relationships in the world in which that ratio of the small change in one quantity to the small change in another quantity is important. For example, acceleration. Instantaneous acceleration is the instantaneous change in velocity divided by the period of time over which it has changed. Now, of course, instantaneous means that the period of time is very small. So you have these two. Integration is multiplication of quantities that change. Division is differentiation is division of quantities that change. And of course, what do you have when you have multiplication and division? They are the reverse operations of each other, right? And then you get to the fundamental theory of calculus that integration and differentiation are the reverse operations. Okay, let's kind of take a little digression, a break, and have some fun with mathematics. So, what is this mysterious mystery about not being able to divide by zero? It's okay, zero is a very small number, and then dividing it by zero should produce a very large number. And there's a very large number. It's called infinity. So as a middle school student, I used to wonder why I could not divide by zero and get infinity. And it's just some things I should think about. Okay, so here's the answer. Mathematics starts with axioms. And something that is not compatible with axioms cannot be part of mathematics. For example, cannot be division is a part of mathematics. It cannot be. If it's not compatible, something that some division that you're trying to perform is not compatible with the axioms or division, then you can't do it. So let me kind of think up of an axiom for division. Okay, so here we start, like this is the start of the axiom. Take a certain volume of water. And this is your numerator for the division. This volume, let's call it N. And say the volume is N. Now take a glass which has a certain take a glass with a certain base. Okay. And the axiom that you define for dividing by zero is that when you pour the water into the glass, the height to which the water rises is the result of the division. So let the base of this glass be M, or let's say M1 because I have two glasses, so let it be M1. So when I pour this water into this glass with the base of M1, then N divided by M1, my axiom for division says that division, the result of division is this height. That's how I define the axiom for division. Okay, so that's how you find the result for the division. You pour the water into this glass and you measure the height. That is the result of division. Alternatively, you could have taken this water of volume n and instead poured it into all the different glass with a base area of M2. Obviously, you realize that this height is greater than the earlier height you had, and this height is the result of division of n by M2. This is not part of the axiom, the stuff in the brackets. That's just an example of using the axiom. So what happens is that, so this is the axiom for division. Okay? Now try to divide something by 0. Now, what happens when you try to divide something by 0? We are looking for a glass with a base equal to 0. What is a glass with a base equal to 0? A glass with a base equal to 0 is a glass that does not exist. It doesn't exist, but your axiom says that take a glass with a certain area. You can't say that I'm taking a glass which does not exist. You have to take a glass that does exist. You violated the axiom by trying to divide by 0 because you've been looking for a glass which does not exist to use for the division, and there is no such glass, so you cannot satisfy the axiom. Okay, so you cannot therefore divide by 0. Of course, the actual or I won't say actual, I mean, in more the usual form of mathematics, axioms are stated differently. But I like intuition, and so here's your intuition why division by 0 is not allowed. In this video, I am going to talk about the schematic for the book. So, to help the reader understand the book, I have the schematic which shows the relationships between the different parts of this book and also the companion book. The companion book being the Nature Ternary. So, in general, the book's focus is on the top row, this top row, and items on the right side, which are these items. Whereas the companion book, the Nature Ternary, delves deeper into issues other than human space colonization. So, if you see the schematic, you can see that at the very top, we have the best possible life. So this is the the ultimate goal of these books is how can you have the best possible life, and an important part of the best possible life is to have an enlightened culture, and the enlightened culture is described in this book. Now, if you look at it from the sources, so at the bottom, we start out by saying, okay, the human beings were produced by nature in a certain way, and
evolution is an important part of understanding that. So from evolution, you have morality. Evolution also involved group evolution, which required us to work together, to be honest to each other, to help each other. So all those are the source of morality. There are also social and other non-evolutionary influences for morality. And evolution will also lead not only to morality but to duty. Now you can think of duty as being a part of morality, but I just have it as a separate item. Evolution leads to human nature, and evolution also leads us to understanding the importance of family, friends, community, and humanity. Now, community, friends, family, and humanity will decide what actions that we take. It'll influence what environment and resources that we shall have. And it will, it is also a source of enlightened culture. It will also influence our duty to future generations, which includes human space colonization. So all these different items influence each other, and the contention is that you cannot look at these items separately. So the schematic shows the important elements that feed into the best possible life. And into the enlightened culture, into environment and resources, and the actions we take and resulting outcomes, the performance of our duty, and our community, friends, family, and humanity. Now, you look at the modern world and there are lots of problems, but there are no good solutions. There seems to be a lack of good solutions for all the problems that we face in the modern world. And it is because a piecemeal approach to human affairs necessarily fails. Partial analysis does not work. You need a view of all the different important items and how they relate to each other. So experts specialize in a specific area and they miss the bigger picture and the links which tie together the different parts of the human condition. Our goal is to have a plan for the best possible life, and you cannot ignore some parts of what is important to humans and expect to come up with the best solution. So the schematic shows the different important items that need to be considered in formulating the plan for the best possible life. So to be able to make the plan for the best possible life, we need firstly a lot of data about humans, about human history, about how they are in present, how evolution influenced our natures, how groups operate, what is the nature of reality. And once you have all these observations, it needs an exceptional analysis to identify how these relate to each other. So it should not be surprising that,
this sort of analysis is absent in previous work. And this book, along with its companion book, The Nature Ternary, they develop a holistic plan necessary for us to have our best possible lives. So you can say that there are, in this book, there's also the companion book, but in this book there are 4 important threads which run through this book. So the first one is the meaning of a foundational generation and its duty to provide future generations with the physical and cultural resources for their maximum well-being. We are a foundational generation because we are just starting out. Humanity is, depending on how you decide, it may be, you can say that modern humans are 500 years old, or you can say maybe even 50,000 years old. But the different criteria for saying what modern humans are could be like, when did we first start using language? Or when did we start discovering the laws which govern nature? So even if you take the longer period of time, we are maybe like 50,000 years, and we have possibly 1 trillion year or many trillion years to go. That's what the universe offers us. But it depends on us doing our part in making future generations successful. And because we are so early in human history, that we should think of ourselves as a foundational generation. The second thread which runs through this book is the importance of duty, altruism, and kindness as part of our best possible life. These are intrinsic to our nature. If we do not have these in our lives, we are not going to have the best possible life. It is not like duty, altruism, and kindness is not something that we do just for others. This is something that we also do for ourselves, because in our plan for the best possible life, we need these things. The third thread is that individuals may provide resources and plans and have significant individual accomplishments, but great goals need a community for implementation and success. So when you say that, okay, this is what I would like for humanity, and this is like my objectives, you have to have a community which shares those objectives. By yourself, you're not going to accomplish great goals. And the final thread which runs throughout this book is that we cannot think about the future of humans without a deep understanding of the possibilities that technological advancements will offer us. And that's what the second, third, and fourth parts of the books of this book are about the technological possibilities. So get the book. In this video, I am going to talk about the schematic for the book. So, to help the reader understand the book, I have the schematic which shows the relationships between the different parts of this book and also the companion book. The companion book being the Nature Ternary. So, in general, the book's focus is on the top row, this top row, and items on the right side, which are these items. Whereas the companion book, the Nature Ternary, delves deeper into issues
other than human space colonization. So if you see the schematic, you can see that at the very top, we have the best possible life. So this is the the ultimate goal of these books is how can you have the best possible life. And an important part of the best possible life is to have an enlightened culture. And the enlightened culture is described in this book. Now, if you look at it from the sources, so at the bottom, we start out by saying, okay, the human beings were produced by nature in a certain way, and evolution is an important part of understanding that. So from evolution, you have morality. Evolution also involved group evolution, which required us to work together, to be honest to each other, to help each other. So all those are the source of morality. There are also social and other non-evolutionary influences for morality. And evolution will also lead not only to morality, but to duty. Now, you can think of duty as being a part of morality, but I just have it as a separate item. Evolution leads to human nature, and evolution also leads us to understanding the importance of family, friends, community, and humanity. Now, community, friends, family, and humanity will decide what actions that we take. It'll influence what environment and resources that we shall have. And it will, it is also a source of enlightened culture. It will also influence our duty to future generations, which includes human space colonization. So all these different items influence each other, and the contention is that you cannot look at these items separately. So the schematic shows the important elements that feed into the best possible life. And into the enlightened culture, into environment and resources, and the actions we take and resulting outcomes, the performance of our duty and our community, friends, family, and humanity. Now, you look at the modern world and there are lots of problems, but there are no good solutions. There seems to be a lack of good solutions for all the problems that we face in the modern world. And it is because a piecemeal approach to human affairs necessarily fails. Partial analysis does not work. You need a view of all the different important items and how they relate to each other. So experts specialize in a specific area and they miss the bigger picture and the links which tie together the different parts of the human condition. Our goal is to have a plan for the best possible life, and you cannot ignore some parts of what is important to humans and expect to come up with the best solution. So the schematic shows the different important items that need to be considered in formulating the plan for the best possible life. So, to be able to make the plan for the best possible life, we need, firstly, a lot of data about humans, okay, about human history, about how they are at present, how evolution influenced our natures, how groups operate, what is the nature of reality. And once you have all these observations, it needs an exceptional analysis to identify how these relate to each other. So it should not be surprising that this sort of analysis is absent in previous work. And this book, along with its companion book, The Nature Ternary, they develop a holistic plan necessary for us to have our best possible lives. So you can say that there are, in this book, there's also the companion book, but in this book there are 4 important threads which run through this book. So the first one is the meaning of a foundational generation and its duty to provide future generations with the physical and cultural resources for their maximum well-being. We are a foundational generation because we are just starting out. Humanity is, depending on how you decide, it may be, you can say that modern humans are 500 years old, or you can say maybe even 50,000 years old. But the different criteria for saying what modern humans are could be like, when did we first start using language? Or when did we start discovering the laws which govern nature? So even if you take the longer period of time, we are maybe like 50,000 years, and we have possibly 1 trillion year or many trillion years to go. That's what the universe offers us. But it depends on us doing our part in making future generations successful. And because we are so early in human history, that we should think of ourselves as a foundational generation. The second thread which runs through this book is the importance of duty, altruism, and kindness as part of our best possible life. These are intrinsic to our nature. If we do not have these in our lives, we are not going to have the best possible life. It is not like duty, altruism, and kindness is not something that we do just for others. This is something that we also do for ourselves, because in our plan for the best possible life, we need these things. The third thread is that individuals may provide resources and plans and have significant individual accomplishments, but great goals need a community for implementation and success. So when you say that, okay, this is what I would like for humanity, and this is like my objectives, you have to have a community which shares those objectives. By yourself, you're not going to accomplish great goals. And the final thread which runs throughout this book is that we cannot think about the future of humans without a deep understanding of the possibilities that technological advancements will offer us. And that's what the second, third, and fourth parts of the books of this book are about the technological possibilities. So get the book. You are very, very, very special. Your life is a miracle. The number of protons when the universe was created was about 10 to the power 80. If the universe had been created with one less proton or one more proton, you would not be here, I would not be here. There may or may not have been an Earth, and other humans may have been here, but not us. So this is like sort of a butterfly effect, which stretches over 14 billion years. So the universe was created, and here we are 14 billion years later, and we are here because the universe was created in a very, very, very special manner, which gave birth to us after 14 billion years. So we sometimes look at the night sky and we are overawed by the magnificence and the scale of the universe. And we think of all these stars and all these galaxies which are there, and we think of us as being this tiny speck in this massive universe. And then we think that, we are not that significant. However, this massive universe was created in this very special way, which gave us birth. One other way you can think of this event, this unique event, which was your birth, being so special, is that you think about the number of eggs your mother has, and they were about 1 million eggs. And your father had about 500 billion sperms over his lifetime. And you were the product of one specific egg and one specific sperm. So the probability of that happening, that one specific egg and one specific sperm getting together to produce a baby, is about 1 in 10 to the power 17. And that is not only true for your birth, it is also true for the birth of your parents and your grandparents and their parents and so on. So you look at the probability of this chain of births which led to your birth, and that probability is like 1 in 10 to the power 170 or much larger than that. The probability is much smaller than that. The denominator is much larger than that. So you think that you'd be lucky if you won the lotto, but you have already won 1 million lottos in a sequence. And that is that you were born. And not somebody else was born instead of you. Now think of all these other people who may have been born as being your shadow alternate humans. So if instead of you, a different sperm and a different egg were combined to give rise to a different individual, then you would have been the shadow alternate human rather than those who were not born being the shadow alternate humans. So the number of these shadow alternate humans is, again, a very large number. And each of your shadow alternate humans, if they had been born instead of you, would have thought differently, felt differently, loved differently, lived differently, and they would not have been you. But you are the one who was chosen. You are the one who was chosen to be given life. So imagine that you're standing on a beach and you pick up a handful of sand and then take a little, like one speck of sand, and that is you. And the rest, the rest of the grains of sand which are left behind, are your shadow alternate humans. In fact, the shadow alternate humans are like grains not only in your hand, but on all the beaches of the world. And you are that one grain out of these countless grains of sand which was chosen to be given life. So the Creator, that's different people think of think differently of this idea of the Creator. So the Creator who created the universe and gave us life, gave us a life of wonderful opportunities. And you have a responsibility to the countless number of shadow alternate humans who were not born, but instead you are the one chosen to be born. And your responsibility is not that you suffer or you have to make this great effort. Your responsibility simply is to live a good life. So adopt a constructive life that builds rather than wastes time in conflicts. Find your community that has the goals whose success you want to contribute to. Help your community that will provide you the environment for a good life, the opportunity for achieving something great, and doing your duty to humanity and other life. Work for a good life by strengthening yourself, your family, your community, and humanity. Hey Nirbhay, Tomari joy. Hey fearless, victory is yours. Your life is very, very, very special. Don't waste it, make it count. Be a part of something great.